Okay. We'll call this meeting to order, and we will start with roll call.
Sure. Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara? Present. Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
Record will show all members of the City Council are present tonight.
Okay, welcome to this special meeting of the Encinitas City Council. And we have one item tonight, starting at 4:05, and it is City Council to provide feedback and policy direction on the circulation element update. And the contact person here is Senior Planner Mobility Coordinator Jedniak. And with that, we'll start with the staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, City Council. I'm Evan Jedniak, Senior Mobility Planner, here to present this background on the circulation element update. To start, the general plan is a policy document guiding the city's long-term vision for the future. There are 7 required general plan elements shown here, including circulation. These elements must be horizontally and vertically consistent, meaning both consistency within each element and between each element.
Yeah. Hang on, Evan. If we can get the monitor, these monitors are not showing. If we can get IT. Do we have IT here? It's up on the big screen, and I just want to make sure it's coming through to the council too. So give it one. Yeah. We have a beautiful nighttime skyline of San Diego, I assume. Is that? It's actually on these monitors, not the computers. Yeah. So, well, can everybody read up there in the meantime? We'll continue. We'll let you come on in and get it fixed, and you can pull up your own on the document. So with that, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start by covering state legal requirements for circulation elements. The original state law in place when our existing element was adopted is shown here, and the text in green italics is verbatim from the state government code. The element must outline the general location and extent of existing and proposed major thoroughfares, transportation routes, terminals, etc., all correlated with the land use element. It further requires goals and policies to guide decision-making and roadway classification maps. In 2008, the Complete Streets Act was adopted. This law requires updates after 2011 to plan for a multimodal transportation network that meets the needs of all users of streets, roads, and highways for safe and convenient travel in a manner that is suitable to the rural, suburban, or urban context of the general plan. And users of streets, roads, and highways is defined in the law as bicyclists, children, persons with disabilities, motorists, movers of commercial goods, pedestrians, users of public transportation, and seniors. More recently, SB 932 was adopted in 2022. This law requires updates after January 2025 to incorporate the principles of the Federal Highway Administration's Safe Systems approach. Per the law, this includes policies that aim to eliminate fatal and serious injuries for all road users through a holistic view of the roadway system, including provisions that account for human error, recognize vulnerable road users, and promote redundant and proactive safety measures. It also requires the city to identify safety corridors, which is done through collision analysis, identifying high-injury streets and intersections in a high-injury network. Those are the legal requirements, and now I'll discuss the existing element. The existing circulation element was adopted in 1989. It has undergone minor amendments, but never a comprehensive update. Highlighted text throughout the element, as shown on the left here, means those portions are part of the local coastal program. Examples of existing tables and figures are also shown on this slide. This overview slide shows how the element works with other adopted transportation plans. It's based on a tiered hierarchy, with the top level being the element. The element itself provides high-level policy guidance, street types, and network maps. The element refers down to the adopted Vehicle Miles Traveled, or VMT, guidelines for detailed technical standards on CEQA compliance, and to the separate draft traffic impact analysis, or TIA, guidelines for non-CEQA level of service standards. The draft TIA guidelines are discussed later in later slides. And the VMT and TIA guidelines then refer down to adopted implementation plans and standards for even further detail. Examples of these include the Active Transportation Plan, Local Roadway Safety Plan, and Public Road Standards, etc. So now I'll discuss what went into the draft element update. The circulation element update was initiated by the City Council in 2020, and the project kicked off in early 2021. 2 formal outreach workshops were conducted, as well as an environmental scoping meeting. Staff also conducted informal pop-up outreach at farmers markets, Cyclovia, and EcoFest. There have been several commission and council meetings throughout this project. Staff brought updates to the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission, Environmental Commission, Planning Commission, and City Council from 2021 to 2024, culminating with the Planning Commission recommending City Council approval of a draft update in November 2024. And that'll be referred to as the draft update moving forward in this presentation. So here's a summary of the previous project direction, which was established in 2021. The project objectives were to improve safety, connectivity, accessibility, and comfort of multimodal corridors to maximize options for trip made by vehicle, foot, bike, transit, and micromobility. Provide for, expand, and sustain a mix of transportation modes that meet the existing and future transportation needs and minimizes impacts to the environment and community character. Provide standards for improvements to the public right-of-way to enhance the identity of specific areas and create street design solutions. Update existing roadway classifications so that the circulation network responds to the present and future circulation needs of all users. And lastly, consolidate objectives from existing implementation plans into one cohesive framework. Shown here is a summary of the previous goals based on previous direction. The topic areas included mobility system purpose and guiding principles, multimodal options, vehicle miles traveled and mode share, system connectivity, and environmental and community impacts. So I'll review these goals again in later slides and show comparisons to existing element goals. As part of this meeting, staff is requesting that the City Council review, discuss, and provide feedback on both the project direction and the project goals shown here. Moving on, shown here are the street classifications identified in the circulation element based on their vehicular function. Prime and major arterials are the most traveled streets. Collectors are the next level down. Then is residential neighborways, and last are unclassified local streets, which are the least traveled. At the bottom of this table are special designation corridors, which include Highway 101 and the El Camino Real corridor, and these areas are subject to specific plans with detailed standards. Shown here is a comparison of the existing circulation element street classification network on the left and the proposed network on the right. They generally align. There's a few additional streets proposed to be added to the classified network in the element update based on the traffic modeling data. The draft element also considered land use context when looking at streets. 3 major contexts were identified: the urban village, suburban, and rural. Land use context is based on characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood, including density, lot size, setbacks, and parking, all of which combine to give a distinct look and feel, which can be seen across the different communities of the city. Generally, the urban village context exists between the coast and I-5. The suburban context occurs between I-5 and Rancho Santa Fe Road, and the rural context exists from Rancho Santa Fe Road to the eastern limits. This encourages consideration of the street's surrounding context rather than just vehicular function when setting priorities. So the last 2 slides covered street classification and land use context. Now this slide illustrates how those 2 factors, along with lane count and median type, are combined to determine the detailed street typology. So here's an example. If a street classification is a collector, its land use context is suburban, it has 2 lanes and no median, then the street typology is identified in the draft element as SC-2N, which has an ultimate right-of-way width of 75 feet, based on the table that I'll show in the next slide here. So here's that table of the proposed street typologies shown on the left. of which there were 23 total proposed. And on the right is a corresponding map of street typologies. So it's important to note here that the proposed classification and typology of streets was done using the traffic modeling data. The results of the traffic model help determine which class and type each street was assigned, ensuring that this is a data-driven policy document. And we will discuss the traffic modeling in more detail in a later slide. The draft element also includes maps for existing bike facilities as of 2024, shown here on the left, and identified gaps in the bike network from the adopted 2018 Active Transportation Plan, or ATP, shown on the right. And similarly, the draft element includes maps for existing pedestrian facilities as of 2024, shown here on the left, and again, identified gaps in the pedestrian network from the adopted ATP on the right. Regarding CEQA compliance, an environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared for the update, and the public review period occurred in fall 2024. No significant impacts were identified because no roadways were proposed to be expanded, and therefore no mitigation measures were required. Also, no public comments were received on that draft EIR. And City Council direction tonight will inform necessary changes to the environmental document. I'll now pass it off to Katie Cole from Fair and Piers to discuss the traffic modeling.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Cole. I'm a traffic engineer. I work for a company called Fair and Piers. Just very quickly, our role on the draft circulation element was really to provide the travel demand modeling and some of the data analysis for the project. We were not involved in actually drafting the draft element, but I was invited to talk to you a little bit about the travel demand modeling that was conducted for the draft circulation element. The travel demand model we're referring to is the SANDAG Regional Travel Demand Model. The version is Activity-Based Model 2+. This was the version that was the current version in place at the time that the circulation element was being updated. And the SANDAG Regional Travel Demand Model is a regional model. It simply what it is doing is it's taking inputs such as land use, population, employment, the roadway network characteristics, so number of travel lanes, travel speeds, different socioeconomic data associated with the population, and it's predicting how much traffic is going to be generated in the region. There are multiple years of the model available, so the base year is considered kind of existing conditions. It's what SANDAG validates to. They go and collect average daily traffic vehicle data and a variety of other data to perform validation checks on the model to make sure it's meeting the state of the practice requirements for travel demand modeling set forth through the traffic engineering standards. And then it also does a future year model, so it inputs future year growth and looks at year 2050 is the year that was evaluated for the work done for this project. The modeling that was done supported both the circulation element and your climate action plan update. And something important to understand was that the modeling that was done considered your housing element sites and incorporated population associated with those sites. The model was ultimately used to predict how much daily vehicle traffic would be on all of your roadways in the city to help update and inform those slides that Evan showed about how many travel lanes, what the classifications, et cetera, should be. A couple of quick considerations about the SANDAG regional model. It is a regional model. They are validating to the region. They don't necessarily validate to an individual city. All of the cities that are in the SANDAG area are member agencies of SANDAG and do use this tool for different planning exercises. All of them do use it to help with their circulation element update, but I did want to just let you know that it is a regional tool and it's validated at the regional level. It also, because it's a regional tool, it doesn't get into, local or, smaller neighborhood streets, so it doesn't predict the traffic on those smaller streets. In addition, the model is really looking at bigger picture planning, and so looking at those daily volumes, and so does not provide detailed intersection levels of service. So, whether or not you need to add a left turn lane or a right turn lane or adjust signal timing. It's really looking at roadway segment analysis to figure out, do you need 2 lanes or 4 lanes? So trying to answer the bigger picture questions. The next thing I'm going to talk to you a little bit about is one of the state requirements, and that's that the circulation element incorporate the Federal Highway Administration Safe System approach. This was put into law by Senate Bill 932, which Evan mentioned, and this analysis was performed and as part of kind of your circulation element update already, and so wanted to talk a little bit about that. So really the safe systems approach, it analyzes and prioritizes locations with the most crashes and the most severe crashes, so severe crashes and fatal crashes. Ultimately, it is intended to look for countermeasures to help reduce death and serious injury due to traffic crashes. And typically within your circulation element, you would have some policies and strategies that are that discuss how you as a city are incorporating the safe system approach. So the next slide provides an image that shows you, this is from Federal Highway Administration. It shows you just a quick overview of what this safe system approach is about. The actual goal is that we would not have serious injuries and fatalities resulting from traffic crashes. The circle that you see, the outer circle, talks about the philosophy of and the principles of this approach. So, we need to have redundancy. We're humans and we make mistakes. We're vulnerable. Safety can be proactive. All of these things are philosophies that are built into the safe system approach. And then the inner part of the circle is how we get there. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. So these are the things that you could incorporate policies around in your circulation element. So the way we get to having safer roads is safer road users. So encouraging safe and responsible driving behaviors. Having safer vehicles, that is going to happen over time as safety standards change on vehicles themselves. So we already know that newer vehicles have a lot of safety features embedded in them. But what this could look like in a circulation element is that you could have a policy around your city fleet, having the newer and the latest and greatest safety standards. Promoting safe speeds. Speed is the kind of the primary factor in serious and fatal crashes, and so really promoting safer speeds helps everybody using the road, from drivers to pedestrians and beyond. Safe roads, this is around the fact that the way we design our roads can oftentimes lead to higher speeds, and so trying to come up with countermeasures and design features that can create just a safer environment. And then finally, post-crash care is the philosophy or the way we get to having really fast and good access to medical care and getting people who have been in a crash the help that they need right away as quickly as possible. And I think that is going to turn us over to Abe.
All right. Good evening. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. So one of the derivatives slash byproducts of a circulation element can be the traffic impact analysis guidelines. 2 reasons. One being that the city currently doesn't have a adopted traffic impact analysis guidelines to be used for development review process and conditioning projects for certain improvements. The second being that when California Senate Bill 743 passed, and the guidelines associated with it, the level of service analysis that cities were allowed to require per CEQA was eliminated from CEQA. SB 743 basically says the impact of a development project should not be analyzed based on the congestion of traffic around the project, but it has to be analyzed based on the number of vehicle miles traveled because of the project. To simplify, if somebody's building 5 units in a rural area where level of service is very good and the roadway has a lot of capacity, just because the residents of those 5 units have to travel long to their employment center or to their shopping center, that 5 unit is considered a significant impact to the environment. But if you're building 500 units in a urban area, dense area where the shopping, where the employment center, everything is very close, because the vehicle miles traveled from those 500 units to these employment centers and shopping centers is much shorter, you're not considered to have a significant impact per CEQA. What it does allow the cities is you shall not use the police force of the city for CEQA. However, you're allowed to pursue your general plan goals and policies still. Those can still be level of service. And that's where circulation element comes into play. We can have goals and policies in the new circulation element that would help us with our future TIA guidelines. Next slide, please. So currently, our existing circulation element only has 2 policies associated with traffic impact. One, policy 1.2 says, endeavor to maintain a level of service C as a basic design guideline for a local system of roadways, understanding that the guideline may not be attainable in all cases. Obviously, as you can read it, it's not as stringent as it can be to help us with our police force in requiring improvements or accepting or denying projects. Circulation element policy 1.3 says, prohibit development which results in a level of service E or F at any intersection unless no alternatives exist and an overriding public need can be demonstrated. A little bit better of a policy with regards to intersection, but it's still somewhat flexible. And then again, this is something that can be addressed with our circulation element update. With our existing circulation element and with the goals that we currently have, we did parallel with the circulation element update, worked on drafting a new TIA guideline for the city. This new TIA guideline may be updated after our circulation element. The new version is finalized with the new policies and goals. With the existing 2 goals, what our new TIA guideline does include, which will be presented in depth to council next month as an individual standalone item, it does have triggers for when a traffic analysis will be initiated for a development project. It defines how the trips generated from a project should be evaluated and analyzed. It defines how the trips from a project, the trips generated, how they would be distributed. It defines the roadway segments and intersections that need to be analyzed for each project. It defines which study scenarios need to be analyzed for each project, the existing scenario, the existing plus project, and the cumulative analysis that's currently missing. It defines what kind of significant impact, what kind of operational impact we have, the set criteria for defining the significant impact. And it also defines how we calculate a fair share contribution from a project and the potential mitigations that they do need to require. It also addresses how we can require additional improvements from a project that is being developed based on our active CIP program, our ATP, our local roadway safety plan, and other adopted documents of the city.
Next, I'll review the City Council annual work plan objectives related to the circulation element and TIA guidelines. 2 Goal 3 objectives shown in bold here are directly addressed by the element update. That is to update the element to include goals and policies to balance bikes, pedestrians, and vehicles' safety, and to identify all city streets with speed limits less than 25 miles per hour and the status of bike and pedestrian facilities on those streets. 2 additional Goal 3 objectives shown below here will be addressed as future efforts once the element update is complete. These are to review and update implementation plans for consistency with each other and the updated element, and to solicit input from the community and City Council on direction for the active transportation plan update. Additionally, the 2 Goal 8 objectives shown here are directly addressed by the draft TIA guidelines that Abe discussed. That is to develop a policy requiring necessary intersection improvements as a condition of development approval and develop objective standards requiring developments to perform a cumulative traffic analysis. The next slides will present each of the existing element goals and highlight similar corresponding goals from the 24 draft. This broad overview of both versions is meant to inform direction on element goals moving forward. Once goals are set, policies can then be revised to support them, and each goal will contain several supporting policies in the element. So goal 1 in the existing element is that Encinitas should have a transportation system that is safe, convenient, and efficient, and sensitive to and compatible with surrounding community character. In the draft element, goal 2 is to provide multimodal mobility options that are safe, accessible, and comfortable for all types of users, including residents, visitors, and the movement of goods. Goal 5 is to maximize the safety of the mobility system through design best practices, regular maintenance, community education, and consistent enforcement. And Goal 6 is to balance mobility benefits with minimized impacts to the environment and community. So there's bits and pieces from each of the draft goals that can, be drawn parallels to with the existing Goal 1 here. Goal 2 of the existing element is that the city will make every effort to develop a varied transportation system that is capable of serving both the existing population and future residents while preserving community values and character. In the draft element, the similar Goal 1 is to develop and maintain a mobility system that accommodates the city's diverse needs and land uses, including planned growth. And Goal 6 is similar here as well, regarding the minimized impacts to the community. Goal 3 of the existing element is that the city will promote the use of other modes of transport to reduce the dependence on the personal automobile. Goal 3 of the draft element is to reduce automobile vehicle miles traveled and related impacts to air quality and congestion by providing time-competitive alternatives to automobile travel, including public transit, cycling, walking, microtransit, and on-demand mobility services. Goal 4 of the draft element is that the city should make every effort to develop a circulation system that highlights the environmental and scenic amenities of the area. In the draft element, again, Goal 6 is the most similar here regarding minimized impacts to the community and environment. Goal 5 of the existing element refers to specific improvements that were made to Leucadia Boulevard in the 90s, and goal number 6 of the existing element refers to coastal access. There are no similar corresponding goals to either of these in the draft element. However, it's noted that several existing coastal access policies were retained in the draft. Goal number 7 of the existing element is that every effort will be made to have new development, both in the city and in the region, provide for all costs of the incremental expansion of the circulation system necessary to accommodate that development. Costs include, but are not limited to, costs of right-of-way and construction, including costs of moving utilities and structures, and costs for landscaping and intersection improvement. Now, goal number 4, the draft element, is to improve system connectivity by adopting multimodal standards, eliminating gaps in mobility networks, and increasing the ease of multimodal and interjurisdictional travel. And so when we say adopting multimodal standards in the draft element, goal number 4, this is referring to standards requiring developments to construct necessary road improvements, such as street widening, sidewalks, etc. So while it doesn't speak directly to the funding like the existing goal, the purpose is similar. And there are policies that were retained that speak directly to the funding in the 24 draft. So we've covered a lot of the project background. Here's a summary of the key changes from the existing to the draft circulation element. So the complete streets and safe system approach concepts and language have been incorporated throughout as required by the mentioned state laws. Street classifications were updated based on the recent traffic modeling data. Streets were identified beyond just vehicular classification into more detailed street types based on land use context, lane count, and median type. The tables, maps, and figures throughout were updated based on the new street classifications and types, and brand new maps were created for the bike, pedestrian, transit, and freight networks, as well as for speed limits and permit parking zones. And per the previous project direction, goal and policy language was added to specifically encourage a reduction in the amount of vehicle miles traveled throughout the draft. Staff is now requesting that the City Council review, discuss, and provide direction on these specific items. So which of the existing or the draft 24 element goals should be retained or eliminated, including any new or revised goals? Which of the key changes from the last slide, from the existing to the 24 draft element, should be retained or eliminated, including any new or revised changes? and whether to conduct intersection level of service analysis in addition to the roadway segment level of service analysis that was already conducted. That's regarding the traffic modeling that Katie discussed earlier. And for the next step in this process, staff will return for an additional city council workshop like this to continue receiving direction after tonight. And this concludes the staff presentation, and the project team is here available for questions.
Okay. And so how many public speakers do we have? 13, great. And so the goal tonight is to stay at a pretty high level. First of all, we'll start with questions of clarification, and then we'll do public, and then we'll move on to deliberation.
I had one for clarification.
Okay.
Just wanted to check in on the, when you talk about the big difference between prime and major arterials, I want to say it was on slide like 17 or 18.
Yeah, let me jump back to that.
When you look at the definitions, it puts them in the same spot, but then we have two different color coordinations for the difference between prime and major. And what are we identifying?
It's basically, so it's kind of a sub-classification. So arterial is the classification. The prime is the highest, the very highest tier, and the major would be a bit lower than that.
Okay. And what are the defining just a little lower? What do we have a definition of what you're using just a little lower, or is it?
It would be based on average daily trips and the traffic modeling. I don't know that there's a set definition.
So is there ambiguity in there, and we can decide whether it's prime or major, or does it really matter because they're both arterial?
There is some decision that can be made. Yes, the council has discretion in deciding that.
That's okay. So that's good. So that we have discretion now. What would be the difference of us choosing one or the other since they're both under arterial?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like, why would we choose one over the other?
To basically delineate what the highest, most frequently traveled streets, moving forward will be, and yeah.
Okay.
And can I just offer that your prime arterials are those that are the biggest roadways. They carry the most traffic. So one of the pieces of the classification table, which I think is on that slide, that is, this is an overview of that classification table, but there's also a daily vehicle capacity that's associated with each of these classifications, and that helps establish what the level of service would be on those roadways, and it's based on number of travel lanes, speed, whether there's a median or not a median, bike facilities, things like that.
Awesome. I appreciate that. So when you go to slide 16, which is the other map right there, yeah, so then I see, obviously, El Camino is a prime, and then I see, was that Encinitas Boulevard, Lucada Boulevard, La Costa Avenue are now major, which in my head, they're probably primes. And again, that's why I'm asking the question is, and then when we go to another map, the one that you just showed us, it's a little confusing, to say the least, as far as to delineate what we're trying to do as far as the circulation. Kind of what we talked about yesterday, and I'll bring it up more when we get to after public comments, but there's kind of a big difference.
Yeah, and I think one of the other primary features is the width that you have for right-of-way. So on a prime arterial, you're just fitting more stuff in. So even on this slide, you can see that your prime arterials are a larger width, just in general, meaning that they're going to have either more lanes or wider sidewalks, or there's some
It's got greater
additional.
capacity. So El Camino has greater capacity than, let's say, Costa Avenue.
It does, yeah.
Okay. So that would, for me, now that goes back to, that's the delineation for me at least, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
I just have a quick question for our traffic engineer, Abe. Could you maybe help a little bit more of the explanation about how we use VMT for projects when we assess the environmental impacts of projects, but we're able to still continue using level of service when in our planning documents? So how do we kind of translate what the VMT demand is in our CEQA documents for our projects into what the needs are of our roadways associated with the level of service? I just didn't quite understand that.
No, very, very good question, and presentation wasn't very clear on it. The traffic impact study submitted by a developer has two completely separate chapters. The VMT is on its own, standalone. We do have a guideline that was approved by council. Was it even about a year ago or a little bit more?
2023.
23, okay. So it was adopted by council. Obviously, SB 743 being adopted years ago, we had a consultant worked on it. It was brought to council. That the results of a VMT analysis in no way, shape, or form affect the level of service or the data from that is used to analyze. The level of service analysis, the second chapter of a TIA, which we have a guideline for, drafted recently, and I said will be brought to council for review and direction next month, is pretty traditional. The number of trips generated, how these number of trips are distributed on city roadway network, how many trips go to which intersection, to which roadway segment, what the existing level of service is, what it would be after, what triggers an impact, what they should do to mitigate. The mitigations of VMT is a totally different, the mitigation associated with the VMT impact, as the name entails, it's about reducing the number of miles traveled. It's not about eliminating congestion. So if a project, again, per our VMT guideline, has a CEQA impact, the mitigation of those improvements are not at all similar to our traditional improvements like addition of a right turn pocket, left turn pocket, a signal, a median, a widening of a road. None of those are CEQA improvements anymore.
So if I could just summarize, maybe there's a nexus between a development that has a VMT that demonstrates the amount of miles traveled and the fact that there's more congestion on the road, but the two calculations are separate. The level of service is a separate calculation than the
Completely
VMT.
separate. And as I kind of gave a very small example during my presentation, it's somewhat competing against each other. They're opposing. If you're building somewhere that's far from the city in an area that there's very minimal traffic on the road, obviously your traditional evaluation would say, oh, level of service is very good because there isn't that many cars on this road. Your level of service of the intersection is B. The roadway segment has a lot of capacity on it left. So yeah, build 200 units, totally fine. CEQA says, no, because you're building in an area that to get to your workplace, to get to do your shopping, to get to your office, you need to travel long, you are having a significant impact. And the CEQA is irrelevant of the size of your development. It's just based on the location. So if you're building 5 units or building 5,000 units, it doesn't matter. It's just about where you're building, and if your average resident has a longer trip to its destinations on average compared to a development that's being built in a downtown area. If you're building 10,000 units in a downtown area, you're automatically exempt no matter what the congestion level is, because the assumption of the legislature is, well, your workplace is nearby. You don't even need to drive. You do your shopping nearby. You don't need to drive. So you don't have a big footprint on your vehicle miles traveled. You might not drive your car. So I don't care how many units you're building, you're exempt. So it's kind of opposite of the old level of service. In our way of traditional thinking, we'll say, well, you're building somewhere that's already congested, level of service is E or F, and the road doesn't have more room for you, but you're building 5,000 more units. No, you have to widen the roads, improve the intersections, do a lot of different things. But no, CEQA says, I don't care about congestion because your trips are short.
All right, great. I think that's an important nuance, and maybe it's not even all that nuanced, but it can be confusing. I
It
appreciate
is certainly a very new thing. The past few years,
Yep.
yes.
appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Mayor.
On that point, is it of value to change any part of our element or to have a double definition inside of our own element? To have, no? Because I just want to make sure that we don't have that for, like we said, for development, when we need to make sure that we are defining that.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the deliberation.
Okay.
But I was going to help go down a path of take Piraeus, the project on Piraeus as an example. That one was subject to CEQA, and it could not meet VMT because it was far enough away from businesses. So in the end, in order to approve it, the council had to find a statement of overriding considerations in order to adopt CEQA. But on the other hand, if it had been a by right project, it would not have been subject to CEQA, and therefore it wouldn't even have the VMT limits on it. So I'm slipping into a little deliberation here. I want to keep both. But we'll go there and we'll get to there. So let's keep it to questions of clarification. Let's see. Well, Shay, you jumped in. Did you have one more? Okay, great. So if we don't have any more questions of clarification, we'll go to public comment, 3 minutes for each person. And call them out.
All right. First three speakers, Ed Sprague, Molly Hintlian with 2-time donations from Pete Albanese and Ellen Burr, who are present, and then Karen Caden.
Evening, Council. My name is Ed Sprague, local resident and District 3 candidate. Want to talk briefly on the circulation element with an emphasis on public safety. So, we all know about the advent of high-density infill that's occurring within our city, right? We're getting the increase in population, the increase in congestion, and ultimately the increase in 911 calls from this density development going in. We're also looking at potential gridlock during peak times associated with the development within our community. It already kind of exists in many areas. If we, my emphasis was if we reclassify or downsize any of our existing arterial or collectors, we could end up with some significant problems and challenges to public safety. Now, I fully support safe streets. As a 30-year firefighter, I had the opportunity to see where cars, pedestrians, bicycles, and motorcycles mix, and it doesn't necessarily have a good outcome. But one of the things we realize is that we have individuals out there that they're not going to be walking, they're not going to be biking, they're going to always be using their car because of the suburban nature of our community and the ability to get to services that are necessary. And if we downsize, we impact the response times for fire, police, and EMS. And that's my key kind of takeaway. What I'd really like us to look at is not only the response times for fire, EMS, and police, but also the wildland evacuation potentials. And I really don't see that strongly in here in any of the agenda items. My recommendation is we also look at a response time study, an overlay response time study for all the fire apparatus. And there's a kind of a conversation about being a pass-through city. We are a pass-through city. They pass through here to go to our businesses and our beaches. And we pass through going through their communities off to our employment and their recreational opportunities. But also the surrounding communities provide fire and EMS support. So we have fire apparatus coming from Solana Beach and Carlsbad and San Marcos to respond to our community's needs as both in fire and EMS. That needs to be an overall part of this kind of equation. So that concludes my comments. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Molly, do you need, if you're going to take longer, I'll have somebody else go first while you.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Molly Hintlian, District 2. I have a PowerPoint here with some visuals that might help as you're deliberating. Let's see, do I have control? I don't have control.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so I think I was highlighting the classifications and I got really stuck on the classifications because it's very confusing. So it was a lot to unpack. So thank you, Evan, for describing it. I saw the 2024 presentations to both Mobility and to Planning Commission, and I was really confused. Next slide. So my key issue is that how this was devised in 2021 and started in 2022 was simultaneous when all of the HEU, the housing element developments, were getting approved, but we didn't even know how they would impact. So when I look at the goal topic 1.3, accommodation of planned growth, none of the traffic studies included cumulative impact or planned growth. Next slide. So I've done a couple of different versions of slides myself trying to show the overview of development. This really shows we've got a cumulative impact issue. So we've got all these developments that over the past 3 years have been going through Planning Commission, and all of the traffic studies have been on just what that bubble of development's going to be. So if it's 100 units, so it's only going to be 150 cars, and that's, 6 VMTs per household. Next slide. When I look at Lucadia, El Camino, Manchester Drive, Santa Fe, and Encinitas Boulevard, these are our major arterials, or prime. Next slide. This was current perspective back when I was speaking about Quail Meadows, and it was in its appeal process. They have new names, but really, these are at 2 adjacent corners, 500 feet across from each other. Next slide. And Quail Meadows was going to Coastal Commission today. I don't know what the outcome is, but, we're going to have 9,000 VMTs or ADTs. We're going to have lots of traffic right at this corner. Next slide. Quick video. This was from February at about 7:30 in the morning, and you can see Sunshine Gardens was just breaking ground. Next video. So I stood on the corner, and this is before they did the Westlake, did away with the parking and made bike lanes. But I don't think they made it safer because cars stack up on this corner. And so when I show these videos, it's something to be considered as we're evaluating traffic impact and what is our mobility and circulation element going to accommodate. And I feel like we're getting a capacity of service. We can't make Lucadia and Encinitas Boulevard any wider at this point. So I do have concerns when there's illusion of, oh, we're going to add more bike lanes, or we're going to add more walking paths. As you can see, some egregious driving there. And that's the end of this video, just as a reminder. Next slide. Was that you? No. Nobody's guilty up there? Okay. So I know that we're going through, and thank you, Abe, for getting all these grants, and they're in process. And yes, Encinitas Boulevard does need some improvements, and cars need to flow. What I'm observing is that we need 3 lanes. People are using the bike lane as a lane, which is not good. Any case, next slide. So again, I'm just refreshing. I showed these in February of this year because I showed concerns that there is a concern at the St. John's drop-off area and with our traffic of people going to school. Next slide. And again, as you can see, they wished it was a 3rd lane. Next slide. Next slide. Trying to keep on time here. Next slide. So I think, next slide. Sorry. Next slide. So I think I do recommend we keep level of service, and we conduct a new level of service analysis both at intersections and roadways. I'm going to go through a quick Quail Meadows just because I really feel what's missing in our circulation element is any guardrails for new development. We have nothing in our circulation element or our general plan that helps us say, oh, the cumulative impact is going to make this development impossible for the quality of life and safety. So what I learned with all of the traffic studies, not only were they outdated, and several of them were done by the same developer, is that they weren't cumulative. Next slide. And cumulative means, what about all the other developments and people who already live here? So my calculations are a little rough here, and this was from February. I was calculating about 28,000 cars going to be using Quail Gardens Drive, which is supposed to be a local augmented street. It's no more a rural scenic highway, which it was when Encinitas Ranch was being built. Next slide. So this is, for those of you who want to look at what levels C, D, and E look like, and this was done by Chen Ryan when they were doing Sunshine Gardens. We're already operating at level loss or level of service D and E. Next slide. And I have definitions of level of service. So E and F, we're already below where we're supposed to be as a standard. Next slide. Next slide. So I know these pictures actually came from when they were doing the workshops for the mobility element. I wasn't able to attend. It didn't come up on my radar until late 2023, and I missed the August 23 workshop. But there's a safety concern. A lot of our roads are not what the traffic book says, 75 feet wide. I think we learned a lot on Santa Fe Drive. It's not wide enough to have the current development. Next slide. So my biggest concern with Sunshine, Quail, and everything is they're all going to be coming out to the same pinch point. Next slide. And I'll leave you on this because we've all looked at this. This is why we need to really analyze and bring back this project internally, have our staff work, have an ad hoc, bring it to the Mobility Commission. We really need to write a mobility element that reflects what we're currently going through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Karen Caden, it'll be Ron Medak, David Pierce, and then Greg Lefebvre.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Molly did a great job, and Evan did a great job. I've read at least half of the 149 pages on this. I live near Piraeus Point, and that's why I'm quite interested in speaking today. But I'm going to start out with roads should be improved before development. If you have a developer, we should get them to start paying for the improvements, but I know the state mandates certain changes, and I don't know what the city can start to ask for the developers to improve our roads. At this time, I oppose the adoption of the mobility element plan. Let's continue and direct staff towards the future needs of Encinitas, addressing that infrastructure needs are for the people and goods. Balance the plan to meet all users and the street, highways, and rail crossings. For safety, convenient travel, consider the 2026 plus years, the traffic impacts from the housing element, high-density development projects. Focus on the growth and land use correlation, not in implementing new typology, terminology, changing the streets and roads in Encinitas. No road reclassifying. Protect our community character and focus on minimizing traffic impacts. Use the sheriff data to improve safety of our intersections to be made safe. I want to mention, because I live near Piraeus Street, I hope there would be a continued workshop regards to the roads that exist around the new developments are coming. Piraeus Street is a frontage road. They talk about calling it something like a suburban rural collective, and there is no room to widen it. It has 2 lanes. It has 2 bike lanes on each side of the street. And when I'm involved with Piraeus Point, the developers said, oh, all the traffic from this development is going to go north toward La Costa Avenue. Well, I kind of disagree with it. So I would like to see our staff consider widening Pioneer Street on the north side after Skyloft, and I hope there'll be a workshop that we can speak on the issue. And I want to thank you for, I want to thank the ad hoc committee. In 1986, we incorporated, and they worked probably about 2,000 hours, 3 years, regards to land use and circulation, and I want to thank them very much. Thank you.
I will note that Ron did pick up a time donation from Dave Dean.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Ron Meddock, Liebenheim. I'd like to make a few points after reading this suggested mobility element. I'm noting that Goal 3 explicitly states that the City of Encinitas will promote the use of other modes of transport to reduce the dependence on the personal automobile. That's a laudable goal. I don't think there's anything the matter with that at all. As long as it's complementary to the use of the automobile, as that's the dominant form of transportation for the vast majority of people, for the vast majority of uses in Encinitas. I totally advocate other modes, but let's not forget the main mode. If we overly reduce dependence upon the automobile or the use of the automobile, which is an incredible invention and has served us all very well, we're going to inevitably reduce the standard of living and the options for the people who presently live in this town. Second, this is just a minor detail, but actually it relates to something I'm going to talk about in a second, which is there happens to be a detail where there's a request for charging stations, for 280 charging stations for electric vehicles for this town. I consider that not to be something that government should be providing to citizens. That can depend on the market. If they can be grown organically by investments and by return on investment, then that's just fine. However, a little glance at ChatGPT tells us that a consultant is projecting 15,000 electrical vehicles in Encinitas in 2030, but today there's 2,900, and the rate of registration is flattening. It will never not reach 15,000 in 2030. This consultant was way off, so it makes me wonder about a lot of the data that he may be presenting, as well as the assumptions about that data. There are labels being changed. Other people have talked about them, and I completely agree. We need to keep the ROWs that we have for our major arterials the way they are, and also for the collectors. There's an effort here to drop those widths. That's going to eliminate a lot of options, not only for motor vehicles, for bicycles and pedestrians. So very important not to do that. I would discourage the change of nomenclature that's being proposed. I don't think that's a law, so I think we can keep that in Encinitas. There's nothing the matter with Encinitas keeping that. Finally, I think that a very disturbing part of this proposal, and it comes frequently. Previous administrations, the Blakespeare administration in particular, incorporated a climate action plan and what I call zero vision into the general plan of this town. I think it's time to disregard, or better yet, to drop those plans. Climate action plan is based on data. That's not data. There's nothing proven of that so-called science. If it becomes proven, that's fine. But at this point, that doesn't exist. And the problem is that it's being used as an excuse to, for example, restrict the use of automobiles, restrict the use of petroleum. Everybody should recognize our standard of living is based on that, and our high-tech industry is not just Silicon Valley. Texas and their oil production in North Dakota and a lot of other places is high-tech now. The United States is leading the world in that. California is slack. Sacramento is preventing our development of petroleum, and therefore allowing things like climate action plan to reduce our use of the kind of technology that we need in order to maintain our standard of living. It's very important to eliminate that part of our general plan. Finally, on the use of vehicle miles traveled, VMT, I don't see that this should be, we have no choice there. It's a passed law in Sacramento. The purpose is, as was pointed out by Abe, I think everybody caught that, is to move people from the inland areas to the coast in order to, basically, he didn't mention that, but it's to densify the town. I don't think we want that. And so, I don't think we need it, or it doesn't have to be done. This is an effort by people centered in Sacramento in order to be able to change our society. It's called social engineering. And it won't be to our benefit here in Encinitas. So I highly recommend that, although you must take into account VMT level of service is a much better way to look at our roadways and our intersections, because it takes, as Abe pointed out, it takes into account not only the volume of cars, but the infrastructure that we have to accommodate them. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
David?
PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Ehlers and City Council. My name is David Pierce. I'm from Carlsbad, but I think what I'm about to present is applicable in any city. I hope that you include traffic calming measures in terms of road design in the circulation element. There we go. So how do we keep speeders from doing their thing? One idea is to reduce speed limits on signage, hoping that people will obey them. The question is, does this work? The Federal Highway Administration analyzed this, and it seems like it doesn't. In 1997, they took several roadway segments in all sorts of areas and reduced and raised the speed limits in them and compared them to control segments. And they found that even lowering the speed limit by 20 miles an hour didn't result in a lower speed of even 5 miles an hour. This is the difference between the speed of the signage lowered areas and the control segments. On the left is the slowest drivers, on the right is the fastest drivers, and as you can see, for no group did speed limits on the signage actually reduce the speeds that people are traveling even by 1 mile an hour. Oh, it's touch sensitive, that's how it works. Yeah, it's touch sensitive. So what does seem to work, or could work, lateral G-forces. If you're going through a curve faster, you feel more push to the side. If you go through it slower, you feel less push to the side. The question is, do drivers have a maximum tolerance for lateral G-forces? General Motors analyzed this in 1974. There aren't many studies on this, so this is almost the best I could find. They had two groups, average drivers and expert drivers. You could call them regular drivers and speeders, for instance. They were instructed to go through a test track as quickly as possible. The average drivers in the S-bend, they maxed out at less than half of a G lateral. Expert drivers, a bit more G-forces. So you can take these values of the maximum tolerance that drivers seem to have and incorporate that into your road design to control speeds. So adding chicanes to certain streets, roundabouts at certain places, those force people to slow down to maneuver to remain in the comfortable G-force range of 0.45 to 0.65. That is the maximum tolerance. So higher G-forces mean lower speeds, which means if crashes occur, they are less severe. So please include these sorts of traffic calming measures in the circulation element. Thank you very much.
Following Greg, next three speakers will be Glenn Johnson, Dennis Caden, and then Julie Thunder.
Your Honor, members of the council, I'm Greg Lefebvre. I live on Summit Avenue, where in just the scant 16 years we've been there, the traffic has more than doubled on my little street. And yeah, we have chicanes as well. So I do not envy the challenge that you face. Your guiding philosophy, of course, is that we are a suburb, for the moment anyway. And one of the first big words in one of the presentations there was the word thoroughfare. In other words, we need to get across town. Because we're in Encinitas, I'm in Cardiff, but it's the same. Everything is a mile away. Think about that. Also, you are now dealing with old numbers. That's about to change. I would suggest you defer decisions for at least a year. Why? Because right now we're dealing with suburban numbers, with the changes that are about to happen. Goodson, Clark Street, Quail Meadows. We have a circulation tsunami headed our way, and you do not know what those numbers will be. The experts can tell you, but as we've seen, the experts are dealing with the wrong numbers. Yes, we can talk about VMTs, but VMTs only apply to some things. They do not apply to human behavior. What I would suggest is that you look back and fix some of the damage that has been done. The awful betrayal of public trust that is Santa Fe, the scenic blight that is South Coast Highway. Work on those. Make this a better community because of that. This circulation tsunami that is coming your way, brought to you by SB 9 and SB 10, the numbers are still unknown. You will see them soon enough as these places start to gush vehicles, bicycles, and walkers onto our streets and roadways. Every decision you make today will be obviated by those occurrences that are coming your way in the next year. I suggest firmly no sharp, firm decisions for at least a year, because these numbers will change. Our community character is changing. We were a suburb, we're going to be an urban environment, and because of that, the rules that are forced on us by Sacramento will force your behavior in the future, and you're going to have to do this all over again. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Glenn Johnson. I live near Quail Gardens Drive. There'd been some discussion, I guess this had originally been called a mobility element, but now this is revising the circulation element, and the word mobility element is dead. Hooray. We're going to have to fix the circulation element. You're making some decisions now or soon that should have been made 20 years ago. Encinitas was very, very slow in updating the circulation element. Remember, this is Encinitas. This is the city of Encinitas. This is not New York City. Any kind of circulation element or mobility element, whatever we call it, has to include some kind of micro-transit and public transit. You can't keep jamming cars on the roads. This would take the level of service and VMT numbers both down to zero, and that's not what we want. We don't want gridlock. We still need to measure things with level of service. That's what the public is accustomed to, being able to get on a road and travel somewhere. Also, with the gridlock, and by gridlock I mean I've seen traffic jams from St. James Church down to I-5 heading west, and it's clearly it's going to get worse when these two developments off of Quail Gardens Drive and Encinitas Boulevard are completed. So we need to look at this as a problem that's going to get worse in the future. We still will need our evacuation routes because we can have wildfires, a tsunami, earthquakes, or whatever, and emergency vehicles have to get in and out. Remember, self-driving vehicles are here. 2 months ago, I took I traveled from Petaluma to the Santa Rosa airport in a car that drove itself the whole distance. The driver did not touch the steering wheel. It pulled out of his driveway, it went on surface streets, freeway, etc., and pulled itself up to the curb at the airport. This was a current year brand new Tesla, and these things are going to be all over town.
Good afternoon, Dennis Caden, District 1. I am a proud member of the ad hoc committee that wrote this stuff. And we... So one of the things I'd like to ask is when they make any kind of changes to the documents, to provide an easy-to-read, side-by-side comparison. So it says this is the old one, have a thing right next to it, not 10 pages down or anything, right next to it. Your Excel spreadsheet might have to be very, very wide, but just have one right after the other. So we can easily see what changes you're making and why. Then can we keep in our, just for our city, average daily trips and along with VMTs? VMTs make no sense to me because I don't care if the car is going to the 7-Eleven or down to San Diego. It's another car passing in front of my house. And I think that and level of service is something very important for us to completely understand. We get that. Then do not allow higher density traffic through an existing neighborhood if the right-of-way width is not actualized to that width. So you could have a 30 or 40 foot right-of-way, but if the street is only 20 feet or 22 feet or 24 feet wide, it's not going to be able to handle that traffic. So in that vein, can we include in our circulation element that we get quarterly or once a year traffic accidents and we have an actual incident record so that when something like Quail Meadows, we're trying to prevent it from being so large because we know the road is not going to handle it, and we have documentation somewhere in the city that said a road this wide with this many cars on it cannot handle it. It will be a health and safety issue. And then finally, please keep in the document circulation element 2.4. This was very important to us. It was written by the founders and the residents, not by the consultants. And it states, and I want everybody in Encinitas to hear this, when considering circulation patterns and standards, primary consideration will be given to the preservation of character and safety of existing residential neighborhoods. Where conflicts arise between convenience of the motorist and neighborhood safety, community character, preservation, the latter will have the first priority. That means the existing neighborhood gets the priority. Thank you all.
Hi, Julie Thunder from Cardiff. I found 3 things that I wanted to mention while they were presenting. Number 1, remember in 2020, 2021, when we were doing the housing element update and we all voted down Measure U, and Measure U would have given us 1,500 new housing units, and the city voted it down by a lot. And then the mayor took it to a judge and got it enacted. And then here we are with a new housing plan that has 1,500 units. Well, according to that map, the lady in the striped sweater showed, that is now ballooning up to 2,440 units. And so the point I want to make is that new units coming in Encinitas, by the way. Katie Cole, I think was your name, She mentioned the housing element and said that the changes that they were looking at, the upgrades to the circulation element, they took the housing element into consideration. Well, the housing element only says 1,554 new housing units, but now we know we have over 2,000 coming. So I think that's a really important thing to consider, and it's interesting that so many members of the public are seeing that straight up. Item number 2, while showing the existing circulation element goal from 1989, they mentioned preserving community character. Please don't let them strip that out. I mean, it's not just for you guys. I think you guys see the value of community character, but it's for the councils that come after you. Please insist that that stays in. Point number 3. This plan, developed in 2020 and 2021 and 22, was developed by the same people who gave us South Coast Highway 101, which has had over 35 accidents since they made their changes. They don't know what the hell they're doing. I'm sorry, they don't. The same group of people that gave us these updated plans from the earlier 2020s gave us Santa Fe Drive. They don't know what they're doing. I think the gentleman that said, give it a year, was spot on. Thanks, maybe 2 years.
Final 4 speakers, Sheila Cameron, followed by Susan Sherrod, Camille Perkins, and Glenn O'Grady.
I never know what to do with this. Does that make it go down?
Yeah, if you hold it in for a minute and then it starts.
Okay, when are we going to get this updated, please? Okay, I think we need a little history here. It's important on the general plan. I'll give you all a copy of this because I think it's important you know and you keep it. The Encinitas General Plan is our city's constitution. Those are the exact words spoken to me by Marjorie Foster Gaines, our city founder and our first mayor. She was a beautiful, determined, and brilliant woman who was responsible for creating our city by the sea. Our general plan took 2 years or more to create. It is homegrown by the volunteers and experts Marjorie gathered from within our own city. People who understood the vision and purpose of laying out a plan with all the elements to meet the goals of incorporation of a city and for our future growth. Homegrown is the key word here. Consultants for some elements, such as traffic, were hired to give their expertise, but basically locals worked for 2 years to build our city's general plan, this constitution that guides our city even today. The general plan, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm very involved in this and was then. The general plan was challenged twice in court and won both times. Our constitution was solid. The guiding precepts were, quote, preservation of community character and maintaining our quality of life, unquote. These were the promise of incorporation to each of the 4 divergent communities that we're bringing together into one. Leucadia, Cardiff by the Sea, Encinitas, and Liebenhain. Sadly, it has been hard to keep these promises, and we see the genuine character of our communities being lost. And our quality of life slipping away. When you create a city so unique with its placement, environment, weather, and great people, it is hard to hold on to the soul of Encinitas. And the key is local control, and that means keeping local control of amendments or any changes to our general plan, our constitution. That's the bedrock. That is the bedrock on which you will lay all future decisions. Any changes to our general plan cannot come from a consultant with a one-size-fits-all approach. We are too unique for that. My observation is we need to do a rethink and reexamination of the proposed circulation element and do a lot more and better local outreach and get input. We don't do that. We can't have 100 or 200 people have input when there are 63,000 of us here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, whatever it is still. I appreciate every single one of your abilities and responsible actions for our city. Our city is indebted to staff and to council and the mayor. However, first of all, I just want to remind you that if we build it, they will come with their cars. If we build parking, they will bring cars and put them in that parking. That's why when I was a planning commissioner, I wanted less parking. And I wanted that development to be by transit so that people didn't need to have cars and so that people could walk and bike, okay? So first of all, remember that when we have more cars and need more circulation and become more car-centric, this is more emissions, this is less health, and this also does destroy our community character because we were a green and healthy place. The streets here were never anticipating the inland density for sure. Keeping it by transit is the only sensible solution and as car-free as possible. Okay, so I also want to say that, yes, study intersection LOS, that is best. Our seniors need microtransit. We can't have them biking and walking everywhere because they don't have the mobility for that. We need microtransit for them. That needs to be an integral thing because our senior population is steadily increasing. You also need to cross-reference some of the work where you leave blanks in your goals. Maybe we do have a local coastal plan that covers coastal access, but I don't want to see a blank, okay? We need to build where it's already dense, and we need the impacts of cumulative projects analyzed, not what we have now, it's what we're building out. And I agree with some people who are saying that we aren't building 100% affordable housing, which is what we thought we were going to get originally. We're building way more units than we should, and then we can't really support all of those units. So as far as the circulation plan itself, goal 1, maximizing safety, thank goodness that's goal 1 because we need to do that. And the main way you can do that the most easily is reduce speed. Any areas with high levels are going to have more accidents, and especially if you're increasing cars. Those accidents with injuries and deaths are studied, and you should know where those are, and you should be able to provide more safety there. Provide goal number 3, providing alternate forms of transit, microtransit.
Susan, you're out of time. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I have to. You have the mic off. Okay, Susan, thank you. Sorry. Gotta hold it.
Sorry, it's really
and
low.
then it moves slowly.
I don't think I could read that far away.
Camille Perkins, Liebenhain. Current circulation element planning doesn't address Liebenhain's needs, and I request that the council change course in Liebenhain by putting Liebenhain roads into a special study area, like the city is doing on the 101 in El Camino Real. I also ask for Liebenhain roads to be removed from the active transportation plan /map. The circulation element should be addressing Liebenhain's known problems evacuating in an emergency and terrible daily Rancho Santa Fe traffic.
road traffic. As a parent, I'm spending more than an hour every day driving to and from school, pretty much entirely on a 3/4 mile stretch on Rancho Santa Fe Road. That's before the Goodson project impacts are felt. Please do not apply generic city definitions of collector roads and residential neighborways, especially where Liebenhain roads are not comparable to other Encinitas roadways with comparable designations. Instead, what I'm asking for is for Rancho Santa Fe Road, Lone Jack Road, El Camino del Norte, and the Manchester section east of El Camino Real to be designated as a rural/evacuation transit corridor. I'd like the circulation element to include a few paragraphs and goals about this rural evacuation transit corridor. The current draft of the circulation element doesn't even mention the word evacuation. Instead, there are repeated mentions of traffic calming. And as you know, per the fire department reports that you receive, traffic calming can impede evacuation in transit and is supposed to be avoided in Liebenhain, certainly not applied one size fits all across the city. Let's establish timely evacuation as a circulation element goal in the rural evacuation transit corridor area. The city also needs to recognize that rural Liebenhain residents still need to use cars, and we still want to get to the other parts of the city, and it's getting harder and harder. The proposed active transportation plan / modal alternative project is inappropriate in Liebenhain and doesn't reflect community needs. Our roads are faster, narrower, less densely populated, under extreme evacuation stress, and Lone Jack Road has narrow blind corners, all unsafe for cyclists. Please remove ATP map designations from Liebenhain roads. What's proposed isn't safe. Liebenhain needs safe, timely roads and evacuation routes, not to prioritize out-of-community recreational bikers over residents. We have a really good system of trails that can be utilized by bikers and school kids and everybody else. The circulation element should be addressing Liebenhain's evacuation and traffic problems, not potentially worsening conditions. Let's put in a special corridor designation for Liebenhain. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Glenn Grady, Leucadia. I wasn't going to speak, but again, as Ms. Thunder had pointed out, when I saw the first goal did not, in the 3 new goals that were out of that, did not include the N compatible, sensitive to and compatible with surrounding community character. If there's one thing I learned in 10 years on the Planning Commission, community character is pretty damn important to everybody. So that really, maybe it's a separate goal that wasn't highlighted, but that really has to be in there. And the other thing I just want to throw out is that not only do we want to build things to standards, but roads and networks and bike lanes and all that have to feel safe. And that's what's going on in Santa Fe Avenue. They may mean standards, but people don't think they feel safe, and they won't use it if it doesn't feel safe. So, and when we have our kids going out there and stuff, we want to not only are they safe, but they feel safe, and we feel that they're safe. That's all I just want to bring out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay. With that, we'll move to deliberation. We've got about 27 minutes, so I don't know how many bites of the apple we'll get during deliberation, so I'm going to go first here. First, I want to remind everybody that this is the general plan. I think, Sheila, you did a wonderful job there. You gave us the framing for what this is in the history, so really appreciate that. I always think of it as goals and policies. And if you look on page 117 of tonight's document, that's where we finally, in this huge, long document, get to goals and policies. And if you look at the original, Dennis, the one you worked on, and I think, John, you worked on it too. I think Sheila may have worked on it too, quite a few other people in town that are still here. It is almost entirely goals and policies. It starts from there. It's a great framework. And the fundamental difference on how it was put together versus how the new document, the draft document, was put together basically by a consultant. I like the internally driven one. It really captures so much. And what I'd like to do is have it be modified rather than thrown out as a whole and start over. So my goal and my feedback to staff would be go back and take all the work that's been embedded into the new one, but go back and do track changes on the existing, try and preserve the numbering system. If we need to add new goals that are new, then they'll show up as new numbers with policies under those new numbers. And it should be a pretty straightforward, and I think staff did a good job of showing some comparisons. And if I had more time, I'd take us through those comparisons, because you can see they tried, that says something similar, but it completely takes out the local content and it makes it very generic. If you read the comparisons in the presentation tonight, it goes from very specific recommendations to very generic, almost off the shelf. I told staff, I felt like somebody took the generic circulation element off their consultant shelf, did, city, type in Encinitas, and then moved on. Where we have a homegrown, well-done circulation element that needs updating based on the laws, but it has safety in there. It talks about pedestrian. It talks about bicycle. It talks about vehicular. It talks about moving goods around. We need to add multimodal because that microtransit, because that is new electric bikes, et cetera. So that's one recommendation. The other thing I'd like to see when we come back, and this is just the first workshop, we'll have future workshops. We are not adopting it tonight. I want to be very clear about that. Or at least I don't think we are. That wasn't the recommendation. The case of, I'm going to use Rancho Santa Fe, and I appreciate Camille coming out and talking about it. Rancho Santa Fe Road is going from a local augmented. What is a local augmented in our current definition? It is 2 lanes with turn pockets. That's it. And you see it's a 2-lane road right now. And now we're going to, with the new word soup, rural collector, was it augmented or not? I forget. No?
No, not on.
Yeah, and so why? What's being brought to the table by completely changing our vernacular? I don't understand. And so under the same argument I used before, I would say, go back. I'd like to see us use our initial framework. If we need to augment the current vernacular with rural, suburban, et cetera, I'm okay to that. But I can tell you right now, if I went around Olivenhain and said, we're going from a local road to a collector, most people are going to take that to mean that it's going up to 4 lanes. And there would be a lot more people in here from Olivenhain if they understood what we were discussing tonight. And then we'll get the word out to them later. So that's kind of the big picture. I completely support, Dennis, I forgot about you on the general plan too. I support making sure we keep circulation element 2.4. I almost have it tattooed on my arm. I repeat it to people so often. It's about community character and safety, taking precedence over commuter convenience. That's what it's about. It needs to stay in there. I could keep going, but in the interest of time, I'm going to yield to Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to shortcut it as well. What I want to first call out, Katie, I'll let you know my questions for you first, is a lot of the speakers tonight talked about how the numbers we're using, the modeling format used by Sandag, which you said that we used, did not capture our growth. And I specifically had that question of Evan, and Evan responded with a good explanation that it is actually quite conservative. Even back in 2016, we estimated we had 76,408 residents. Well, we don't even have 61,000 now. There are some, and I don't know why it's so conservative, the numbers and if you could have a quick response, that might help educate people in the room. But I feel like that's the answer to the concern we heard from the public, that we're not capturing our growth in the future. It's always been quite conservative in my view.
It is. The Sandag model, just to provide context, the 2016 model, we did include the growth from the housing elements on top of what the 2016 2016 model had in it, and that's the number that you quoted, the 76,400. So that was our starting point. We'll equate that to 2023. We also looked at 2050, and in 2050, the population of the city in the model was around 82,600. So the growth in population assumed in the model is about 6,200. That is pretty conservative. We've actually seen population decline. In terms of why, again, it goes back to the regional nature of the model. Sandag is controlling for the total population of our region, and sometimes individual cities' populations are higher or lower, depending on different land use assumptions and things that are going on in a regional nature of a model.
Okay. Well, I think that's good detail, good information for the public to have, because I think there is still some more talking to be done around what is this based on, and do we have confidence that it's based on numbers that will support us in the future. And I do know that in Sandag's forecast currently, they show that our population will start decreasing in a few years. And so there's a lot of numbers out there that are confusing, and that should be part of what we do when we talk to the community about this, so that there's understanding. I would like, as far as my input to our staff, I'm given the input today from our citizens. This is a very emotional topic for all of us, I think. And I heard some comments today that I think may not have been evident in the 5 years of public input we've gotten. I look at 5 years of public input to get to this point, with dozens of public meetings. And I would have thought we would have heard more about some of these comments we heard today. So perhaps giving ourselves a little bit more time to make sure we're hearing all the comments is a prudent step for us right now. And having said that, there are two things that I would like us to add, if this was complementary to what our mayor suggested as we look at this as we move forward. The intersection level of service analysis, I think that's a big component of people's understanding of how traffic moves through town. The cross-section of the road is one thing, but it's the intersections and how the level of service is at the intersections that I think can then really impact quality of life. I would like to propose then that we consider adding the intersection level of service analysis. And I did hear another comment associated with response time, or a couple comments actually. Response time for our police and fire, as well as evacuation on our roadways and our evacuation plans. And I would love for that to be also added to what we consider and what we present to the public and get comment on, because it's such an important, these things are such an important piece of how we look at our roadways and how our roadways serve us. So with that, I will close by saying, when we talk about the typology and the use of different words now, I'm not as worried about the fact we have different words. I just think it takes us a while to understand how the different typologies relate to what we know and what we've had in the past, and have a level of comfort and give ourselves an opportunity to give more input into how the typologies we've been living with then would translate to the new typologies, and are we comfortable with that? This document is dense. There's a lot here. So a little more time for us to digest all this, I think, would be warranted. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start by saying I think that this is one of the most important things we do as a council. First, safety and security. We've done that this last couple of years with fire and the sheriff and infrastructure. We've put our money where our mouth is on infrastructure. We've just looking at readopting new impact fees and stuff of that nature to help specifically for those types of things. And then very close second or third, in this case, is circulation, especially given the density of our town, and really a majority of the comments that are made here tonight. Obviously to include all of the ones prior to this and all the worries going forward. The city's at a pivotal time. There's a mass influx of housing coming. Even though we are losing residents, there is a mass, we have our current sixth cycle, which was just mentioned, the 1542 that we require. And there's a seventh cycle of housing coming in 2029. That's already been promised by the governor that will double the numbers. So, and that's just for the affordable. And the affordable is going in at 10 to 15%, sometimes 20. So that just add in the other 80%. We're looking at 10,000 new homes. So to bring it back to this most simple thing that, I think this is one of the most important things we do, because I've actually made this to staff. I'm going to say it to the crowd here, is that we have things in our city, especially at our on-ramps, usually on the southbound, that actually increase conflict in vehicles, increase the aggression or the anger because of the requirement to get on the freeway, with the 2 lanes being both over. You're creating conflicts in areas that are creating more issues, which again, it's hard to solve due to the fact that we don't have space for clover leaves and stuff of that nature coming off the I-5. I'll just say that that's a major portion of our town, with this big thing called the I-5 going through it. And the other big thing is the railroad tracks, causing a lot of congestion, inability to properly time lights and stuff of that nature. So I'm saying that large scale just because I think we need to look at this cumulative study model has got to be our primary spot to start. We don't start with anything other than a cumulative study. Why would we do anything until we have a real understanding of our numbers, the understanding of our timing, everything? And I think the fastest way to get there is AB 747. Deputy Mayor O'Hara gave us earlier, I forget what month it was, but a council-initiated item to go back to AB 747, which was drafted in 2019, that requires a city to actually have an updated evacuation route. Back in October, we have a very small brush fire at the corner of Quail Gardens and Lucada Boulevard, and created a mass hysteria for a small brush fire that affected nobody's lives. Could you imagine if this was Paradise? Could you imagine if this was Palisades? It's absolutely despicable that anywhere that we do anything across this entire state, to include, especially when we're in Southern California, that has the same climate and topography as the Palisade fires. We should not stop. We should not do anything until we do a study of our evacuation routes that are safe and effective, and lets us know that we are either at capacity or there is still room for more cars on our roads, especially in places like Leeuwenhoek, especially in places like Cardiff, Lucadia, that are congested. And again, I know people aren't going to like this, but there's probably a point in the future where there's only parking on one side in some of these streets in Cardiff and in Lucadia that don't have the space anymore because they were put in without the sidewalks. And ever since COVID, I've seen a mass influx of walkers and riders of bikes. So we're at this really weird point where industry has pushed e-bikes on us in a faster way than we could adapt. This was a rural community. This was a ranching community, which is Rancho Santa Fe, like Rancho San Diego, Rancho San Diego, everything Rancho Bernardo, ranch is everywhere in our state, in San Diego. Why would we sit here and think immediately that we can make the adjustment to the urban requirements that are being pushed on us by something stomp VMT? Doesn't make sense out here in the boondocks, which what it once was, where Mayor Ehlers talks about Piraeus Point. They couldn't get to the VMT. It doesn't make sense for the affordable housing to get to a place where they should be near services and transit, which neither are there. So why it was even selected in the first place. So again, the biggest thing that we need to do is go back to 747 and get that study immediately, and start with safety, security, which is what our job is up here. And then we can go to infrastructure, and we can start talking how we're going to really take care of the circulation element. Now, that being said, my big things is I do agree with the mayor. I think that we should go back to our original document and update it where applicable, because it does have a lot of good moments there. And I don't think taking on all these new terms that really confuse the topic, especially given the amount of people that worked on that document, the age of the people that live here and growing, makes sense. I also believe that we should get to a place where I used to teach in previous life self-defense, and that we used to say the fastest way to not have that issue happen to you is to not be there. So right now we have all of these issues with bikes and cars and bikes and cars and e-bikes, and over this last weekend we lost elderly gentleman to a 14-year-old e-biker hitting him up in Orange County, and the opposite, a 14-year-old getting hit and going off of his bike. So we're going to continue to see this. So why would we keep putting e-bikes and that's the primary type of bike because of the hills here. Obviously the cyclists use the 101. But why would we keep putting bikes and cars in the same vicinity? Where able, we should separate bikes and cars, or at least have the areas that bikes are going to be at the same speed that the bikes travel. The e-bikes travel 23, 26, and 28 miles an hour per classification, 1 through 3. Anything above that is a motorcycle. So they can travel where they so wish, as long as they have the proper licenses. So putting e-bikes and putting Sheros and separating again, I forget the gentleman's name, David Pierce, talking about how speed he just showed us a graph. I haven't checked the graph. I haven't checked for my own verification, but going off of those numbers, speed hasn't changed anything. So having somebody on Encinitas Boulevard driving next to a car that is going, somewhere in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range, and very easily could get faster than that on the downhill sections, which we have a lot of, could very easily create a speed that is now in the deadly range above 30 miles an hour. So that is the biggest thing for me as far as our safety going forward. But I think the AB 747 should be done before we do anything going forward.
Okay. Councilmember San Antonio.
Well, thank you, Sheila, for that very impassioned public comment. Dennis, the other people here that we're here for basically, the founding fathers of Encinitas, basically writing our Constitution for Encinitas. You can see that it was written by the people, the volunteers, not a consultant. I know we have a lot of issues up here. We talk about using a consultant all the time. Why are we using a consultant? But for me, when I hear these people speak, it only emboldens and it makes me more impassioned to be like that. Like what the people out here in the crowd, we are all empowered to do this. We're all empowered to be a part of what the circulation element could and will be. Clearly, when we spoke or when we're speaking about this right now, everybody has so much to talk about. Camille, great comments on Liebenheim. Molly, I mean, that cumulative study, the cumulative impact of what is happening in our town, that is, we see it all the time. We talk about it all the time. We talk about it. How many times has it come up in our meetings about why are we only studying one portion of this when a development is coming in? These are all things I think that our founding fathers, if you want to call it that wrote our documents, that is something that they carefully thought of each and every part, put 2 years of their time into. That is not something that we should just, kind of toss aside or, overwrite. Clearly, this is something that has taken us to this point in our timeline in Encinitas. So I feel like we need to go back to that. I agree with Councilman Schaefer, and we need to go back and build on that, not scrap it, not overwrite what they did, but hey, look, there's ways we can make this better. So I'm just keep it short. I know we've got short on time, which is such a bummer because it'd be great. This is something that I know we're all very impassioned to talk about, but I know we're short on time, so I'll rest.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay. I'll start off with just by saying I support the concept of updating the existing circulation element and applying standards that go with it today. Some important points on here. I want to address cumulative and some of the challenges with cumulative traffic studying is it has to do with liability of what we can hold our developers responsible for. We can't hold them responsible for their neighbors' development. And so as such, we are challenged by that. In fact, you saw that some of the examples you saw were spot on and correct, and right or wrong, that's the way the state looks at it. But to that point, we should be keeping LOS involved vehicle miles travel. Vehicle miles travel should be like an acronym for gift for developers. It's basically a reason to stack and pack people at the coast where just by chance the land values tend to be higher. So VMT is made for developers, pushed by developers, signed off by politicians that developers supported. That said, if we keep LOS in there, LOS is a measure of volume, VMT is a measure of number of cars. When you look at a lane and you look at LOS, it's not going to help us fight the developers, right? Because we've seen this, the developers use VMTs, we use LOS, we're measuring metric, they're measuring inches, it doesn't work. However, there's a nexus, there's a vertical point where they come together. And when you put the two together, you start to see how you can accumulate numbers in capacity. And you can back up from the 5 up to Quail Gardens, up to Ballore, up to Cantabria, and you can start to quantify those cars. So we absolutely need LOS in here so that we can start combining these numbers so that we can put in the numbers that will give us the actual outcome of these developments. On top of that, I would like to see staff take these VMT numbers and rather than just apply them one at a time, once they're applied to one at a time and a group gets its permit, a developer gets its permit, that becomes the new number. And I don't think we do that now. What I see is we do, again, going back to Quail Gardens and Encinitas Boulevard, each one of them had their own separate study they used. In fact, I know that's the case. And what should have happened is when we approved one, it should have upped the number, and then up the number, and up the number cumulatively, so that they were building on the back of what is going to exist. And we didn't do that. I don't think anybody does that. I think we should do it, though. I think we should start doing it. I think it's within the law that we could start doing that. So I think we need to look at how to create that cumulative study that all of the people are recognizing. And I think we all understand the state's not going to tell us what doesn't work for the developers. They're going to tell us what works for us. It doesn't work for the developers. So let's put both of those together so we can start to quantify that capacity and get real numbers out there, and thus have the developers prove real numbers too when they come to us. So I'd like to see those combined. I think that is definitely something I want to go forward with. On goal 5 and 6, page 40 of the presentation, Leucadia Boulevard, east of I-5, coastal access. I understand that those were goals of the time, we'll call it, right? And but there's always goals of the time. And I think where this document fails for me is that it's just a bunch of terms. It's nomenclature, it's guidelines, but it doesn't move forward. And so I think 5 and 6 should be replaced with what today's current 5 and 6 are going forward. There's absolutely no reason to have an NA there. And figuring out what that is. To come back to a circulation element, if we put it in a nutshell, what we really should be doing is looking at our main thoroughfares, our roads that we need to prioritize the level of service VMT combination on, move backwards into our neighborhoods. And to do that, it should be as simple for our residents as having a layered map that lifts up one layer after another so they can see exactly what type of street they live on, how it fits in, not just what type of road do I live on, but where is it in relation and how is it relationship to feeding to the streets near me. Did you have something to say? Oh, sorry, I moved towards the mic. I think really kind of bringing that back to that position of, and I think somebody mentioned it being more digestible for the regular person to look at. I think keeping the nomenclature the same is important, except my only question would be is the new
Nomenclature.
Nomenclature, thank you. Is the new nomenclature important for us in the aspect of observing or diving into development and whether or not we are applying our guidelines correctly?
No, the nomenclature was based on previous direction. It can be changed.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we're not going back to something that we were changing because it had to be changed a certain way. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot in there. Policy 1.2, 1.3, I'd like to see updated and made current. I'd also like to see us make the idea of looking at the distances to the exits of the city included in all of the traffic study needs, if we can do that through this circulation element. I know in certain instances they only have to go so far or down to a certain point. But let's make them map their way out of the city and prove that they can do it. There was a question about electric chargers mentioned. I missed that in there, but that's not the city's. City shouldn't be paying for that. Residents don't need to pay for that. The market will pay for that. People will buy cars and then they'll have a need for electric chargers, and people will put them in. They'll make charging stations. They'll make money doing it. That's the market will dedicate itself. So if that's in there, I missed it, but please take it out. I think to Camille Perkins' point, the special corridor in Liebenhain is worth a look. I wouldn't stop at Liebenhain. I think we have four cities, four towns come together to make one city. We have 4 corridors on top of our 101 or El Camino corridor. And then I'll finish up with huge support for the establishment of those evacuation routes, quantification of them, and making sure that they are included in this document as first and foremost. If you can't evacuate, that doesn't fit the circulation element is built around the concept of how do we do this to evacuate if we can. I think I'm gonna. There's a lot to go. I mean, I'm just gonna say that again. This document is really a development-oriented document and not a circulation element at the moment. I certainly hope we can do something to come over this vehicle miles traveled. It's right now this document is a gift for developers, and I'd like to see it be a gift for the residents.
So you yield at that point? Okay, great, because we've run over just a little bit. So I was going to give staff a chance. I'll start with to ask any questions or have any observations. And the one thing I want addressed is when could we have the next workshop, and could we? I heard consensus to reorganize based on the original general plan or circulation element. Is there a target date for that? Because I think that'll help us all. That'll alleviate the big issues and get us all onto the same page as far as nomenclature and whatnot. You have comments do you have open questions?
Yeah, we predicted that question might come up, that when the next steps, so to speak, and really we kind of want to go back to the drawing board, see what the council sort of suggesting, see what things we can produce, specifically looking at, some of the requests like incorporating some of the new element with the older element, and what type of resources are going to be needed to do that. And we'll return to the council or at least provide some type of an update via the city manager as to a schedule. But at this point, it'd be hard to really say. It's a hard guess right now.
Well, let me throw out this as a goal, and the goal would be to come back with as much as is pertinent out of the draft, hanging it on the framework of the original using a track changes type approach, so that then we could have another workshop much like this, maybe even an hour longer given the public input, but it would get us at least all reading the same document. I think it would take a lot of the confusion out of the room.
That was definitely something that we were considering.
And this was worth the time, believe me. I'm not, it's been a long time coming, the 5 years. It's almost all, except for maybe the consultant, different staff. There's a lot of different staff here. So, but that would be my vision, and I don't know if the city manager would like to weigh in.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the comments from Director Drapkin. Yeah, we will bring something back after the break. We have very packed agendas. The meetings are going to have up to 8 to 9 action items through June. As I'm getting a look from Councilmember Schaefer, we got a lot to get done before break, but we will absolutely take that time to be able to work on this. Council has given a lot of great feedback and direction. We got a lot of great feedback and comments from the public that we can go ahead and incorporate. And I know we're kind of doing a new motto up here. We want to do it right, not right now. So we want to take time to make sure we get this right, because again, there's only so many bites at the apple. So we will work with staff to bring this back after the break, and we will also look to incorporate community workshops and things like that after that. We do want to make sure that this is a community document and that it has that community feel. So we will bring that back.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from staff? If not,
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor O'Hara. hit his
Sorry,
button.
go ahead, Deputy
No,
Mayor.
go
I
ahead.
was trying to ignore it, but
So I know really quickly, I apologize. I did want to give a little bit of a timeline on what our city traffic engineer mentioned of the TIA guidelines, traffic impact analysis guidelines. That's not something that we've had at the city previously. And we talk a lot about level of service, right? We want to be able to utilize level of service. We don't currently have that in our toolkit with VMT being the CEQA requirement. So what staff have done, this has both been engineering and development service department staff for the last 6 or 7 months, we've developed a really good, strong set of TIA guidelines that we're going to be bringing back to council likely next month in June. It's an interim measure to help as we're moving forward with the circulation element update. So just wanted everyone to hear that and know that. We really do understand and care about level of service. We know how important it is. So we've been doing a lot of good work on that. So.
Yeah, and just to follow up, that does absolutely include a cumulative study analysis as part of that effort. So it's written in the report, but I just want to be very clear that it's LOS, it's cumulative, it's most of the things that the commission or the council was concerned about tonight.
Yeah, so these are not things that have to wait for the circulation element update. That's the real important thing.
okay. And do you have one more?
Yeah,
You still had your button.
I just wanted to finish up. I appreciate the city manager's comment about do it right, not right now. I think within that, the framework we're asking you to do is just like in traffic, we don't ask you to chase grants and then figure out how to traffic engineer. We ask you to traffic engineer first for the city and then see what grants will apply. With this, I think we're asking you make a circulation element for the city, and then let's figure out how to check the boxes for the state with that, if that makes sense. I know I appreciate all the input from all of my fellow council members up here, and I know that I felt like sitting here, we all felt like you were listening to us and took all that in. So we're looking forward to this coming back. Thank you.
Yeah. And then one last closing comment from me, which has to do with the ATP, MAP, and Trails Master Plan. It's kind of chicken and egg a little bit, right? In other words, generally you would think those plans come after the circulation element, but I would encourage all of us to take a read. When the old council adopted the ATP, we actually agreed to, in the resolution, to bring it back in 1 year. Well, it was almost 3 years ago now. So it didn't quite get fully thought through or fully vetted, I thought. And the council apparently agreed to some degree to bring it back. So I would advise us to look at that. And if there's any way to incorporate some of the, like a looking forward into what's in the ATP, MAP, and Trails Master Plan and making sure that our these policy levels will help guide the consolidation or coordination among those three, because they're very important documents and they have a lot of the details of what these policies and how they're being implemented. So I actually think reading those can inform us in setting better policy and vice versa. So it's not just a one-way street. So with that, I don't have anybody else speaking. So with that, we are going to adjourn and come back in, can we do it in 12 minutes? We'll be back at 20 after. Okay, fair. Yeah, that's what she just said. They couldn't do it while we were talking. They would Sheila. Trying to back there. I would have. One. Yeah, I'm doing it. If I can get Marco up here, we're going to call this. If we can take a seat, please, I'd appreciate it. And we will do the call to order here. And if clerk will call roll.
Absolutely. Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio? Present. Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara, we will note when he arrives, and Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Thank you.
And let's see, next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can rise, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item is special presentations and proclamations. We have two. The first one is presentation of proclamation for Wildfire Preparedness Month. And who's joining me up here? Is it the chief, I hope? I know to keep the mic away from the chief. Well, we'll hand it to Marie Jones Kirk here instead. Yeah. So we're here for Wildfire Awareness Month, and just will you give the pitch for the what's going on this weekend too? Okay, great. I won't. So then, in that case, I'll just go ahead and start reading because we have a long agenda tonight. I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas wildfires pose a persistent threat to the safety, property, and natural environment of the city of Encinitas, requiring proactive measures from residents, businesses, and emergency responders. And whereas preparedness, prevention, and community-wide cooperation are essential in minimizing wildfire risks and protecting homes, infrastructure, and Encinitas' cherished open spaces. And whereas increasing public awareness through education, community programs, and outreach significantly reduces the impact of wildfires and strengthens neighborhood resilience throughout Encinitas. And whereas the Alevinheim Fire Safe Council, in collaboration with the Encinitas Fire Department, continues to expand wildfire awareness and preparedness through community engagement and neighborhood readiness initiatives. And whereas the City of Encinitas remains committed to supporting residents, businesses, and organizations in adopting fire-safe practices, including defensible space creation, home hardening improvements, and emergency planning. And whereas the City of Encinitas urges all residents to stay informed by registering for Alert San Diego notifications, familiarizing themselves with their designated evacuation zone, and utilizing the Genesis Protect application. And whereas Wildfire Preparedness Month serves as a vital reminder that individual action today, from vegetation management to household readiness, can significantly reduce wildfire risk and improve community safety. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Ehlers, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Wildfire Awareness Month in the City of Encinitas and encourage all residents to take time this month to review emergency plans, create defensible space around homes, sign up for local alerts, and take steps to reduce wildfire risk in our community. So I'll present that. Thank you. And I will let the chief and Marie, if you'd like to make the comment, and George, anybody who wants to make comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think one of the biggest things for us is the preparedness piece. And if you all here could go back to your homes and your neighborhoods and kind of mimic or echo what we're trying to say here is look at your homes, make sure they're home hardened, make sure you have defensible space, especially if you live in the very high fire hazard severity zones. But also, talk to your families, know what your evacuation routes are outside of your home, where you're gonna meet, make sure you're checking your smoke detectors, looking around your house to make sure that all the hazards are put away. Do all that extra work because a little bit of, extra work up front is gonna save you time and maybe injury later on. So the other thing I'd like to say is the Liebenheim Fire Safe Council is having an event this weekend on Saturday. It is starts at 11 at the Liebenheim Town Hall, and there'll be various preparedness booths and speakers and people you can go to really learn about all that preparedness and home hardening and defensible space and all that. We will be there cooking hamburgers and hot dogs with the firefighters and our fire prevention and emergency management team, and some of our admin will be there. So it's a good event, and they're amazing. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Do we want a photo? Yeah. So we'll get the council down here. Oh, I guess I have to introduce you. Yeah. So tonight, the second item is also with the fire department and introducing the new class of CERT graduates. Do we bring them all up? If you're a CERT graduate, come on up. And I'm going to turn this one over to the chief and Marie Jones-Kirk.
All right, so you guys do see that when the mayor gives me the mic, I do talk too much. So I'm going to make this a little shorter, and I'll give it over to Marie. This is your 2026 CERT Academy graduates. They went through a whole bunch of classes, learned a lot about preparedness, prevention, emergency medical services, search and rescue, a whole bunch of amazing classes that are going to help better our community. And I really believe in the CERT program. I know we put it on hold for a while, but this is the team right now that is going to help us when the large event happens and we're tasked with providing a service to this community that is bigger than our bandwidth, right? And so we're gonna tap into these amazing people and these amazing individuals that are here to help and serve the community, and I think they've shown that through already the sacrifice and the commitment that you've given to this program. So I'm gonna turn it over to Marie, and she will take it away with the rest of it.
Can you go to the next slide? Good evening. I could not be more proud to introduce our 2026 CERT Academy graduates. These individuals, your fellow community members, came together on February 9th, and as I said when we graduated out on April 13th, they came together as individuals, but they graduated as a team. And this is the team, as Chief said, when something happens in our community, they're the team that we're gonna call upon to come together and support our community. So whether it's at their neighborhood level or coming in and helping us if we have to stand up an emergency shelter or our emergency operations center, this is our team. So I'm also going to do a plug is that We are going to be hosting this academy once a year, so please reach out to me. And if you are interested in being part of the academy, I think I've already recruited a few people. Dean, I know you were interested, so we'll work on getting you into next year's academy. But, and again, if we can just do a round of applause for this team of appreciation.
Okay. The next item is oral comments, oral communication. How many?
We have 12 speakers.
12. We got a lot going on tonight. So 12 is just a little over. I'm going to go with 2 minutes. And so we can get it done because we got plenty to do. So we'll have 12 speakers all right now.
Okay.
And 2 minutes each.
And just a reminder, oral communications is the opportunity to speak on anything that is not on the agenda tonight. First 3 speakers, Joshua Lazarson, followed by Dave Dean, and then Rick Smith.
Instead of reading this to you. The gist of what I have to say is that the last time I saw you here, you had me removed from this body because I stood when I was told not to. Fair dinkum.
Yeah, there you go.
But I want to explain why I did that. I did that for a number of reasons. One, Mr. Mayor, you told us that we would not be able to stand. I have been in here a number of times and have stood before. It seemed that that was arbitrary. I didn't really appreciate or understand that. Mr. Mayor, you said that Mr. Hobeck had no prior history of making comments of the nature that you yourself found offensive when we were meeting last time. I want to share with you one of his comments. He said, and I quote, in a public display, residents, he was aware, I was aware of a post in which he described certain residents of Encinitas as, quote, left-wing Marxists who flee from their shithole communities, colonize my community, destroy the culture, and bring crime and disease here, end quote. So it seems to me that there absolutely is a pattern of behavior on his part. And it seems to me that I would never act that way, objectify anyone, or speak about anyone in a manner like that. I don't see how someone who has done that repeatedly should have a place on a city commission representing our city. It makes no sense to me. The rest of this I don't have time to read, which is, I think, very unfortunate. It took me a long time to prepare. Again, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it seems a bit arbitrary to me for my moment to share with you how I feel, but that's basically what I wanted to say. And I wanted to ask you.
And thank you. And you can email it to us too.
Yeah, I will
go ahead and
probably
do
do
that.
that, but, you know.
Thank you.
So be it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Dave Dean. My comments will be brief. I went to the Homeless Action Plan meeting, the first one, and I was very disappointed. Just, you know, they probably had amazing information to share with us and some of that we could in individual breakdowns, but they need to work with the IT department because the visuals were unreadable and the sound was inaudible. And, you know, we truly missed about 90% of what they had to say up there because it could not be heard and it could not be read. So if we could have the IT department work with them to improve that, that would be amazing. And I got enough for my second comment. I'm currently serving on the commission, Parks and Recreation. And one comment was made that was a little disheartening. We were told that we were not allowed to bring any new ideas up until next year. And that just seemed a little disappointing directive, I'll say, to come at us. No ideas are allowed to be brought to the table. Because I think we volunteered to serve on that commission to bring ideas to the table. And so to be flat out rejected of any ideas just seemed a little crushing. So I don't know where that order comes from, but in my mind, if you have a good idea, bring it to the table as quick as possible, not wait a year for something to come about when timing is better. That's all I got. Have a good night, and thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Smith?
What was the name again?
Rick Smith. He'll be followed by Tony Gurno, Bob Ayers, and Molly Hantlian.
My name is Rick Smith. I own the property at 396 North Coast Highway 101, the Leucadia Glass Building, for the last 51 years. We've been trying to get a barrier on the corner of El Portal and Highway 101 roundabout to protect our building. We've had a second vehicle accident that ended up in the front planter of our building and caught fire and burned all the plants, but not the building. The second vehicle hit the roundabout, went into our property, hit a palm tree, and almost started a fire, but the fire department was there. The city council said that we could talk about bollards, railroad ties, and boulders were all rejected for safety concerns. The item was sent back to staff for input to find out about bollards or what we were going to use, and nothing has been done. The guardrails were the only choice. We've heard that the safety, due to safety concerns, would be acceptable. The council did not like the guardrail aesthetics, and the good solution for that would be to paint the guardrails black or green to match the street lights. That would not distract drivers and would blend into the landscape. We can't keep waiting for a solution. The next accident could be tonight. There has been over 20 DUIs or accidents. We feel our employees, customers in the building, and especially the school children that cross twice daily are the targets. We need to have this guardrail system resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour, Gakanawia. That means hello, everybody, in the Ojibwe language. And I've recently returned from the National Tribal Alliance for Pollinators Conference, which means that this is my first opportunity to be before all of you again to express my gratitude for the successful Arbor Day this year, and not just to people before me, but city staff, everybody from the community who turned out, vendors, and on. I thought it was a great event, you know, the setting, the tone, the fact that we were celebrating native plants, and I'll highlight something that I think maybe few people would notice other than real plant nerds like me. City staff actually, ahead of clearing that space where we put 50 new native trees into that park, they flagged the native plants that were already growing in that space so that the landscape contractors could come through without having to, you know, be botanists on the spot and just prep it for such a successful event. And I think that that's a really good model for how native plants can be incorporated into kind of a routine landscape maintenance operation like we're going to have to do in implementing the native plant ordinance. So overall, I thought it was just a really nice way to spend a Saturday morning, and I've had people reach out to me since then to express their thanks, and so all the way through, a lot of gratitude.
Thank you.
Good evening, Molly Hintlian. I wanted to recap short-term rental outcome from April 22nd, a couple of weeks ago. I was really conflicted, but was willing to accept the nominal changes. But I appreciate the council's careful deliberation, and I appreciate the input from the council members, Schaefer and Antonio and Deputy O'Hara, and highlighting key concerns and why we need to do better and ensure our citizens' best interests are preserved. And making a concession of 2 days versus 3 days does impact our neighbors. Although I understood the ordinance back in 2022, after more careful assessment beyond SDRs and how it was affecting me and my neighborhood, it was a flawed ordinance. It had inadequate percentages east and west of the 5. In short, our very talented new development services staff were handed a flawed ordinance from 2022 to take to Coastal Commission, and then Coastal Commission to throw an unfair change at the last minute. Any staff, seasoned or not, would not be able to overcome. This week, SB 1318 is from a senator in Los Angeles area, specifically put a bill forward in response to concerns with beach communities, such as Manhattan Beach, where they could not modify ordinances without Coastal Commission approval. This hearing was held on Monday, May 11th, and currently it's being proposed for non-hosted units where cities can make changes to their local ordinances without approval of the Coastal Commission. So please check in if our lobbyists can put this on our priority. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Bob Ayers, followed by Marlon Taylor, and then Terry Ann Skelly.
Bob Ayers, Encinitas resident. Certainly a lot to unpack from the last meeting, starting about 10:30 at night. I want to thank again Councilmember Lyons for bringing the matter and as an agenda item, again, to allow the 4 of you, the 5 of you, to speak to the issue. And you did. You really spoke to it. It was extremely revealing. Thank you. That's all.
Good evening, Council. I just want to say right off the top, this is not about political disagreement. It's about whether racist public statements by a city commissioner are acceptable and whether residents who call them out should be labeled divisive. I want to read a few of Mr. Hobeck's own words. Great work. Have you been able to check election contributions from Leech Tag JFS? Employees, the CC, city council members. Next one, please. No, the free meth pipes were given out by Biden during February, Black History Month. Unbelievable. Next one, please. Biden supporters are happy. Their welfare checks will increase in 2021. Should be hand up, not hand out. But hand out gets votes. Next one, please. This one is an oldie but goodie. I hear people compare this to Italy, and I think that's misleading. This is occurring in the Lombard region of Italy. Small, densely packed area, also what the press won't tell you, much like Iran. The Lombard region has a large Chinese population thanks to trade and construction contracts with China, and Italians are just unsanitary people, much like Spain. So, I ask you this, these are not misunderstandings, they're simply different views. They're not simply different views, they show a pattern. And what makes this worse is that members of this council defend, minimize, and suggest that residents who called it out were the divisive ones. Calling out racism is not divisive. defending and dismissing racism or residents that call it out is what's actually divisive. And Mr. Mayor, you stated that you hadn't seen any of these comments, but there was an email sent to you on April 15th with those comments in it.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council. I'm Mayor Ellers. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I work with San Diego Alliance, providing youth and parent programs here in our city. Because we have 4 pot shops in our city and it's National Prevention Week, I'd like to share this information. Recently, in the Atlantic magazine, there was an article written by Matthew Loftus, MD, a family physician. He wrote that cities play a role in shaping a safe and healthy environment so that we can develop our best selves. He wrote, and I quote, "Just as highways have guardrails for the moments when a driver isn't exercising perfect self-control, so we also need guardrails to help people from driving off the cliffs of bad decisions," end quote. That is why we should be attentive to the guardrails that are necessary when companies make money off products that cause or contribute to substance abuse. Parents like me feel that we are at an extreme disadvantage in pushing back on the advertising and presence of pot shops in the city. They contribute to marijuana myths that are identical to the very myths that tobacco companies perpetrated 50 years ago. Tobacco myths enabled tobacco that killed millions of people in the United States needlessly. We are seeing the same with marijuana myths. Let's reduce the influence of marijuana outlets and the presence of marijuana billboards so young adults can develop their very best selves. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you.
Final 4 speakers, Beth Whitaker, followed by Bernie Dillon, Scott Campbell, and then Sheila Cameron.
Good evening. I'm Beth Whitaker. I am your neighbor, and one of the ways that we can resist tyranny is to participate in local government and to speak about resistance and injustice. And today I want to share one of the ways that I've become aware of and been involved with in helping our neighbors who have been detained in Otay Mesa Detention Center. We have a detention center in San Diego County. It's about 45 minutes away from here. And over 1,000 of our neighbors are detained there. Only less than a third have committed a crime other than existing on stolen land. They've been violently abducted, and we can do something. We can't solve all of the problems. We can't fix everything. We can't, apparently today, stop tyranny. But what we can do is find power in collectiveness. And there is an organization called the Otay Mesa Detention Collective. They are OMD Collective on Instagram or Otay Mesa Collective on Venmo. And they've made relationships with over 400 detainees, locals, our neighbors, who are being inhumanely detained at a for-profit prison camp that's lining the pockets of billionaires and denying people basic human rights. And if you would like to support putting money on people's books, anyone is welcome. You don't have to be a divisive liberal to want to help other people. And it's easy, and it makes you feel good. And the injustice in this world right now is heavy. And sometimes I find that generosity and kindness are the way that I make it through the day. And so if you would like to consider putting money on someone's books so they can get clean water, a tampon, you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Bernie Dillon, 30 years resident. We have 2,400 units going into our community, which means 4,800 new cars in and on our roads. Per our city engineer, none of this will have any effect on our traffic or roads. Molly and Natalie's pics and videos prove that this is absolutely wrong. We are adding homes behind the gallery, Ocean Bluff Way. 2 new developments on the north side of Encinitas Boulevard, right across from the street from Westlake. We have 30 new homes going in on Melba and 51 units going in on Santa Fe Drive. When traffic is backed up on Encinitas Boulevard, traffic is going to head north or south on side roads, which have smaller 2-lane roads with little or no protections for pedestrians and cyclists. Some have no sidewalks or protected bike lanes. Some lanes of traffic are so small, like the top of Melba, a fire truck and a car are going to be tight, and there's nowhere for people to pull over. Per Cal Berkeley and TIMS, there have been 3 pedestrian fatalities and 1 cyclist killed in Encinitas from January 1st, 2025 to present. Do we really believe adding at minimum 4,800 plus cars is going to make Encinitas safer? This morning at 7 a.m., I'm going 21 miles per hour headed east on Santa Fe Drive in front of SDA. The light was yellow as I approached Windsor and Bonita. A white Volvo SUV passed me in the oncoming traffic and ran the red light. Councilmember Schaefer, you said it best. You cannot control people. However, there needs to be severe consequences for people who drive like that white Volvo by having video cameras catching them and finding them for making such bad choices. We have to make Encinitas safer for all. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Scott Campbell, and I guess I'm going to talk about perspective. And the first thing I notice is we have a new perspective of the council with this podium here, and I see all the new cameras, especially ones that I don't even think were even here before. That's perspective. That's a new perspective. I really don't know what's going to happen on the consent calendar, but we have the fire inspections and the pavement rehab and the IT firewalls. Those are pretty big items. There's a lot of money involved, and they affect everybody in the whole city for a long time. There was just a pretty long meeting about traffic and stuff like that. And once again, those decisions will affect generations of people for a long time. This perspective. There's an item on the agenda tonight, later on, is for $25,000. Please don't spend an excessive amount of time talking about something that's a $25,000 item. Don't turn it into a general discussion on homelessness. It's a specific item. Perspective. So a lot of these items that I just mentioned, it really comes down to cost-benefit analysis. It's a must-have or want-to-have thing. You know, the skate feature, must-have, want-to-have. A lot of people want to have it, I guess. There's people out in the lobby right now, and they really want it, really bad. But I've also heard it talking about skate tourism. And if it's really about tourism, and we must have a bowl or skate feature, put it by where the tourism is. If it's not about tourism, then put it where the people live and where there's underserved. It's perspective on all this stuff. I personally don't want our city to go down the tourism route. We have enough people here and it's crowded already. We don't need more people. If it's about taxes, don't forget that mobility, where all the money's coming from, is coming from gasoline taxes. Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Once again, the Scots. Okay, Sheila Cameron. I just want to talk about the HAP meeting that took place this last week. It was geared toward the business community, and there were about 25 or 30 of us there, and one person asked, so where are the businesses? Well, the staff said they sent out 1,500 notices to business license holders, and one person raised his hand. There was one person there. So we have a problem. It was a workshop. I'm not blaming staff. There's an establishment of the way these things have been run for years, and they've always been run wrong, because 3/4 of the time is devoted to staff doing a presentation and 15 or 20 minutes to question and answers from the public. And if there had been 1,500 people there, that wouldn't have worked too well. So bottom line is, we have to improve, and this came up in the last meeting, our outreach and getting input. There are tons of groups here, not only business groups, but social clubs, et cetera. PTA, Senior Center, Deemer Chamber, Lions Club, you name it. And we've got to reach out to them. People got to get out from, our staff has to get out from behind their desks and be out there contacting people, doing programs, talking for 10 or 15 minutes, and allowing the people to speak and give ideas. That's basically it. We've got to improve the way we do outreach here and bring our community closer together. So we're getting good input from people. This came up in the last meeting. It's a fact. Thank you.
That concludes oral communication for today.
Okay, next item is report from closed session, and City Attorney will deliver that.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met earlier at a special meeting to discuss items 1 through 3 as listed on the closed session agenda. There's no reportable action from any of the 3 items. I would note that Councilmember Lyons recused herself from item number 2. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. And City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and moving to the consent calendar, item 8G has been removed by a member of the public and also by Councilmember Lyons.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for
I'll
everything
move the
but
approval
8G.
of the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second. No discussion, we'll call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8G.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor, Councilmember Lyons, did you want a staff report?
I don't need a staff report, but it was also pulled by the public.
Yeah, I was going to ask them too.
okay.
I'm going one by one. Who pulled it? How many?
One person, Ron Medic, do you want a staff report? Or would you like to speak?
We'll find out when he gets here. Yeah. Do you need a staff report, Ron?
Ron Medoc, Liebenhain.
Yeah, Ron, question. Do you need a staff report?
Oh, no.
Okay. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ron Medoc, Liebenhain. Just wanted to bring up a couple of things. Number one, on the preliminary street list, there's a number of streets listed, one of which is Balor. And this is I know this is a preliminary street list, but nevertheless, I would ask that as part of the process, for Balor in particular, there be 2 pricing estimates. One would be for striping and resealing with the present cycle track, which is formed with the bollards in place, and then a second price list or price without them, since in a similar situation on Leucadia, there's going to be a process of not replacing those bollards as the City Council has directed. So I would like to do that there as well. The other issue was brought to me by a citizen who had experience in the morning dropping off his son at Oak Crest Middle School, and said that it's a difficult intersection. There are, as I understand it, I haven't had time to go over there and look myself, but it appears to me that there's stop signs on the secondary streets coming into Balor, but there's no stop at the cross walk there. And this gentleman, who's very, he's a former traffic commissioner in Carlsbad, he's very aware of traffic, said that can be a very gnarly intersection. So I would ask that traffic engineering pay special attention to that and consider alternative methods of striping there that may be an improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go with, since she pulled it, I'm going to go recognize Councilmember Lyons first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to put a simple request forward. I've spoken with staff about this list of proposed projects, and all my questions have been answered. But in the process, one of the streets in my neighborhood has been put forward to me as needing attention and repair. So. And overlay from this program. So I've asked staff, are they either being considered for next year, or are they on a long-range plan? And they aren't. That street is not yet It is Sea Village Drive, and I'd like to use this opportunity to ask staff to consider putting Sea Village Drive on the long-range plan for pavement overlay. It has a CPI of 67 currently, which puts it in a realm of the range where roadways start needing to be considered. And if my council colleagues would accept that as an addition to this item, I would appreciate that. When the time is right, I could make that motion.
Okay. You yield at this point?
Yes, I yield.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay. Quick question, quick comment. To the regard of bollards, with and without bollards, I think I saw Traffic Mobility Safety Commission this past meeting is going to look on a project of examining all the bollards and all of the, in the city, throughout the city. Is that correct?
Deputy Mayor, this is Dan Nutter, Director of Engineering. There is a draft fiscal year 27 work plan that's being developed by the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission right now, and that is one of the items that is currently on the draft work plan, yes.
Okay. Would it be possible to direct staff to observe that list and discuss the possibilities of doing that so that we're not multitasking, repaving, and not addressing the need at the time? Is there a way to make those coincide a little bit?
Staff does not direct the commissioners with MTSC, so I think from a timing perspective, I'm not sure when the commissioners would be done with their evaluation. If directed by council, staff can absolutely evaluate the design of velour with or without bollards. That's something that we can do during our design process.
So I definitely think that, can we do this? Can we take this list and have them put it at the front of the line for this upcoming, for the start of their program to observe all the streets? So they can take a look at this list first. I believe was it Commissioner Medak and Commissioner Eldon, I think, are looking at this. And I have confidence they can go through this list pretty quickly. Is there a way to put this list in front of them as part of their work plan as the front of it so that they can address it, come back, we don't have any duplication of work or redundancy?
We can absolutely put this list in front of commission, for sure.
Okay. And then the other question I have, and we've kind of talked about this before, I think there is something like this because you were able to tell me last year about some roads that were going to be on this year's list. We were looking to see if we could do some sort of a multi-year list so we can answer questions like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't hear which road it was, but Seaview. So
Sea Village.
Sea Village. So if Sea Village was to be on next year's list, maybe we don't have to bump it forward. Is there some way to have that knowledge? Because that would be helpful for all of us.
Absolutely, Deputy Mayor. We have a 5-year capital list, and that is something that we presented to council back in December of 2025. We have that available. We can share it anytime.
Is it possible to see if Seaview is on that?
It is not. So Seaview is not within our 5-year capital list of projects currently.
Okay. How often will it get evaluated?
It will be reevaluating in 3 years when we do another pavement condition inspection.
Okay.
And that's not to say that council can absolutely direct us to get it on our 5-year CIP with an evaluation. That's also something within council's purview.
So at this time, I'm going to move to keep the list as is, approve the motion. I'm not opposed to looking at it and seeing down the road. We don't have a cost on it. We don't have any basis to make the decision on adding it to this year's list at this time. So I'm going to motion to approve the list as is and to move this motion forward.
Okay, and I will second that, but I am interested in revisiting that 5-year capital list, and maybe we agendize that sometime. I don't know if we have time between now and June. That may be pretty busy. We certainly can go pull it. There are sections, I know Rancho Santa Fe is on this list in a portion of it, but a portion is not, and it's pretty rough too, and it's heavily traveled. And I know you're constantly balancing road use, with trucks and not trucks versus the wear and current condition, and then the software you use takes all that into account and gives us which ones get ranked and where they are in their current PCI. And then I think Director Nutter, you made a comment about when the next time we do the full survey. But in between surveys, the software does an estimation of how it's degraded, right? So we have an estimate for what the PCI should be for each road along the way.
That's exactly correct. The software that we use, our pavement management software, it has a street degradation curve. So basically, from June 2025, when we did our physical inspections, any day we can look at what the anticipated pavement condition index is from here to 10 years from now.
And then I turn to the engineer or any of you. Did C Village get looked at, or do we know, does it pop up as one? It's not on the 5-year list, but where did it rank on all the PCIs? Is it the lowest of the non-treated or anything like that?
So I believe, and Engineer Solomon may help me out here, I believe it has a pavement condition index of 54. So it's a little bit on the mid to low end. And the difficulty with our pavement management is we really have to balance the minimal budget that we have on a yearly basis with the amount of needs we have. So in that balance, we try to attempt to do as much overlay as well as slurry seal to continue maintaining the overall health of our roadway system as best as we can. So it really is a difficult juggling act. We are happy to investigate any particular roadway segments further, but it's not an exact science.
So today what we're doing is, this is the preliminary list, and that goes into basically looking at the striping and designing, and ultimately we will send that out for bid, and it'll come back as a final list that we send out for bid, and then we'll agree to the bid sometime in the future in September, October, or maybe November. Hopefully sooner's better for me. What we invariably do, because of the variable cost of construction, we have a base list and then an add alternate 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. Would it be possible to add this and maybe a few others that are the most worn ones because a PCI 54, I remember Rodney being at 53, and I could go pick up 3-inch chunks out of the road and walk away with them. It was pretty bad.
Yeah,
so 54 is not good.
Yeah, and it's a little difficult because a 54 is a PCI for that entire pavement segment, right?
Yeah.
And that could mean you have a small stretch of that roadway that's in terrible condition, right?
Yeah.
Or it could mean you have the entire segment of that roadway in fairly bad condition. So, really just kind of dependent on each roadway segment, and that's something that during our design phase, we go and we walk every single foot of every one of these roadway segments, get eyes on it, and that's part of our design process.
Yeah. And so where I'm going is, could we potentially ask that it be put through the design phase as an add alternate one, whatever the next one is, along with any other ones you'd like to add, because I'll state like I did during the budget, my goal is not to just add the $500,000 that we're adding of general funds, which is a first, but actually I'd love to get up to $1 million, and that'd be a 20% increase on how much pavement we are paying for in this fiscal year. And so when we get money back from the FEMA reimbursement, $2.6 million, I want to say, I'd like to take a portion of that, maybe another $500,000, and put it towards this. In which case, could you add one more add alternate? I would make a friendly amendment if the motion maker would do it. And it's not to allocate any money tonight. It's only to have them do the design work on an add alternate for the next $500,000 worth approximately, if we decide to do that budget allocation in the future. And so I'd make that friendly amendment.
I think it's a great amendment. It compromises and addresses the concerns of Councilmember Lyons.
Okay, cool. And then there are probably other roads in similar state, PCI 54 or whatever, and I won't go into the explanation. You gave me a great explanation during my briefing about sometimes we do a slurry seal, sometimes we do a slurry seal where we do patching if you have one bad section, and sometimes we do a regrind on the top, 1 inch, 2 inch, whatever. So there's all sorts of variables here. That's why we hire engineers. So with that, I'll yield to Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to bring forward a suggestion similar, so I appreciate that you brought forward that friendly amendment, and I will support this action.
Okay. Did we get a second? You have? Oh, I did. Okay. Thank you. I can't remember. Do this all the time. Okay, that's all our speakers. If that, we'll call a question.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Good. That takes us on to item 10A. Is the UFAC appointment. Contact person is the city clerk.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The report before you tonight is to fill an unscheduled vacancy on the UFAC with one term ending March 1st, 2029. I will note to the public that at agenda posting, we did have 6 eligible applicants. And subsequent to that, we had 2 withdraw. And so tonight, we have 4 applicants for the 1 seat. And I will be calling them up in alphabetical order and here for any questions you might have.
I assume we don't have any preliminary questions or, no? Okay, so we'll go to, do we have public speakers on
We do
it?
not have public
Okay,
speakers.
so we'll just go through the applicants.
First applicant, Samantha Bregman, who I don't see here. Second applicant, Matthew Flynn, was unable to attend. However, he did send in his public comment. Caitlin Kreutz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Caitlin Kreutz. I'm a long-term Encinitas resident and mom, and I also am an environmental consultant with over 10 years experience in environmental planning, biological resources, urban forestry, and land management. I currently work as a project manager biologist at SWCA Environmental Consultants, where I work as I work on planning and implementation projects, including habitat restoration plans, community wildfire protection plans, forest health studies, EIRs, and a bunch of other environmental planning documents. I also helped write the winning Encinitas native plant ordinance proposal, so you'll see me in there. Including all of that, prior to consulting, I spent about 8 years as the natural resource manager for the community of Ranch Santa Fe Covenant. I managed approximately 300 acres of open space, 60 miles of roads, the right-of-ways, and 60 miles of trails. During that time, I worked daily with contracting arborists, urban street tree management, hazard assessments, removals, maintenance decisions, and long-term tree planning with the right-of-way and association properties, also liaising with many residents. I also personally review the heritage tree applications. That we have a policy there, they couldn't cut down trees without consulting with me. And I also worked on an urban forest management program and forest health study with DUDEC. In addition, I have experience reviewing planning documents, coordinating implementation, securing grant funding. I led a grant writing effort in the lower San Diego River where the Witch Creek and Bernardo fires came through, raised several $1 million for restoration in that area. I also helped start a multispectral imaging fire watch initiative. We rolled out defensible space mapping, and I was able to do long-term assessments of forest health so that we could budget and plan. That was a big part of my job. We also received a proclamation from our supervisor, Lesson Reamer. So basically, at the end of the day, I'm very interested in serving on this committee. I really believe that Encinitas will balance from balanced, science-based, and practical perspective on this urban forestry issues, especially as the city continues to work, related to mature tree protection, species selection, wildfire resilience, long-term canopy management, and everything else. So I would be honored to contribute both my professional and personal experience to this community. And I thank you very much for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final applicant, who I believe had to leave, I'm just going to call Jim Pracus. Did he make it back? I don't believe he did make it back.
Okay. And this is one where I believe the mayor nominates. And as always, we have a lot of qualified people. To me, Caitlin, you stood out the most with your direct experience and all. So I'm just going to cut to the chase here, and I appreciate the others applying. As I say every time, please apply again. I got turned down. But in this case, I want to nominate Caitlin Kreutz. With a name like Ehlers, I should know better. So, and I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
And discussion, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the council to hold off on approving anybody and come back and re-agendize the point of this committee. At this time, the committee falls behind in its work plan. Gladly, it has a new director. It is costing a fortune. We're spending a ton of money on a committee. It didn't meet its work plan. It wasn't the only one member. Tony Greneau, the chair, was at the Arbor Day, despite the fact that they were supposed to have a table there. Just things like that are a continued habit of expense. The purpose of the urban UFAC committee was to address at each meeting the net gain and loss of trees. I watched 12 meetings. They haven't spoke about the loss of trees in the city and what to do to replace them in 12 meetings. So I think we need to step back before we put more people on. Not to mention, it keeps having absences and vacancies, some of which because of the lack of production from this committee rather. So I think what we really need to do before we put more people on it is step back, decide where it actually needs to be, agendize stepping back, deciding where it needs to be. I think it needs to be under a subcommittee under the Environmental Commission, and what it needs to do as far as what its jobs are, because right now it's not really getting these things done. It's costing a lot more than it's supposed to. So for the sake of being more efficient, I think before we put more people on it, and in partially in consideration of the people on it that we put on there, we want to give them a clear picture of what they're signing up for. I think we should re-agendize, going back, looking at the role of the UFAC and whether it even belongs as a committee stand by itself or not, and what those roles are, because at this point it is not satisfying those committee requirements. So I'm asking council to, that would be my amendment. My amendment would be to hold off on it and to bring it back agendized as an item to look at the role of UFAC first.
Okay, is that a substitute motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I got a substitute motion. I'll continue down. We'll look for a second for the substitute. It would next be Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to jump in and say that Caitlin is going to be, I look forward to Caitlin being a really valuable member of this committee, and thank you for putting your credentials forward. I think it's a really good fit. And I know my colleague, Deputy Mayor O'Hara, has brought this up before about UFAC, and I feel like we've kind of crossed this bridge before, but I do want to point out that UFAC is important to our community. It was formed around our need and our values associated with the trees in our urban forest. And we are looking to invest even more in urban forestry in our community, and that's received public support. I think the timing's right for UFAC to remain a committee, and I want to point out that before last year, we didn't require that they had a work plan. So it's us who have now required this, and I stand by it. Our commissions have work plans, so we can extend that to this committee, and I feel like I would like to give them the opportunity to have the success they are able of achieving under this new structure of having a work plan, and they haven't had the opportunity to have that yet. So I hope that we can support the ongoing existence of UFAC and go to the item that is on our agenda, because I think that's where we take action today, is the item on our agenda to appoint.
I did make an item action on our agenda.
It's okay. We have a motion with a second, and then we have a substitute motion and don't have a second yet, but
Sure.
we haven't gone around the table yet.
So,
So.
do you yield?
and-
Sorry.
Yeah, are you done?
I yield.
Okay, Council.
So I'll
Deputy
counter
Mayor
that.
O'Hara.
UFAC was brought in because we had a consultant doing the arborist work at the city. And it was to be a guardrail and to advise and help the consultant. We have changed that with our commitment to the upcoming budget to hire an in-house arborist who will manage all of these aspects. And at that time, the need for this committee may disappear altogether, but it's tied into something we said we're getting rid of already. And so when we bring something in-house to that, we no longer have the need for this tie-in to tie the consultant to the city, because the city employee and the city manager and the council will be directly working with the arborist. So in essence, the need of it, and I'll take another step back. They did have a work plan this past year. They absolutely had a work plan this past year. They came here, they presented it to us. So to say they didn't have a work plan is inaccurate. And so I think all that motion does is, all that comment does is it proves exactly what I said to be correct. I'll go another step. I'll say when we had UFAC in here, they said they had 2.5 staff members. Every UFAC meeting I've been at has at least 5 staff members. And for a committee that was supposed to meet 4 times a year, now meeting 10 times a year, doesn't take a lot to do the math on how much time and money we're spending on this committee. That's a committee, not a commission. Spending as much money as we are on council meetings, on the UFAC, right?
I doubt.
So, pretty close to it. I guess we look back at what UFAC is supposed to be, where it is now, it's not what it was supposed to be. It's not gonna serve the same purpose going forward. So rather than bring a very qualified person online without any idea of what they're gonna be doing, whether it's gonna change, I think we stall, we look back, we go and say, okay, what is the purpose of this? Do we still need it? And let's make it so we can bring the scope down, because maybe they failed on all the items they failed on because the scope was too broad. I don't know. I just know there were a lot of things that didn't get done, and if we're gonna have a committee and we're gonna put staff time and dollars into it, we need to get a return on investment. That either needs to be a net of trees. Last year, instead of being the net 100 they were supposed to look for, we net lost 80. Or it needs to be return on investment where they're out there making policy turn around quicker. So I'll yield, but I'm standing by that.
Councilmember Schaefer.
I appreciate all of that. I do think that it is important to probably relook at it now that we do have the arborist. And as a committee, it is a specifically, it's a destination-driven type organization versus a commission that's a standing model. So I do understand, I think that it is worth revisiting the committee itself. That being said, I do think that we're here tonight, just kind of like we did earlier today at a different meeting. I think it's beneficial to get Caitlin in there and get somebody on it while we may re-agendize this and bring it back for further review. We've already committed to it. I wouldn't want to go past this and then all of a sudden we go a year and don't get to it or whatever the reason. It is coming back to us, for review. Eventually, like within the year, January. So we will have time to review it. We've already afforded it this year, so it'd be a waste of our money to not finish with what we have. And then really, again, we've put a work plan out there. Let's give them a chance to run into it. I think that, again, Caitlin would be a fantastic addition. I do believe that, just to be completely transparent, I do believe that it probably exists somewhere underneath the Environmental Commission, where it is a subcommittee that's kind of runs pretty much basically how it runs already, but maybe not as often, but is a very specific arm of the Environmental Commission.
Yeah, and I'll hop in here. I agree. You said almost what I was going to say exactly, so I won't say much other than I think we're here tonight talking about just whether or not we appoint. We're not talking about the existence or non-existence or the change of direction for the UFAC, so I think that's a future thing we should agendize. And so I still support the original motion. Haven't heard a second on the substitute motion, so with that, I'll yield to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I'm not opposed to, I want to make this clear, this has nothing to do with the person who we're appointing. This has absolutely nothing to do with the qualifications of that person or their diligence to be on there. And thank you for coming, thank you for applying, everything. So please don't take it personal. It has nothing to do with you, this statement. So here's what I'll do. I'll step back on my, if you'll make the amendment to bring back if we can bring it back as an agendized item, deciding what we want to do, what the role of UFAC should be.
If we can do that, that's okay. It's within the notice.
Yeah, we're just going to be agendizing another item, so absolutely that's a permissible either alternative motion or an amendment to the existing motion. Either way, that's something.
I will accept it as an alternate, as a amendment to the motion if.
No, I don't accept that. I think the timing's wrong, and I'd like to see UFAC with its full membership perform.
In which case, I'll withdraw my motion entirely. I'll remake it and look for a different second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So I've got a motion and a second now to appoint Caitlin and to edit a future agenda, probably not before break, unfortunately. Just looking at schedule. But if we can squeeze it in, we'll do it.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes.
So I think we have to, I don't see Sylvester here. I will check with Public Works because I know we've got to bring a work plan back. So I don't know if that's the proper time. It may be a proper time to talk about that and just bring it back with that item as well. But they're going to have to bring a work plan as well back to you. So we can see if we can mesh that in together.
And what's the timing for the work plan?
I think that's going to come before break.
Oh.
But I have to check with Director Mabry. If it is, great. If not, it will come after break. But I can...
Yeah, that's.
We'll just add it there.
Yeah. That,
So there was no
let's
alternate motion?
Let's adjust the motion to be that we'll add to that. Okay, great.
Second.
So we got a motion and a second. Councilmember Lyons, or did you have, I'm sorry. Did you had your, you were punched in, okay. Councilmember Lyons.
Right. I'd just like to wrap up by saying, Caitlin, I support you, but I will not support this action.
Could you read back the motion?
So the motion I have right now is to make the appointment to Caitlin, and then also to bring back, agendize the role of the UFAC in the near future, as soon as possible.
Near future.
And coinciding with their work plan.
Thank you. That help? Yeah. With that, I got no more speakers, so let's go with calling the question.
Motion carries 3-1 with Councilmember Lyons voting no and Deputy Mayor Hira abstaining.
Okay, and that takes us now on to 10B. Takes us on to 10B, which is our exposure skate MOU with contact person is Senior Management Analyst Gilliam.
Before we go forward in this, I want to make a correction to the meeting minutes that I didn't see online from the meeting on the 8th, where I was listed as saying a skate park committee, and I just want to make sure that it reflects skate features committee, and I didn't see it on there today when I looked.
If I may, those were added as tonight, the readoption, and it was highlighted under skate feature.
Okay,
April
and the
8th.
meetings have been changed to reflect that too?
The minutes, yeah, those minutes that you approved earlier on the consent calendar did reflect that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. With that, yeah, go to staff.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Julie Gilliam, Senior Management Analyst for the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department, and joining me is Director Knopp. So tonight we are requesting that City Council approve and authorize the MOU between the City of Encinitas and Exposure Skate for the Exposure 2026 event held at Encinitas Community Park on Wednesday, November 4th through Sunday, November 8th, 2026 from 8:15 a.m. to 4:50 p.m. The recommended action aligns with the City Council's general plan recreation element in that recreational pursuits are equally important for youth and adults as a means to reduce stress associated with urban living, and that parks often provide the only open space for active recreation available to children and adults. Exposure Skate 2026 will mark this event's 15th year. The annual event began at Mission Valley YMCA before relocating to Encinitas Community Park in 2015. In 2019, the event was held in Huntington Beach. Although the event could not be held in person in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID-19, it continued virtually. In-person events resumed at Encinitas Community Park in 2022. The chart on this slide shows the estimated attendance for Exposure Skate over the past 4 years. Notably, in 2025, women and girls representing 22 different countries participated in the event. Exposure Skate is a nonprofit dedicated to empowering women and girls through skateboarding and teaching compassion through service. This event also serves at a benefit with proceeds going towards programs and resources that support survivors of domestic violence. A copy of their operating budget for the 2025 event is included in the report. The estimated total value of the city's support of the event is $17,707, and a breakdown of those fees are shown here. The city will have 2 vendor booths as part of the MOU. We plan to hold an arts project and 1 booth promoting parks, recreation, and cultural arts, and 1 booth for fire. The proposed 2026 Exposure Skate event will be free for the public to attend and is expected to feature more than 50 vendors, including Learn to Skate clinics, a family-friendly vendor village with games and prizes, and a diverse selection of food trucks. And are there any questions?
Don't see any. And do we have public? 1 speaker? So we'll go to public speakers. Public speaker, singular.
Public speaker. Jessica Robledo.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jess Robledo, and I am the Programs Director of Exposure Skate, a nonprofit dedicated to empowering women and girls, non-binary individuals through skateboarding. This year marks our 15th annual Exposure Skate competition, and for the past 5 consecutive years, we've proudly held the event here in Encinitas. Over that time, Encinitas has become more than just a home of our event. It's become a meaningful partner in the growth of women's skateboarding and youth empowerment. What began as a grassroots competition has grown into one of the most recognized events in women's skateboarding worldwide. Today, we welcome more than 200 competitors from around the globe, from local youth participants to professional and Olympic-level athletes representing over 22 countries. Since 2012, Exposure has been a driving force behind the global rise of women's skateboarding, serving as the starting point for nearly 70% of female Olympic skateboarders and helping shape the future of the sport on a world stage. But beyond competition itself, Exposure is about community. It's about creating safe, welcoming spaces where young people can build confidence, resilience, leadership, and connection. Through our free clinics, mentorship opportunities, and community programming, youth get the chance to meet role models they may never otherwise have access to. Olympians, professional skateboarders, and mentors who serve to inspire the next generation. Tonight, we're seeking a renewed partnership with the City of Encinitas through a Memorandum of Understanding, something we've not had since 2017. Establishing an MOU will provide a more sustainable and collaborative foundation as we continue growing this internationally recognized event here in Encinitas. As the event has expanded, the operational costs associated with permit requirements, safety measures, staffing, and logistics have also increased significantly. Support from the city in these areas is essential to our sustainability. It allows us to dedicate more of our resources directly toward athlete experience, public safety, youth programming, and overall community impact. This partnership would not only help to sustain Exposure, but also will continue bringing value back to Encinitas through tourism, local business engagement, and international visibility. We're incredibly proud to continue holding this event in Encinitas, and we're grateful for the support the city has shown over the years. We respectfully ask for your consideration in helping us build a partnership so we can continue building something impactful together for years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Sure. First I want to start off, this is probably our most skateboard-packed council meeting ever tonight. But I want to start off by thanking the organization, Exposure Skate, and thanking Dave Knopp and Julie for your hard work on this. I've sat in a lot of these meetings and I've seen them go. To find and the city manager, of course, in her office for working hard on this. Do we have their media deck on up here to post? To pitch up there.
Yeah, it's on the tail end of the report.
Yeah, if we can just bring that up on the screen. And this is because this is what I think makes this work. And I think what Exposure did in this process made the return on investment really clear. And it's something I think the city can use as a blueprint and what we ask other potential customer or potential partners along down the road to look at. And I think it's really huge, when we talk about perfect. So when we go from there down, I think it's probably page 3. There we go, right there. When we go to this page right here, this puts it all together so clearly, right? We have an event that not only benefits the young people, and I think the adults, as we'll see in our community. It brings us all together at a community park that's built for things like this, and a community that truly prides itself in its skateboarding culture and history. But not only that, we look at this and we say it's not just about that. We've got an economic impact of $1.4 million. We've got the proof of $178,000 tax revenue coming back for $17,000 worth of partnership. And I think this whole packet, down to the new and extraordinary contract you've written up to address these, is a great blueprint for this process going forward. So I hope we can keep this in mind, maybe use this as an example of how we can move things going forward. I hope we get a unanimous yes. I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. And you yield? You done, Jim?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Schaefer.
I was just going to second. And again, if you just scroll through that whole presentation, that bottom portion, I think, like I said, just for the residents or for everybody that didn't get a chance to see this portion of it, just if you just scroll through it, we can pause it. I mean, amazing, right? Just this is, I think, speaks to exactly what our city needs more of and to expand on. So I'll leave it there and yield.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I've gone to these events, and I'm happy to be in the position of supporting you through an MOU in a stronger partnership. That loops back around to maybe how we used to partner before. And I think this is a great example. I want to call this out as using our existing facilities, but yet being high-level promotion of what a wonderful skate destination we are, but also how it benefits women and girls. It's so notable, and I've enjoyed attending. I am not a skater, but I think it benefits people way outside of the skating community. Thank you. I'll be happy to support this.
And I too will be supporting it. I really appreciate getting back on the MOU process, because that's how we have expectations met on both sides. So I look forward to both of us following the MOU and the discipline that provides to both organizations. And I too, when I got to whoever did the presentation, phenomenal job. I mean, it was just very well put together. If Jess, if you did that, it was very well done. It can. Team effort, good. That's always the best. So I'll be supporting it, and with that, I'll recognize Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Oh, and I just wanted to, obviously, I think I'm great to hear everybody really supportive of this. I'm really excited to see it go forward. I think on a separate note, we talk about economic development and we look at different things. Supporting an event like this is part of that economic development path. And this is what shows other events looking at our city, like we're in it to win it. And I think I think this is a great step forward for the city, for the council, for the residents, and I'm very happy to be partnering with Exposure Skate.
Okay, with that, no more speakers, so we'll call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, cool. And that takes us on to the next item. Thank you. Yeah. Next item is item 10C, which is an amendment to the San Diego Rescue Mission for professional consultant services agreement, and the contact person is Homeless Programs Coordinator Pugh and Planning Manager Anders. So we'll give them a minute to move up to the staff desk. And anytime you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Dr. Crystal Pugh, Homeless Programs Coordinator. With me are Scott Drapkin, Development Services Director, and Patty Anders, Planning Manager. I'm presenting item 10C, Amendment number 1 to the Professional Services Agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission. This amendment supports the city's strategic priorities in both the housing element and the City Council work plan. It advances work plan item 1.4, balancing enforcement with services for the unhoused, and housing element program 1.7 to F, continuing programs that reduce homelessness. To provide context, City Council has already taken significant steps to support homelessness response efforts. The city entered into a professional services agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission in November 2025 to provide outreach, case management, and housing navigation. The initial agreement was funded through a combination of opioid settlement dollars and general fund resources, reflecting the city's commitment to pairing public safety with supportive services. This contract amendment would add an additional $25,000 for a new not-to-exceed amount of $368,981 to allow San Diego Rescue Mission to provide direct rental assistance payments more quickly. The advanced planning budget has funding for rental assistance, and the proposed $25,000 increase would utilize the existing advanced planning fiscal year 2025 to 26 and fiscal year 2026 to 27 operating budgets. In fiscal year 2026 to 27, this expense will be a separate budget line item. It's important to note that this contract amendment does not require any additional funding. The city has been providing rental assistance funding since fiscal years 2023 to 24, administered by prior city staff. This table provides a breakdown of the advanced planning budget spent on rental assistance over the past few fiscal years. The expenditures shown here represents rental assistance issued to help approved clients enter safe and secure housing, totaling $87,869. Housing opportunities are extremely limited, highly competitive, and move quickly due to the limited supply. San Diego Rescue Mission works with clients to become fully housing ready, and delays in issuing rental assistance can cause clients to lose housing opportunities as landlords are not willing to hold units. The city's current 2-week processing timeline is often too slow for landlords who need immediate payment and do not accept electronic payments. These delays mean qualified individuals and families lose housing opportunities, even though they meet all the requirements. This challenge would be eliminated with this contract amendment by allowing San Diego Rescue Mission to make timely rental payments for qualified clients to landlords, removing a major barrier to securing units in a competitive market. This amendment strengthens and streamlines an existing housing navigation process currently utilizing. Currently, San Diego Rescue Mission works directly with clients to become housing ready and identify housing opportunities while supporting them through the application process. No additional budget is required, as this contract amendment would utilize the existing advanced planning fiscal year 2025 to 26 and fiscal year 2026 to 27 operating budgets. The leases are in the client's names, and they receive ongoing case management, including a housing stability plan, which ensures more long-term stable housing and financial independence. Now I'll describe with the very detailed and thorough financial assistance approval process. San Diego Rescue Mission has an existing rental assistance program that is a step-down model to promote financial independence. The Rescue Mission currently completes the first 3 steps, which includes verifying Encinitas residency, assessing housing readiness, and developing a financial housing stability plan. Verification of Encinitas residency can include identification documents such as HMIS records, benefits enrollment, official records, and other outreach records. The housing readiness ensures clients are prepared to obtain housing and includes the Rescue Mission's housing assistance intake sheet, income verification, and document collection. Financial housing stability ensures clients are prepared to maintain a lease in their own name and includes the Rescue Mission's long-term housing plan, proof of long-term income documentation, assessment of income stability, and participation in case management. Once the Rescue Mission completes these steps with the client, the Rescue Mission submits the packet to the city, which conducts a formal review based on strict qualifying criteria and determines approval or denial of the request. If approved, the Rescue Mission helps the client identify a unit, works with both the client and the tenant to establish a positive relationship. This amendment would preserve the city's authority to approve or deny all rental assistance requests while enabling the Rescue Mission to issue payments quickly if approval is granted. This strengthens an existing process, supports clients in securing and maintaining housing, and helps ensure leases remain in the client's name with ongoing support from the Rescue Mission to maintain positive landlord relationships. This is a proven model the Rescue Mission currently uses that require clients achieve financial independence. Staff recommends the City Council receive the report and authorize the City Manager to execute Amendment Number 1 to the Professional Services Agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission, adding $25,000 from the existing advanced planning annual budgets in additional capacity for a new not-to-exceed amount of $368,981. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff and a San Diego Rescue Mission representative is available to answer any questions.
Very good. Do we have any questions of clarification before we take public? Is that a yes?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I just had a question. I was going back and reading through attachment, I think it's attachment B. It says attachment 2, and I assume that's the same as attachment B. Regardless, attachment B in our packet. And it says there are 3 employees in this program. And I'm just wondering, putting it together, are those shared employees or are those 3 dedicated full-time employees for us?
Those are 3 dedicated through the Rescue Mission. So we have the 2 outreach specialists and then the housing navigator.
Okay. That's
Okay, anybody else with questions of clarification? If not, we have
Two speakers.
two speakers. Let's take the public speakers.
First speaker, Fabian Gunnell, followed by Scott Campbell.
Fabian Gunnell, Village Park. And I'll start by referencing my friend Scott Campbell and saying he was exactly right earlier today during his public comment. This is not an item about whether the city should have a homeless assistance program. We've already made that decision. You already made that decision in November unanimously, and we do have a program. This is not an issue revisiting that. What's before you tonight is a very straightforward fix to a bureaucratic timing problem. Qualified residents with verified income and approved placements are losing housing because the city takes 2 weeks to cut a check and landlords won't wait. That's what this is. This solves that problem. It's not a new program, it's not a new policy. It's making the existing program that you already approved work more efficiently. And I also want to note that tonight's staff report provides a lot more detail than we had when it was first before the council on March 25th, and staff deserves a lot of credit for these revisions. You have documentation now that removes all doubt that applicants must document Encinitas residency, demonstrate stable income, participate in case management, and meet the Rescue Mission's program requirements. And the Rescue Mission can't issue a dime without prior city staff review and approval. City's fiscal controls are intact, and the only thing that changes is that the check goes out in 48 hours instead of 2 weeks, after the city has already approved. The people this helps aren't strangers to the system. They've been through intake, residency verification, financial review, and case management. They have income, they have an approved placement. They're losing housing now, not because they're not ready, but because the checks take too long. Fixing that is just good government. Please pass this. Thank you.
See what I was saying about perspective? Thank you, Fabian. I look over in there, and at first, from perspective, I see the new not to exceed. It's pretty small compared to a lot of the CIP projects, and then not to exceed that the engineering guys come back. This is a small amount. Let me introduce, I'm Scott Campbell, District 1, just to make sure that's official. Let's go back to the perspective. This is a cost and benefit. This is a small cost, and it's going to have a benefit. It's not really quantifiable that much. But who's the benefit, to the city or to the individuals? That's something that needs to be thought about. $25,000 not going to benefit very many individuals, but it might benefit more of the city. This is also about standards, standards of behavior. Places with high standards of behavior are pretty successful. Places that have low standards of behavior or low standards of decency often struggle. This is probably a small investment to keep our high standards that we have in the city. I recently visited places up north, and they're nice, but their standards were not as nice. So keep up the good work on that. I saw a thing on the thing that talked about the barriers, and we just heard about barriers. This is go back to the fundamentals, though. Acquiring a place, coming up with a deposit, getting accepted. Those barriers apply to every single person that is trying to rent a place. My son has a doctorate. He is going through this right now. He's facing these barriers to timeliness, cost, availability. So it's not just homelessness that are suffering from these problems. And most importantly, as I mentioned, the perspective. This is such a small amount. Please let's not spend an hour on this. And let's go home tonight. You're really doing great on the timing. I didn't look at the agenda for next week, but let's keep us on a roll.
Now you jinxed it, Scott. Uh-oh. Yeah, there you go.
That does conclude speakers on this. I will note, though, one individual, Karen Koblenz, registered support but chose not to speak.
Okay. I'm going to go first on this one. I think that it's a little bit, the speakers missed a little nuance here. This is not new. If you, Crystal, if you could bring up how much we spent in the past. What this is not a new program. It's about putting more budget discipline in place. So if you look back at the history, we have spent the money. It's coming out of the big advanced planning budget. The only thing limiting this use of the money was the 300 and some odd thousand for the overall advanced planning budget. So what we're doing now and what this council asked for is that staff come back and put this use in a different bucket, and therefore if it ever increases beyond the 15,000 next year, if there's a need to go beyond the 15,000, it'll have to come back to council and get budgeted. And so hence the reason why this is not costing any more money. We're already spending it. It was already part of the advanced planning budget. This just puts a budget discipline in place that wasn't here prior to this council. And so I really applaud this, and I'm obviously supporting it. With that, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I 100% agree. This is a bureaucratic fix. I think this just helps out the residents that are already getting this assistance, and so I applaud the staff for making this happen and bringing it to us so timely. So I'll motion to approve.
Oh, and I'll second it too. And with that, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I just want to mention how impressed I am with the staff's ability to answer questions in my briefing about concerns residents and landlords might have about what happens to somebody once they're there. It's not we're handing them a check and walking away. There's case management and follow-up, and even called it a step down. I'm sure I know it's more than that, but program to help people not fall out of good standing after the first month. So I'm very impressed with that, and I'm glad to hear council supporting it.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I echo what my council colleagues have said about this, and I just wanted to add that I have gone on a ride-along with San Diego Rescue Mission and appreciated that opportunity along with our head here, Crystal. And I'm really developing a great deal of confidence in San Diego Rescue Mission to help us very strategically to improve the condition of people who are on the streets. And I look forward to seeing their measured outcomes and having those outcomes reflect what I anticipate they will, and that is that we're making really good progress. I'll rest.
And then I'll hop in with just a shameless plug for the homeless web page, where staff pointed out where the San Diego Rescue Mission provides a monthly update on their numbers, and that's posted on the website. So just a shameless plug for staff and San Diego Rescue Mission. With that, we'll call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10D.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask, we have 2 items left. Do you want to take a break, or you want to just power through? What's the pleasure of the council? Okay, so 10-minute break? Oh, 5-minute always becomes 10 or 15, but okay, 10-minute break. We'll be back here can we be back here at 10 after or 15? Okay, 10 after. if we can come back to order. Skate Feature Committee. Contact person is Parks, Recs, and Cultural Arts Director David Knaup.
Good evening. Glad to be here. Have a verbal report, not so much of the very nice PowerPoint, but we'll do my best. Following council action on April 8th, to staff to agendize an item for May 13th tonight to explore the feasibility of establishing a skate initiative composed of community members and city staff to identify potential locations throughout the city for the addition of skate features. Seeking feedback and direction regarding the creation of the Skate Feature Committee is to identify potential skate features locations throughout the city. This report includes recommendations, but the final say will of course come from the City Council. Based upon City Council direction, staff recommend a committee to research, evaluate options, and then present a recommendation to the City Council regarding what type of skate features will best serve the community throughout the city and recommend possible locations. Staff recommend that the committee be made up of 2 City Council members, 2 Park and Recreation Commissioners, 5 community members, and 1 city staff member, who I propose sitting next to me is Park Operations Manager David Norgard. Like the methodology used to establish the Affordable Housing Task Force in 2024, staff recommends that the City Council approve the application included in the agenda report. And I'll pull that down. There we go. And direct staff to move forward with the solicitation of community members. To make committee selection, staff recommend the following criteria be used: active user experience and technical knowledge of skateboarding features, commitment to include all skill levels into proposed skate features, focus on designing a practical and functional skate features integrated into the community, willingness to serve as a liaison between the skateboarding community, the city staff, and the committee. After the committee is formed, staff will provide committee members the applicable background information, which is the Park and Recreation Commission work plan and recommendation letter. Those are attachments 2 and 3 in tonight's agenda report and available online. Staff believe the work will include identification of potential locations for skate features in city parks, SWOT analysis to determine most suitable sites, assessment of consistency with existing park uses and plans, preliminary design concepts and options, and estimate costs for design, construction, and future maintenance. The report has an anticipated timeline, which is shown. If I can pull it back up. We ask that you, make sure I got that right. We ask that you see that as an appropriate timeline as City Council agendas are filling, we've heard tonight, but we would expect to bring candidates to the City Council in June. Staff recommends that the City Council review the information provided and give feedback and direct staff direct staff regarding the application, composition of skate feature committee, criteria used to evaluate applicants, proposed skate feature committee work, and anticipated time. Thank you very much. I'll gladly answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions of clarification for staff?
I just want to confirm this is the committee for the entire city, not just Glen Park, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifications?
I was going to echo the same thing. I think it's important. We've had a lot of residents, I'm sure everybody here, respond to a campaign that this was about Glen Park, and I just want to make it clear to residents this is about, Glen Park is not on the agenda tonight. It's not being discussed. That discussion was had. We heard the residents, and as a result, we've come to this position of, okay, the skate community is out there, the residents are out there, and this needs to be a full community conversation about the entire city. So if you are here about Glen Park, I want to take your nerves down a level bit and let you know this is about establishing a committee for the entire city, so that nobody is here overly concerned about that. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, how many public speakers?
I believe we have 11, and I think Councilmember Lyons wanted to.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, I didn't get your attention before you turned. So I hear what my colleagues are saying about Glen Park, so I appreciate that. I do want to point out, though, that Glen Park was targeted when this was brought up by Council Member under the council member initiated item, Councilmember Schaefer. So I'm not surprised that they're here to talk and look forward to hearing what they have to say. My question, though, for staff is, you talk, now I know we can say yes or no on some of your suggestions here, they're just your suggestions, but I'm understanding that you're talking about this committee doing things like putting cost estimates together. And could you clarify, because I think that that's a technical aspect that would have a cost associated with it.
I think in the process, we're talking about what the committee comes up with, recommends, our staff, and if there's any expert knowledge in that group, we would take it. But we would also work to come up with what the solid numbers are.
There's a cost associated with staff doing that deliverable, but that's not estimated here?
Right, it's the salary during normal work time.
Yeah, anytime that we direct staff to do something, our city manager says, there's a cost to that. So I am just maybe directing my comment to our city manager then.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lyons. So as far as coming up with costs and things like that, I mean, I think what this committee would do is just at least search for locations and what type of feature. As we know, skate features can include a bowl, it can include a plaza, it can include, several different things. They all, of course, have different costs. So I think at this point for the committee, and I do appreciate these are just suggestions. They are things that we want council to consider, and just looking at how we've formed other committees and commissions in the past as well. So with this one, I mean, I think that, yeah, we would definitely have to have, we would definitely want to come back to council to get feedback on what some of those features were and then go into costs and things like that. We wouldn't have a committee develop costs for projects.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll yield.
Could I have is there any other questions of clarification?
Questions of clarification.
Was Glen Park one of the 3 parks that were from the previous council? Was it one of the 3 parks that was like slated for, or I was just wondering, is that right or no?
So the Park and Recreation Commission, I believe that's what we're talking about. Yeah. And it was an ad hoc committee that did a lot of research in the community, a lot of conversations, and a lot of the discussion on skate features at that time also were related to wanting to be near the ocean. And in that research, Glen Park, Encinitas Community Park, Moonlight Beach were kind of the lead discussion.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out because I'm sorry if I disagree, but I don't think we were targeting it. I don't think Councilman Schaefer was targeting it. I think it was one of the parks that was on there, and we discussed that Moonlight was a state-owned beach, and Encinitas Community Park already had one, so I think that's the only reason it came up, was that it was one of the parks out of the 3 that the commission came up with. So I just want a point of clarification for myself as well as everybody else.
Okay. Any other questions of clarification? With that, how many public, you said?
I think we have about 11 speakers.
About 11?
10, actually, because someone registered opposition. But
okay. So 10 speakers. 10 speakers. Perfect. 3 minutes.
Okay. First 3 speakers, Cliff Keller, followed by Ellen Burr with a time donation from Molly Hintling, who is present, and then David Skinner.
Which, by the way, just from a clarification, the 3 minutes for an item, there is no standard 30-minute limit, but what we try and do on oral comments at the beginning of the meeting is keep it to 30 minutes so we don't take up the whole meeting. So that's why I reduced the time earlier, but with 10 now, I'm not reducing it.
Thanks a lot. Good to be here. My name's Cliff Keller. I've been a resident of Encinitas for 42 years.
If you can address us,
Yep,
Cliff.
and I've been skateboarding a lot of that. I love to skateboard. I take my nephews to Poods and as well as terrorizing my neighborhood. As you may guess, I support having skate parks, skate features, any kind of recreational stuff for young people. I think it's really healthy for our community and a good investment. And regarding this committee, I'm really stoked to hear that this is being put together. I was kind of nervous about the way it was going beforehand, and I hope this will be a very transparent process that follows all the city guidelines, encourages lots of public participation. This is what the city council promised in their campaigns. There's a lot of transparency and public involvement. So thank you for delivering on that. There is one thing about this that I don't like the look of, and that is one of the criteria here is having, let me read it exactly, active user experience and technical knowledge of skateboarding features. And I think that's a problem if you want to really get a lot of public support for this. I think for this committee, we should have 5 community members that are representing each division or not division, district, instead of just randomly saying it's got to be people with technical expertise. In addition, I think we can find some really great locations, but I would like to suggest that the majority of people in Encinitas are east of the freeway. And that is the area that has the highest concentration of families. It's also the highest concentration of growth per what we're seeing. And it's the biggest geographic area. So I'm concerned that these things are always coming up on the west side of the freeway, especially considering one of the big parks is already in Cardiff, the other is bordering Cardiff, and now the third one would also be in Cardiff. My friends who are living east of the freeway want me to say tonight, we want it in out in our area, right? So let's open our eyes up and let's take the criteria of an ocean view or close to the beach. That may be good for photo ops, but I think really that's not the most important criteria. So that's really it, and thank you for calming our fears a little bit by clarifying about the Glen Park thing, because you're right, there was a lot of agita about that. I'm going to finish early.
Oh, no, not quite.
Good evening, Council. Unfortunately, I was going to try and be like Molly, but FedEx failed me for the first time. So I just want to say that this whole thing is not based on a need or even a perceived need or a recognized need. It is a want. And I would like to say, I would like you to send this whole thing back. And some of you may remember this from L7 days. It is Encinitas, California Parks, Beaches, Trails, Open Space Master Plan from October 2016. Nothing was ever done with it, but this is referenced many, many times when we are talking about the need for the Quail Gardens Park and many other things. So this is a 340-some page document. Mr. Norgaard just recommended that the commission review this, but this is over 10 years old. So instead of doing things piecemeal like we have been doing, this one we just did last year, Encinitas Community Park Amenities Assessment. What's going on here? Nada. So I really think that we need to redo, and it's time, because if the commission uses this as a guideline, they will be very shocked and amazed, because I had 11 graphs showing that skate parks, when they did a survey, came down either last or next to last in the needs and wants of the community, both the citywide community that was invited, I guess we did postcards back then, or online. So I don't know that using this, you would come up with anything close to what you wanted to do. I mean, this would be top down. But the thing is the process has worked in the past, and that at the same time that this was being developed, they were working on Standard Pacific. Wow. And Standard Pacific ended up with a pump track, and a skate bowl. And how did that happen? Because it was the local people who started showing up at the meetings. But it was the third or the fourth meeting before anyone came and mentioned that they would like an all-wheel pump track and maybe a skate bowl. So then it had already gone through almost all kinds of RFPs. So then it came back to council to have about $30,000 added in, to have a minor redesign to accommodate a pump track and a bowl, and moving things around. So it didn't come out looking exactly like the plan did, but staff listened to the community and had the bowl, and I guess it's a pump track, I never knew that's what it was, added, because that is something the people in the area said that they wanted. So who are we to pick out a place and put it where we think it's gonna be, and have committees spend hours and hours and weeks and money? Let's just go back and do a new plan to start with and make sure that all the items that we think you might want in our parks are in there, and how we're going to decide. I don't know how much a consultant would cost, but we spent a considerable amount on just doing that assessment. And I'm shocked the pickleballers haven't showed up, because believe me, there are way more pickleballers out there who would be up in arms about this than not. So please, just, let's not waste any more time and money. Let's go back and get it right from the beginning. Not come back and amend it, not come back and have to redo it and revise it, but let's just start at the beginning. A lot of this could probably be used that already exists, and we have clearly followed it to some extent when we use the information talking about the Quail Gardens Park. I have to say that. So please, just do it right the first time. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for, my name is David Skinner. I'm a retired elementary school teacher and surfer, skateboarder. I skate and surf in Encinitas every day. And I support the idea of setting up this committee if that's what it takes to finally get something to happen. I will say this is not coming out of the blue. More than 2 years ago, Barry, Doug, and I made a presentation to this council, previous mayor, previous city council people, advocating for an additional skate bowl. We're talking about a bowl, something that has approximate footprint of a tennis court. We're not talking about paving acres and acres here. We met with staff, we met with elected officials, many of you, and we presented to the council, we presented to the Parks Commission. We did a pretty comprehensive presentation to Parks Commission last year. We outlined what is current in Encinitas. By the way, Encinitas has one free public skate bowl. One. We have multiple places to skate, but there's one bowl. Paris, California, not Paris, France, Paris, California just finished their third one. So Paris is ahead of us in that regard. At our presentation, we went around to several locations. There's actually 5. Not 3. There were 5 suggestions that we made, and we said there are positives and negatives about all of these. Glen was just one, and that wasn't even the top list of the list. So to say that it was a some kind of surprise thing is not accurate. That is not what happened. That may have been the perception, and that perception was fostered, I'm afraid, by some people. It's true. One of the things that happened at that last meeting is there are a lot of people that came to advocate for their park, which is great, and we want to work with them. If it doesn't work out there, that's fine. One thing that most people said was that they supported skaters and skateboarding. So let's take them at their word and let's do it. Let's do this. One of the things that I hear a lot is why do you need another spot? You already have Encinitas Community Park. Well, to that I say, we already have playgrounds, we have slides, we have bike lanes, we have hiking and riding trails, we have parking places. We have all of those things. Well, why not just use the ones we have? Because we're a modern community. We modernize things, we improve them, we make things better. Your role is to listen to and work for the good of all the community and not just a vocal, politically connected few. I would encourage anyone who's out there watching to apply to be on this committee and to help make something positive happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Ralph Cheney with time donations from Catherine Sauerborn. Are you here? Is Catherine here? Okay, and then also Kearns. Okay, thank you. And then Doug Marker with the time donation from Barry Blumenthal, who is present, and then Ariel Golden.
I've got a clarification before I start. The report that came from the Park and Recs Department in January under recommendations for city skate facilities, the first point was focused on Moonlight Beach. The second point reads, consider opportunities to improve skate parks for facilities overall, such as Leucadia Oaks, Olympus Park, and Encinitas Community Park, and to address current and future needs and varying ability levels. Clarification. So tonight, you're asked to provide direction for the committee, to set the course for them. The things that I will bring up are either missing in the action report, minimized, or not fully addressed. A number of us have reviewed the proposal, the report, for the committee, and two things stand out as needing attention. What kind of people will be the members, and what the committee will focus on as it searches for a location. In talking with people about this, some key needs kept repeating and some assumptions showed up. The big picture is that we want this process to be done objectively and with integrity. We want to avoid what a number of people are assuming, that this started as a vanity project brought to the city by a couple of prospective donors, and it's just going to go that way again. But it has been my thinking that the city doesn't work that way. This council is deliberative, and the committee will also hopefully be objective in their investigation. The good news is that in this council, individual members have championed support for the needs and lifestyle of existing communities and will objectively scrutinize projects that will possibly affect life in our neighborhoods. We'd like the council and the committee to focus on actual needs, to take the time to truly and objectively assess the need for skateboard features. If that's not done, that it simply slides back towards some kind of personal or not really needed project. Actual need should be the first stated phase of the work for this committee, something that you could direct them to do. The good news is that Tony Hawk's Foundation, we all know Tony Hawk, they've developed the public skate park guide and the skate park adoption model. It's very clear and lays out how to evaluate a city's needs and capacities for skateboarding. It's right there. Their first stated need question is, do we have enough capacity? Do we need more? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. And that's very important. The other stated need is, where in the city is the need the greatest? So we would like specific language directing the committee to make its first step to be about our capacity, what is needed, and secondly, where it is needed the most. In what areas of Encinitas are skateboard features lacking? Again, Tony Hawk's skateboard adoption model has suggestions about finding the current and future areas of Encinitas where youth population is highest. Once they have those two needs defined, then the committee can proceed effectively and efficiently and objectively to pinpoint locations that fit that need. Speaking of serving community, there's one kind of stakeholder group in this whole thing that's big. It's people who would spend a lot of time at that feature location. These people are almost there every day, sometimes all day. This stakeholder group is the neighbors to the skate park. In some location, those neighbors will hear every board flip, every whack, every trick, and they'll hear it from their yards and from inside their homes. There's this group, plus the many people who have a history of coming to that location for all sorts of other things. Any skateboard feature in an existing park will affect the number of neighbors and current users far more than the number of new skateboarders at this new feature. Keep that in mind. So we would like the committee to specifically regard this stakeholder group, the neighbors and park users, as being actually more important than skateboarders, primarily because there are far more of them, and it could dramatically affect their historic use of the park and how they live their lives right in their homes. Lastly, some comments on the makeup of the committee members. For the 2 council slots, I recommend Jory Lyons because in the last meeting on this subject, she, to me, was the most neutral and objective. And again, we're going after objectivity in this whole process and integrity. I will say clearly that neither of the prospective donors should be on the committee for obvious reasons. Keyword there is obvious. Also, because we're all human, no one who is an associate, friend, or in business with the prospective donors should be on the committee. Let's not start the process with a loaded deck. We want the best objectivity that we humans can hold ourselves to. Regarding the 5 community member slots, we would say no more than 2 people who are from the skateboard community, one who is an experienced active user and another who is experienced in skate park design, maintenance, or operations. And finally, I think each city district needs a member, and that way the needs of the neighborhoods will be represented. Tonight you have an opportunity to direct the committee to value life in neighborhoods and parks. If it turns out that the best place for all stakeholders involved in this is adding to POODs, well, the good news is that there's room there and it's a great place for all levels of skaters. Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Ralph, yeah, question.
I'm confused. What do you mean when you say donors?
They're in the story of
what story?
In people coming to, as I read in the newspaper, and as I think someone spoke here in the last meeting, there was talk of money being provided to create a skateboard park, a skateboard bowl, or features.
Well, yeah, I believe the skateboarding community has vocally, as a community, said they would be willing to fund a project. But when you say donors, it sounds like you mean specific people. And there's a lot of, this is a political year. We have a candidate sitting behind who's going to say something along these lines probably. And I'm just curious, I'd just like some clarification.
Yeah, no, I said it, I called it donors. I didn't know the source of what that money was going to be from or who it was from, but.
Okay, and was that in the Coast News?
I think so, and someone here said that something about we
Was
will
it? Okay.
provide money for something.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I honestly had no idea what you're talking about, and I just needed
Yeah,
clarification.
words
Thank you.
like donors and stuff.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Actually, next speaker is Doug Marker, and then you're after him.
Hey, thanks for the time again, Barry Blumenthal. I want to thank Councilmember Luke Schaefer and Deputy Mayor Jim O'Hara for, showing the vision. They saw what we were trying to accomplish, and they understand that City of Encinitas is a destination. And thanks to the Parks Commission for listening to our presentation and also taking our vision seriously. And just to back up what all happened, because it sounds like there's a lot of rumors around, but the genesis of this thing was that the three of us, David, Doug, and myself, retired 60-plus-year-old skaters, we could see there's a problem in the city because skateboarding had become so popular that the Poods Bowl, which in a city this size, the pool coping, which sits on the top of the pool, should last for a lifetime. It was already aged out in 8 years maybe because of the high traffic. So when you look at a city like Encinitas with a surf culture, it has a huge street plaza, but you have one bowl. And Encinitas doesn't live in a vacuum. And so what's happened from Coronado to Santa Barbara, you are competing for room nights for tourists. And all of these communities are building wonderful skate parks and bowls. And throughout the North County, most of these towns have 3 bowls or more. Oceanside's way ahead. But so when we looked at this, the real opportunity was that we weren't building a skate park. You had already done that. So now you had the ability to drop in a skate spot, 3,000 to 5,000 square feet. And the real magic of skateboarding is that it brings people together. People make friends, not just skaters. And so when you put it in a dynamic setting like Moonlight or Glen Park, you're going to liven up that park. People are going to make friends. Yes, there's going to be noise because when people are having a good time and a park is alive, you can hear noise. It's not an annex of Yosemite. It really does have activity where people are making friends. And so that was the idea. And the other thing that he missed, that he doesn't understand, the last speaker, is that we were going to raise this money privately. We weren't going to put it on the back of the city's fiscal challenges. And so in a great location, yes, you can find donors. It's a legacy spot. And that was the opportunity, was that not only do you need a bowl, but you need it in a place where it will bring people together and it helps your destination. Because probably your GDP at this point, or your economy, is primarily destination driven. And so room nights matter. And so that was why we had different locations, but our primary target was always Moonlight. It would create the most opportunity. And skateboarding came from the water. So the ocean being there, a lot of the surfers skate, et cetera. But that was what we were trying to accomplish. And there's no donors in place or anything of that order. But I think sometimes you got to take a step back to 2012 when Mayor Jerome Stocks approved the funding for, or his council approved the funding for Encinitas Community Park and Poods. But also, his efforts funded the multi-million-dollar infrastructure build out at Moonlight. I mean, that's somebody that I'm sure got the heck beat out of him by all these not in my backyard people that you have that are very vocal. But he persevered and he said, you know what? It's more important about this city's vision and the legacy of beautiful parks. And as you can see, beautiful parks increase home values. It's well documented. And so everyone won on it. But now if you go back in time, it looks so obvious. But those were battles if you read the news on them. So much respect to Mayor Stocks for making those efforts and You know, today, what we're looking at is the same kind of thing. We're trying to go back to Moonlight, and there's going to be a lot of pushback from the neighborhood. I don't think the state's the problem in this city. I think you're really conflicted. You don't know if you're Mayberry or you're a destination. And many of you realize you're a destination and that your bread and butter comes from people coming to visit. But I'll give you an example. You know, when tourists come here and they drive down Santa Fe, they're going to say, wow, maybe we'll come back because the road's got less traffic. No. But if they go to Moonlight and there's a bowl there and they meet people and they have a great time and they're like, you know what, I'm going to retire to Encinitas. This is such a friendly place. It's beautiful. So parks win on every level. And from a destination standpoint, I don't think you can discount how important it is now. And you're doing this thing with exposure. That's become a major economic impact, as you could see from the numbers. So this is real. That's why the Fortune 1000 uses skateboarding to market every product under the sun. So why shouldn't you capture that opportunity as the city of Encinitas? Put it in a place where people recognize what's going on. They get to enjoy it. Because unlike Poods, which is a great park, but you can see the Not in My Backyard people are so strong there that here that park's been open 11 years and they still don't have lights because the neighborhood fights it. Yet you got all these world-class athletes and they got to leave at 4:45 in the evening in the winter. So it's not world-class if you don't have lights, but it just shows how strong the pushback is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Ariel Golden. I'm a resident of D3. Thank you for taking our comments to heart this evening. I hear you, and I've read your social media comments that you say Glen Park is no longer in the crosshairs here, and that this skate committee item does not single it out. So I hear that. But after the last meeting when Glen Park was targeted for this project, a lot of the residents in the area were concerned because there had been no notice, no workshops, or opportunity for input, which is the norm for when we have big changes to parks in our city. So about 20 of us gathered in the park out of concern following the meeting. And so I'm sharing what's important to that group here. I think adding any needed asset to our city is wonderful, including a skate bowl. And we want to make sure that the skate committee is made up not only of folks from the skateboarding community, which is what's proposed right now for the committee. I think that we need other members in the committee who are experts in adding other parks features and assessing need. So this could be landscape architects, acoustics engineers, and needs assessors. So please ensure that the committee serves our entire community by determining where there is most need for a skate feature and then finding the best suited site for that feature. Thanks. Thanks.
Final two speakers, Barry Marassi, followed by Larry Robb.
Well, good evening. Thank you. My part will be real simple, 10 seconds. I was very concerned about Glen Park previously. Lots of reasons why it seems quite illogical without getting into any of them at this point. The one thing I did, though, since that last meeting is I decided to figure out what's happening with skateboarding. I had never paid too much attention to it, so I've been to all the skateboard parks a bunch of times. And boy, there are a lot more people involved than I thought there were, so it is obvious that something is likely needed, as long as it's not Glen Park. So yeah, I'm in favor of any of that kind of thing in general. The only comment that I would make, and I'm not real dialed into it, is the bowls didn't seem to be used. All the other aspects were used quite frequently. The most use I saw in a bowl was some little kids playing in the bottom, not with skateboards. So, but that's just my superficial vision. So I think the idea of the committee is great, as long as it's a good, objective committee with different factions involved. Thank you. Good plan.
Thank you.
Hello there. I'm Larry, and I'm a resident of Mayberry. Cardiff, and I feel like I came here, and it's one of those nightmares where you did the wrong homework, because I was here to talk about Glen Park and some issues with that, and I'm a month late. Hopefully, I'm not a month early. So I think just maybe 2 points to emphasize. One is, when Glen Park comes around again to take a look at how it's used. Particularly on the weekend, particularly on the eastern end, where there's the pavilion, where there's all the people on the hill laying on blankets, relaxing or whatever, reading, and the solitude that's there and the nature that's there, right? So consider, how it's used. I use it all the time. I play tennis, I play basketball there. I love it. And I'm all for sports. But taking up the grass, putting concrete, and disturbing what goes on in the park, that's not completely NIMBYism on my part, maybe 50%. And the other thing is, who's on the committee. I don't think that we should expect that they be skateboarders. Had my goofy analogy of if you're looking at extending a runway, you don't leave that up to just pilots, right? There's a lot of people impacted. So thank you very much, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, we did have two individuals, Kathleen Rooney, who registered support but chose not to speak, and also Catherine Sauerborn registered opposition but chose not to speak.
Okay, and with that, we'll move to council deliberation with Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everybody's perspective, and where we started, again, Glen Park is where I had my first going away party for my first deployment. I grew up going to that park my whole life, and I just want to put that out there. That's the reason I brought that there, is that that park is the oldest park in our community, and that it has evolved over the time, just like our whole city has. Right? This was a ranching community that had very little ease of getting water and other resources. So this thing has evolved. You had people here earlier during open comments talking about us. Kicking people out on stolen land. They're talking about our forefathers coming in and the whole deal. So I'm repeatedly quoted during my campaign saying, if Marty McFly showed up with his DeLorean, I would jump in and go back to 1985. It's not happening. Okay, and the fact is every park either has a tennis court, a basketball, baseball, soccer, all of the traditional sports. And most of the people here speaking tonight grew up in a time where those traditional sports were skating and surfing were a counterculture. Right? It's no longer that. And again, we have one of the best, some of the best in the world that choose to live here, that aren't even from here. They're from other parts of the world that are Olympian medalists, that choose to live in this community specifically because of its nexus of skateboarding. Right? The first skate bowls were in Del Mar at the where the little the driving range is, the surf and turf, where the mini golf. So the fact of the matter is this is about obviously from that. I think it's actually a better recommendation that Deputy Mayor O'Hara came up with, is having a committee to go throughout the entire city and look at it. And I do think that separating, spreading them out. I'm not saying this. I think we should have a comprehensive plan that we can kind of run down and ourselves and future councils can actually look at and reference in either parks or areas where skate features could pop up over the years. I do think having, I will say, I think that the recommendations that the Parks and Rec have come up with, I do like the committee makeup of 10 people. I do think that David Norgard would be the proper, obviously, staff member to be there, as he's the director of parks, not director of Parks and Rec, but director of parks facilities. So the key here is to make sure that we have a pulse on where the community is heading. And I said this again last time, that skating is something you can do as an individual. Most of those other sports I just mentioned, you need typically to play the sport, you need multiple people. Right? And when you look at skateboarding, when the waves are bad, it was born from the water. It's something that people can do on their off time or as a byproduct. Me, myself, I spent 20 years away from this place, deploying all over the world. Anywhere I could take a skateboard, I did it. I used to use a skateboard to do pre-flight. I used to go out and do all my communications on a skateboard and do my flight either a parking lot or on a hill, because it gives you the chance to actually practice moving your physical body while actually going through emergency procedures or something of that nature. It's a place of solace for me personally, and it's a place of meditation for me when I'm not in this place I call home and have called home my whole life. So it's one of those things where you can see 7-year-olds and you can see soon-to-be 70-year-olds skating together. You don't typically see that across all those other sports. And as one of the leaders in the world of this pastime, I think it's absolutely imperative that we take a bigger look at our spot in this and where we go from here. So I'm glad that all the Glen Park defenders have come out and talked about it. But I also think that if in the long haul, I hope that it's understood that this park may evolve, and it will evolve. It already has evolved. So I don't know if it's going to happen in the first iteration, but if it does come up that it is a location for a future skate feature, it may not be for 10 years, it may not be for 20 years. But I do think a comprehensive plan of what we do and how we do this is absolutely imperative to see our future as a city and do a big plan that allows the rest of the residents and everybody else to see where this goes. So I'll choose to, I'll wait till maybe my next time around and see what the other comments are. But that's where I stand on this committee. And I do think that it should have multiple people other than just skaters. So if we had a couple more, but I do think that getting comprehensive on this is important.
All right, I'll go. First off, I want to say it's been interesting. It took skateboarding coming to City Council to have two of the most comprehensive, community-filled conversations. Like, we've really had conversations tonight. We're gonna have a conversation. I can feel it. We had a great conversation when Glen Park came up. The community gave input. Council got to discuss it. Staff weighed in. The skateboarding community was here. We don't get to enjoy that all the time up here, and I'm really grateful everybody here is here participating. This has been an incredibly healthy, productive conversation so far. I think is going to get better as we go. I want to thank Cliff Keller. I really enjoyed your comments. I think transparency is huge in this process, as we've seen with the goal of the community wanting to be involved. Ralph, I appreciate you answering my questions first and foremost. I don't know where you're sitting here, but there. I appreciate you answering my questions. I think your ideas of who and what kind of committee, the criteria, things like that are spot on for sure. I think Barry hit the nail on the head. Dave and I have talked about it before, how Vista is making a skate museum and how to a point like nobody wants to see that happen as far as them becoming the skate capital. But I think at the core, we're a community, and part of that community, whether you own a skateboard or don't, I'm never getting a skateboard the rest of my life with my back, but I recognize how many people, everybody here knows Bryce Wetstein and Tony Hawk, right? And most of us adore those people and think they're pretty incredible, and they're part of our culture. If we were to identify somebody famous from our city, we might mention one of them. So I think with that, the importance of what we've come to in this is I came away with two things. I think the who is on the committee needs to not be limited to just people with skateboard scope, but the community in general. And I want to encourage the skateboard community to come out and participate. I've actually mentioned that to Dave and Doug before, and Barry, I think I've mentioned to you too, that we're going to put it out. If we put this out there as a committee or an option, it's the invitation to get involved, right? But it invites everybody. And so I think the criteria of being representative of the entire community, who everybody here, we heard it just at the Glen Park discussion, everybody loves skateboarding. They just didn't want it at Glen Park. But almost everybody got up there said they love skateboarding, right? So this is our chance to bring that community together with a full representation of the people who love it, the people who do it, people who wish they could still do it. And I think, before I go a step further, I want to point out that it's not just kids that skateboard. The only skateboarders here tonight are my age or older, I think. So it's everybody. It's come full circle to Councilmember Schaefer's point. So I would like to see that committee open, much more open. And I think all staff was really trying to do is find some criteria to start with that we could take and expand on to get the right fit based on our feedback from the community. So I think you did a good job, and I know where you're coming from, and I appreciate where you're at. I think this is where we need to go. I think the other important piece is the criteria of which this committee looks for the locations. And I think we're looking at essentially what makes up the return on investment on a skate park. I think obviously we've heard public input is huge. Cost is always a big deal. Location, the goals of the specific project, as you heard, it may or may not be a bowl, or maybe whatever is deemed to be the most in need or generated or fit the space. I think we need to look at any mitigation. Sound is a big concern of a lot of people, and I know when you talk to the skate community, they talk about ways to mitigate the sound. And so that becomes part of the discussion. How is the space currently used? We've kind of pigeonholed this discussion tonight around parks. I don't think we're just looking at parks. I think we're looking at whatever space makes sense around the city that the city, its residents, and the skate community, everybody will benefit from. So it may not be a park. It may be a space that fits outside of the box of what we think of it. And so with that, we're not picking the community night, but I want to encourage whoever does this to be creative. Don't pigeonhole ourselves to just parks, because parks could be uphill battles in some cases, or they could be better locations, or there might just be a location that we've never thought of that one of these creative people in our community, because we have incredibly creative people, comes up with, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's the spot. And I think we'd all love to see that happen. So I think this is a great opportunity to move forward. I think if you're on the committee, and I'd love to see this committee, I think the goal of the committee at this point should be to take the opportunity to unite the people who are maybe a little intrepid on the idea or have some trepidation on the idea, and to unite the skate culture with that, kind of cross the aisle and say, hey, what are your concerns? Hey, how can I help you? What can we do to exist together and actually make this what has potential to be, which is what we saw with Exposure Skate, something that the entire community benefits from, is proud of. And then the day we have the opening of the first skate park that they put together, skate feature that they put together, like 500 people show up. There's a line to use it because everybody participated. I think that's the goal here. So I come together, that harmonious coming together. I'm going to make a motion to approve this with that adjustment to criteria and the opening of the criteria of to the community members. And if the skate community wants to participate, they will show up and apply. I truly believe that, and I've said that, and I'll stand to it. So that's my motion. I don't know if you need me to repeat the criteria or not.
Probably not yet.
Okay.
Yield?
I'll yield.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, Barry, and Doug, thank you for your enthusiasm. You've met with me when you were considering Moonlight Beach, and I'm glad you pressed on that location, and I understand that you're no longer pressing on that location, but who knows, there still may be some opportunities there. I want to talk about a few things that I think are really important that perhaps haven't been highlighted enough yet tonight. And what is our goal here? A lot of times our goals come up through our strategic planning and our vetting and master plans, and they come to us through that process. I'm a little reluctant tonight because I've heard you state in your objectives that this is to be a destination that would attract tourists. And in that way alone, I want to profile something that I'm not sure our whole community is on board with. We just recently had economic development plan come before us here on at City Council, and we had a lot of dialogue, a lot of good public comment, a lot of dialogue across the dais, and we decided we weren't quite ready for that. it's going to be taking a different tact. And in that dialogue, I heard us talk about, well, we're not really sure what we feel yet about are we Mayberry or are we not? You know, do we want to be a destination for tourists? Do we want to be a mecca for anything other than a beautiful Southern California coast that we obviously are? I wonder if by not addressing the goals, ultimately we will trip up on that in this process moving forward. So if we were a city that only had to make decisions about skateboarding, then this would be easy because I embrace skateboarding. I think it's a really important part of our community and our history and our legacy and what people enjoy here in our community. But we're not. We have so many other fiscal responsibilities and our priorities. Our master plan for parks does not address this. Our strategic planning that we spent 2 days working through earlier this year did not address this. And that's why this was a surprise. So if you feel like this wasn't a surprise, then you're operating in a different zone than a lot of people in our community, because they're looking at what do we have in our master plans, what did we say we'd do in our strategic plan, and they have, and we try to give them confidence that's what we're going to spend our time on. I'm very grateful that there's an interest in helping to donate or donating the cost. I do want to call out that just recently we were approved a landscape architecture contract for the L7 Park for slightly under $900,000, which was just for design and environmental permitting. I want to throw that out there as a reality about how much our parks cost. And that's not even the construction of the park. That's just the design and environmental permitting and all the other permitting associated. So there's a lot of costs that would be associated with this, and it would not be inexpensive. So then my next question is it based on need? Because we want to make decisions based on data. We talk about that a lot. We want the numbers. Tell me where our need is. When we do a parks master plan, we do assess where's the need in our community. Let's gauge the public. Ellen presented some information from our master plan earlier that highlighted that. We do the master planning so we can assess every single sport against another, every single use of our public property against another, so that the whole community can give their input. Just here within the last year, we've had people who want more pickleball courts, who want more sand volleyball courts, who want more ball fields come before us and put their best argument forward for that. I worry if we launch forward with a focused study on only skateboarding elements, that will be an additional cost to the city that we hadn't already programmed and is not on our strategic plan or planning documents, that it will fail because we've used the wrong process. And I don't want to waste our time to do that. I think that however we move forward, we're going to need to vet this against our bigger needs. I'm feeling reluctant, even though I seconded the motion last time we met. I thought looking at the broader range of properties within the city was a good idea, better than targeting Glen Park. But I'm a little reluctant tonight to support this committee based on what I'm hearing now and my concerns that we don't have our ducks in a row. We don't have the data we need. And all of us here on City Council, if we move forward with this, we're going to be held accountable for the fact we may not be using the right process to vet this across our whole community and all of our needs. I want to support a successful approach. We've learned already that when the neighbors don't support an idea, that is not a successful approach. my constituents and the people who live around Glen Park have spoken. And because of that, they will be very vigilant in this whole process, and I invite them to be. So I want to state that I want to support the most successful approach. I think there could be some merit here if we go into this full-eyed and fully aware of what it is and what it's not, and that it will need some more extreme vetting and public engagement in the future. I'm reluctant to support this action item tonight for the reason that I think we are leaning in on the wrong process, and I would not like to see us fail. I'll yield.
Councilmember San Antonio.
I am, I'm not big on disagreement. I like to be an agreeable guy, but I'm sorry. I have to disagree with you, Councilmember Lyons. I think when we're leading into this and we're saying, well, we're not doing the right process, or we're not doing this the right way. I feel like, somebody earlier today just said how many people showed up for the HAP for the business owners. There was one. So yeah, you know what? We don't have the most engaged when it comes to this stuff, but what happens is the neighbors show up because they don't want it at Glen Park. So you know what? I understand that. I do. But I think this is the right process. I think we are doing it the right way. Ellen, thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. I have to agree with you. That's a valid point. That's a 10-year-old study, and it's a valid point for me. Maybe my my other cohorts don't agree, but for me that made sense. You know what? Maybe we should look at it again. But I feel like I have a 5-year-old son, and right now he's into riding his bike. I take him to Pacific Highlands over in Sereno Valley or Del Mar to go ride at the pump track. I take him to San Marcos to ride their pump track. I took him to the dirt lot in Village Park underneath the power lines to ride that pump track that the neighbors make. The neighbors the kids are into it. Adults are into it. I just saw earlier in the lobby an old buddy of mine, Eric Dahm, who, man, that guy is still skating with and he's, how old is he? Got to be in his 60s. He's a baby. And he's skating with Steve Caballero. Like, I see him posting these pictures of him and all the old skate guys. McGill, these guys are names that I grew up with, idolizing, and these guys are still skating. So, I don't want to just say that this is wrong and this is out of our reach, because I think it is. And I understand it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. I want a fire station in Liebenhain. It's a lot of money just for the design and that whole process. But Oliver Pratt raised $15,000. Will it make a huge dent? No, but it's that public, those passionate people about what you guys want, what the public wants, and it's not for everybody. But Oliver wanted that park. He wants to contribute. He contributed. He was able to raise $15,000, and for me, that's huge. That's huge for if you guys can find donors and want to raise those funds. It just shows what a collective can kind of get together and are passionate about. And for me, that's a big deal to me. Again, I haven't skated in years. My son doesn't skate yet, but he's 5, and we chase pump tracks he's thinking he's a rad BMX guy right now. So that's what we're doing. I'll yield for now. Oh, and by the way, so I looked at this. I looked at this memo from January 2026. It was in a report, but it's talking about the decibels that are, for the sound of things, the pickleball rackets, human conversation, a skateboard drop-in. It's a skateboard drop-in actually registers pretty low. It's in mid-range. It actually comes out with the same decibel level as a playground noise, human conversation. outdoor volleyball hit and pickleball racket were actually 1 and number 2 for pickleball racket. I get it. People go, oh, it's the sound, but I don't know. I just had to throw that out there because there was data here, and I know you just mentioned data, so I was like, oh, I remember seeing that somewhere. I just had to bring that up. I'll yield for now.
Okay, I'll hop in there. So I think I met with Barry, Doug, and David several times out there when we were talking about Moonlight as the ideal location and getting ready for the possibility of maybe having something for the 2028 Olympics up in LA. And one of the ground rules was that it would be privately funded. And I had, at that time, we were really only talking about Moonlight as a possibility, and there were a lot of unknowns. I remember one of the things I said is I will only support it if it does not take away beach sand area, that it does not impact that it does not take away any parking, because those are two critical resources down there for the main use of Moonlight. And then it couldn't have a negative effect on neighboring neighbors. So that was pretty clear. Now, the key part was the privately funded, because I could not support something that was going to require defunding other critical infrastructure that I ran on. And moreover, and I think I said this last time when we considered this, I look at the number of users for skateboarding versus pickleball, and pickleball is probably 2 or 3 orders of magnitude higher. And I'm going to quote from Ellen, you hit the nail on the head with the master plan from 2016. In a 2013 survey on page 114 of that document, it says no adult recreational sport is taking off faster than pickleball. In the same report, as you pointed out, it puts skateboarding relatively flat in growth, and also in the survey of our residents, fairly low in their importance in several graphs in there. So I won't belabor that point, but what I want to be very careful about is somehow moving this ahead and ending up funding it with city funds. That is not something I will support. I also, and I'll speak, I did a little bit last time about Glen Park. Glen Park, we finally got Doug Rhodes quieted down and out of there, and you finally have Glen Park back as a nice, quiet nature park. I just cannot see jamming one more feature down at the bottom, especially in that acoustic bowl. And it's really because Doug could sit in the bottom of that thing and swear and yell like he did every day at 5 a.m. or early evening. And it's just acoustically wrong to put that loud of an activity down there. I wouldn't put a pickleball court down there either, by the way, for this very same reason. But I would consider if this committee goes forward, I think, I would like to see it broadened, and the way to broaden it would be to update the Parks Master Plan to look at pickleball versus all the other features. But we talked about, or what was proposed was it would be privately funded. So I want to go back to the Hall property, the Encinitas Community Park. When it was founded, there's a space there for an aquatic center. How many years has that been? 20, 25? And there are a lot of people, I hear every day, that want an aquatic park, but nobody has ever been able to raise the funds because it was the same deal. It was, if it's privately funded, we save space for it. And so I would point out that if we do go down this path and we require that it be privately funded, there's a chance that, as Councilmember Lyons pointed out, the expense will be greater and it'll be hard to get it. And it would have to be a marquee location in order to really get people behind it. So why I went through, make sure I hit all my points. So I would like to understand, how we balance our other desires, because we're talking about parks funds, and I'm hoping we're not talking about moving any general funds into this. But how do we balance the other users in the city with other, and I'm going to pick on pickleball because I hear about that from so many people, and it's also a broad demographic. The pickleball players from their 20s and 30s up to their 80s, and so it's very similar. And our current Parks Master Plan, I think it's only gotten more popular than it was in 2013 when that quote was captured. Last comment I'll make is I thought, Ralph Cheney, you had a very good framework for how to populate the committee. I support that. I didn't know if your motion included following his recommendation. Okay, then I understand. So does this have any requirement that it be a privately funded feature?
No, but it also doesn't commit any dollars to it. So
Okay.
there's no commitment of any dollars across the board, period.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to put that stringent restraint on it, because I wouldn't want to have the committee work and in 2 years from now, something comes up that's a public grant and we can't apply for it because we've set this dimension on it. So, but I don't want to commit any dollars to it at this point. I do believe the skate community has partially made this something we can bring to this level because they have said, we believe the skate community will fund it. So I agree with you there. And it's kind of write it up. I'm not gonna compete, put the pickleball community in an arena with the skateboard community to compete for space. So I'm not gonna go in that direction with this motion.
And I'm not asking that. Where I'm going is that I want to make sure we're not committing any general funds, and I won't, I'll just go on record, I won't commit general funds to fund this until we get our need-to-haves funded at a better level. So
Correct.
it might be a year or two,
Well,
I don't
and
know, it depends on how the funding
There's also
goes.
the possibility that this group puts together a plan and we come to find out we've got a skate park that attracts people and we're making, what do we just see off of one weekend? We make $170,000 in taxes. And we find out, oh, we make $1 million a year off this. Well, that changes that conversation a lot, doesn't it?
A little bit.
So, I don't want to limit it to that. I'm not committing, my motion on the table doesn't commit any dollars to it, one or the other, but it doesn't limit future looks at the same time.
Did you want to interject? Okay. And I'll let the city manager, then I'll yield.
If that's okay. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Just looking at a couple things with this. So obviously, great. Yep, the criteria was, basically develop Park and Rec kind of looked at it. So appreciate that. It was not all inclusive and definitely wanted council input and public input as well. Two of the things, though, I think that we talked about is as far as preliminary design concepts and options and the cost, construction, and future maintenance, my suggestion would be look at sites first. We also have to make sure, for instance, we have talked about pickleball and we've talked about sand volleyball at Encinitas Community Park. We also know we have a major use permit and an EIR that we would have to go through. So the one thing I do want to make sure of is whatever parks we do look at, if there's any specific EIR or MUP that we have to do, any process that we'd have to do to add that. So I would probably not have the committee look at design concepts yet or design and construction, because I think it should come back to council as to where the locations are so that you folks have more input. So if that would be, I'm just looking, if we could take the last two off, that would be great.
I think the last two on here.
Yeah, the last two on the application, and then we can also change the criteria as well.
I also think we could, I think, again, we don't want to pigeonhole it to just parks.
Right.
There
It
may
could
be
be
a space that
Sure.
comes free, and we may have even park mitigation fees that are going to go extinct if we don't use them, and this may become an opportunity to use them. Like, there's also, I don't want to pigeonhole it and stick it in one spot, but I think we look around the entire community and we see there may be something that makes sense that none of us have thought of. They're creative. I do think a lot of the skate community is going to be able to tell us the approximation of costs on these things so we can ballpark it and know how to, you'll need some of that because you have to compare, like, well, if you just want to do a kick or if you want to do a bowl, there's a difference in price, and you have to have a ballpark idea to know if, like, hey, is this even, are we wasting our time talking about this? So
Yeah.
I think to a certain degree they have to know that. But
And
I think they will.
I think that definitely staff could help with that, and we could just say skate features throughout the city, not just limited to parks. Absolutely. And I think too, looking at the timeline, we are coming up on summer, depending on the committee members. We do have a lot of folks that do go on vacation and everything else. So I also don't want to put noted that we'll have everything done by September because, again, want to make sure we take time. And the other thing that I just want to assure people with, I do appreciate Ellen bringing the master plan up. I was Park and Rec director when we got that adopted and worked on that as well. And one of the things that we do, and I'm going to go back to L7 right now, once City Council determined that we wanted L7 to be a park, we went ahead and funded design dollars, and now we have that community outreach. So I want to assure the community what we do whenever we're going to add an amenity to a park. I look at even Glen Park, the ADA upgrades that we did. We will have a series of meetings. To Ellen's point, I was a director when we did Olympus Park. We did 5 community meetings. I actually did that on purpose as director to make sure, and I know it's like Disneyland, but it truly was designed by the residents that were there, and we would get 50 to 60 people at meetings, and we went to them. So I just want the council to know, community and stuff, we would do a lot of outreach once a park would be picked or things like that. Absolutely.
And I would add to that, I think, Councilmember San Antonio mentioned that, we had this HAP meeting and only one business showed up, and myself, I guess I don't count, but second, we'll say 1 or 2 of us showed up. But when we had the L7 meeting, it was a packed house. So that's for the first meeting. It's been really well attended. People love their recreation spaces, and I believe they will participate. They'll participate because they want to make sure it's right for their home and their living situation. They'll participate because they want to make sure it's right for their recreation and their use. And so I think everybody up here should have confidence, and the public should know that they are absolutely, everybody in this room, tell your friends, they are invited to participate in this process.
Okay. And every time you say feature, I just think of the videos I've seen online of the kids dropping in on our front sign out here, which I'm not promoting. But every time you say that, that's what flashes in my head. I'm going, oh, no. So go ahead.
Okay.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. So you go back 25, 30, 40 years, you see skating was born in the counterculture. It was pushed into the corners, pushed into the do it on your own time. It's not really was not a streamlined sport, and it still kind of lives in that because that's where it existed for so long. So there was a time you could see the Vaughn Shopping Center west of El Camino at Mountain Vista, the old 7-Eleven, now Habit Burger over there on Encinitas Boulevard. Basically everywhere down here on 101 was packed with people skateboarding. It wasn't e-bikes because there were no e-bikes. And bikes were a pain in the ass to walk up a street, so skateboards were easy to ride down and walk up or carry up. So it's I think that we've minimized it as a sport, and if a park went in without a basketball court, without a tennis court, you'd be up in arms. And at this point, I think that we're bringing this out of its light, and this became kind of like the Encinitas way. It became a mecca for skating because of our YMCA, which initially had the bowl on the south side, where all the parking is to go to your indoor soccer or your lacrosse or whatever it is you do over there. But it was on the south side there, and kids were pushing the limits and dropping in here on they were finding features. Pacific View was a primary location to go jump the stairs there, the back of Oak Crest. What I'm trying to say is people found places to go skate. They was born in the gutters of of LA. The Cardiff Trench, the Glen Park Gutter, that was a very specific place to go after surfing to go skate the Glen Park Gutter. That was where people went. So I am adamantly thinking that this is the first time that we're bringing skateboarding by itself out of its light to not do a master plan for any of the other parks, but just skateboarding. And that's to you, Alan. It's to go to everybody. That skating is a part of our culture, and it's coming out in Encinitas, and we're not going to stop because a couple people just don't want to hear some noise. It is a changing and an evolving community. And tourism, people are coming here to skate whether we like it or not. So why would we not invite that? Why wouldn't we improve our hotels, improve all the other stuff that needs improving? It's kind of, it's to some level, and Barry pointed out, and thinks so, Dave as well, it's kind of embarrassing that we are the capital, we are that location, but we have enough people here that have the voice and have the time on a Wednesday night to come in and say this, but we don't have all the kids that, again, my kid can skateboard and can't necessarily shoot a basketball all that well. And that's the predominant way of this future. We have 10,000 new homes coming in. those kids, I guarantee, will learn how to skate and surf because that's what this culture, this community is designed around. So to sit here and keep going back to all of the traditional sports and only the traditional sports is, I think it's just, it's throwing it back in our face. And I think that it's time to bring the skate culture, at least in our community, out to the forefront and give it its due right. And I think this committee is perfectly placed for where it goes. As far as the strategic planning, we did have people speak about it in the strategic plan when we had our 2 days up here at the library. So it was there, and it was having this conversation. So I don't know why that wasn't the case, but again, if we just had Exposure Skate, MOU, speaking to this whole great community thing, they have to build a 12-foot freaking bowl. They have to build a ramp to go in there. They have to build that ramp to go in there for all these kids, and it's viewed, whatever, 180,000 people worldwide. 8.1 million worldwide that are watching this, coming to something that we have to build. I'm talking about there's a future of what we saw in COVID. There's a future of abilities where we could have a skate competition where people are skating different features on different days in our town. You can go to the YMCA, you can go down to the Pooge, you can go to wherever the next feature is and skate the different features. So again, I'm seconding this motion, but I couldn't say enough that I think that this is a very powerful moment in time in our, especially as we're about to have 10,000 new homes and an influx of everything. And it's also it's a means of travel.
I want to do a time check here.
It's 9:30.
Yeah.
And we'll go till 12 if we have to, right? We'll do it right, not right now.
If we want to, okay.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. So the fact is right here, right now, I think it's important that our community, and I'm speaking for all of those skaters and all of the young people that don't have the voice and the community that's been in the counterculture for so long, and it's time to take it out of the counterculture and out of the dark and into the light, period.
Yield? Yes. Okay. And again, we got a half hour. We got one more item, so I'll recognize Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to correct what was attempted to be a correction of what I said by saying this item did not make it to our priority list in our strategic planning session. It did not end up on priority list for our strategic planning, and that was the point I was trying to make. What I want to say, though, is I've seen some ways here that I could support this, and I'm wondering if I could articulate these a little bit more clearly, if we could consider adding these to the item. I know the mayor's already talked about the non-city funds. If that is in this action item, then that would be something I would also support. I think not putting the burden on the city, I think is important. And
there are no funds dedicated at this time, and this motion does not include them, so I'm not going to change my motion. So.
And, okay, that's your response?
Yes.
I would like to see Moonlight Beach still in the mix. I know the the Parks and Rec Commission reviewed that. I would like to see that was the ideal first location. I think we could vet that a little bit more and see how we could make that work, how we could get to yes on Moonlight Beach.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you want me to respond as a motion maker. Sorry, I won't if you don't want. If you want to keep going, sorry.
Well, feel free.
I think the skate community supports that, from what I know, and that would be part of all city inclusion. And I'm grateful to hear you include pushing forward on that.
And my last request is that we go, and I'm going to address this to the city manager, that we've already talked about our parks master plan is due for updating. I would like us to initiate that work to go, or to have some confidence that work is going to be initiated very soon, so that as we proceed in this dialogue on the committee, that we can also inform the public that we will be updating our parks master plan to consider all the other sports and all the other needs.
If I may respond on that one. So we are going to do introduction of budget next week. That is not budgeted. We will need a consultant to update that. So That is something we could possibly bring back mid-year. We'd have to look at mid-year to look at money, but budget's being introduced next Wednesday, and that would not be included yet, but we can always look at mid-year. And we would have to do an RFP and everything for a consultant to go ahead and update that. But that could be done, but it just was not included for this budget year.
Mhm. Does the motion maker have some thoughts on this?
I'd love to see the agenda to come back. I don't think it's part of this motion. I think this motion is specific to the skateboarding. But I fully support the idea of bringing back the master plan after a decade to review it at the very least and then look forward. I don't think it's part of this motion, though. I think it's a different motion. But if that someone wants to bring that forward, the mayor and the city manager want to agendize that in future, I would fully be in favor of that, as I think everybody up here would be. But it's not part of this motion.
And I'll just conclude by saying I would be interested in serving on the committee because I think that I would represent a balanced voice, and so I would put that forward.
Yeah. And we're not doing that tonight,
I know.
right? Okay, good.
I know.
Anything else?
No.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add? You were up next, but you got to hop in there. Just a couple of quick things. The Parks Master Plan update did not get proposed or input to our annual work plan. As we go through the year, if we want to add it, we should consider that and add it and fund it. I wanted to talk a little bit about the counterculture comments. I don't believe that's true today at all. I have not heard the counterculture. And I was a party to, I was at the meetings 20-some years ago, Leucadia Oaks Park, when I remember Christy Guerin and Jerome Stocks and all of them talking about it. And there was the counterculture discussion of, do we really want skate? And to their credit, they moved forward with it because that was when it was breaking down. But that's a quarter century ago, and that's long enough ago that I think we're well beyond that. So I don't view this as bringing it into the light at all. It's a full-fledged sport. It's fully supported. And so I'm going to support this tonight because it's not about funding. But when it comes back, future funding discussion, I'm going to have a completely different, it's going to be need to have versus want to have. I would like to, update the Parks Master Plan at some point. I don't think that's a critical need to have yet, but it's getting close, and so I think we ought to be planning for that in the future. So with that, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I'll just, again, as you look at different ways, different means of transportation. I know there's a lot of e-bike, a lot of walk trails, but again, skateboarding is a mode of transportation. On top of that, I don't know why we wouldn't spend money on it in the future. I'm not saying that some of the bigger projects or some of the ones, if we can get community funds raised on it, but I don't know why we wouldn't spend money on something that is highly advantageous to the youth and to the mid-age, but definitely to the youth growing into the moment. Why we wouldn't spend money on this in the future. Again, if with a master plan, let's say that we come up with 15 features, doesn't mean we're going to fund them all tomorrow or next week, but we could fund them over the course of time. And with, again, community, this is a community that a lot of people live with all of their wants, and the city has enough to feed our needs and some of our wants. And if the community comes out and wants to speak behind it, but I do think that this is a value space to put our money, and for our youth to, it's one of the highest way. It's an art. It's not just a sport. It's an art. It's all these other things for mental health, all the different benefits that this provides. So I would put money towards this if it was something that was necessary, on top of maybe some community funds, not to forgo drainage in Leucadia or some other major features. Obviously, it's got to get in line. But that being said, I would never say that this city should not put money behind it when I think that we should. So.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
No, I think that's a great point, and I'm just going to piggyback off that. I think the idea is to open this to give the community the opportunity to come up with something that we can't say no to, right? Like that would be the dream scenario. We figure it out. I also agree with the mayor. We still have priorities in this, and when this comes to us, there may be 15 items on it. We know how government works. Government works. Of those 15 sites, 2 might get built. And that's just the way government works. And 2 of them might become, to the mayor's point, pickleball courts, right? But at least we get that ball rolling and we start things moving in the right direction. We haven't committed any money. It comes to the point of like, identifying these things. And I will say I've heard a little bit of there's not a need. And I'm 50-50 on that. There's not a need in the same direction we talk about needs when we talk about things like drainage and public safety. And not that I'm looking to commit money to it, but I think there is our job to balance the needs of mental health and physical fitness and things that, just like we do with the arts, this is shown to be a need. We have several discussions about it. In fact, I think proof of that is the Parks and Rec subcommittee. We started a little over a year ago this time, where we tasked them to work for the surf community, skate community, and the volleyball community, correct? And we had Bridget Kimball and Michael Smith, right? I think they were the subcommittee. They did a fantastic job. They spent 6 to 9 months working with the skate community and the surf community on different projects to identify, in the volleyball community, to identify the need aspect of this. And they came up with a lot of really good information. They interviewed tons and tons of people. Again, thanks to them for a tremendous job serving the city. And I'm glad to get to this point, and I think what we're seeing is a healthy conversation where the sky is the limit with this community, and we're just about to press the button on this one.
So can I call the question? Call the question.
Would you like me to repeat back what I think I got?
Yeah, that would be
All
a
right.
good idea, yeah, because
Figured that was a good
that wasn't
shot.
a standard one, so yeah, that would be a great idea.
So on the motion by Deputy Mayor O'Hara and seconded by Councilmember Schaefer, it's to approve the formation of the skate park committee and then to adjust the criteria to open the application to all community members, and then from the application, remove the goals 4 through 5 from that application.
I don't think we had 3. Did we? I know 4 and 5 is what I heard.
Removing 4 and 5.
Right, not 3. Did you say 3? Okay,
I
sorry.
didn't say 3.
I would, I don't think we fully want to remove item 4, right? We want to have an idea of what the ask is, not just that this is a location. Because I think the neighbors are going to want to know if this committee is talking about putting a pool in or putting in a ramp, right? So I understand the concept of preliminary design concepts and options. We don't want to get into the city funding a park design concept, but they're going to come back to us with
How about
an idea.
a feature option? So like you said,
Right.
maybe it's either like a plaza or a bowl, but not like actually doing the design,
Correct.
but right, the feature.
Yes,
Okay, so
yes, yes.
we could adjust 4 to just say like feature design or feature concept.
Perfect.
How's that?
Yes.
Yeah, you did, Pete. You said park and
Thank
not
you.
feature.
We need to get you on tape, but we heard you well enough. So the comment was it should be feature. Feature, not park. Yeah.
Yes,
Good,
and
good catch. Thank you. A little out of order, but we'll take it at this time of night.
And I think the other request was if we have the option to fulfill the committee with a person from each district as part of it. That was one of the goals I heard from the community as well. And so you might have 6
Okay.
from different at large and 4 from, and obviously if we don't have anybody apply from the district, I'd like to make that into an at large.
Okay.
Do we normally do that? But usually we just try and find them.
I think we usually just try to identify a candidate.
So you want to, if we don't get the application, we would then convert it to an at-large?
Yeah, if we get 25 people that want to get involved and nobody from my district wants to get involved, we're going to turn away.
Point of clarification, is it district or community? Because I think we said 5 communities, but do we want to do it by?
Communities.
No, there's 5 communities and 4 districts.
4 communities come together as one. But
5,
we can discuss that another time.
in the general plan, it's
We'll just
5.
do 4 districts.
Just to be clear.
The way it's shown is 5.
Yeah.
So 4, okay, so 5.
Well, that's the way it's
Yeah.
shown. That's what I thought we were doing.
But the
whatever
motion
you guys
maker,
want.
let's leave it to the motion maker. Is it the 4 districts, the voting districts?
What I
or
heard,
is it
from the
5
community was I thought
communities?
districts. Ralph, is that what you said? I believe it was you. So let's keep it simple, like districts, because
Districts.
so we've done
Okay.
consistently with our commissions and other.
You're the
things,
motion
so.
maker.
I'll say districts unless there's a reason somebody wants to go otherwise.
May I suggest that's 4 then and not 5?
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he
That
said,
changes
yeah.
the number.
Which was what brought my question.
Just one quick clarification with the 4 district members, do you want the 5th to be at large?
No, there'd be 6 at large at that point, because there's 6 beyond that. And then if the motion, the point was if we get 25 people to apply and there's one district where nobody applies from, we fill it with an at large.
Okay. Do we need to read that back?
No, I think
we got it.
I think we
yeah.
got it, yeah.
It'll be pretty clear on the tape too, so. Okay, so.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that takes us to item 12A. I guess there is no 11.
Thank you. May I just jump in here,
Yep,
Mayor?
hop in.
Warren, I know that there's a few photographs. Maybe first though, or could you pull up the agenda item so I can give what a council member report on it? And our monitors still aren't working over here, so I'll have to read it off of the big screen. So I'll tee this up then while Warren is doing his IT magic. This item was brought forward in response to a topic we were covering in our budgeting session. This is something I brought forward. Okay, yeah, you're right. This was something that was brought forward during budgeting, and we had a good discussion about it in our budgeting session. And there was an interest from my council colleagues to kind of bring this forward through another mechanism, which is the council member initiated item. So this isn't new information. This is the information that was presented at budgeting for the repair and ongoing maintenance for an area that's used for parking that's in the city right-of-way. For everyone's benefit, I'll review what this item includes. This image here starts to show the location. It's at Santa Fe Drive, which is the east-west running road there, if you can't see the notation, and Cornish. And Warren maybe kind of scrolled down a little bit to cover the whole length of where this repair and improvement to this parking area would be. This is an area owned by the city, and there was a lot of discussion about where does the city property line end and where does the Swami's private property adjacent to the west begin? And essentially it's where the line of palm trees are, which is associated with where you see the green grass. That's about where the city property extends to. And across this whole parking area over the years, there's been ruts and gullies in the soil created by erosion that get deeper and deeper. It's at a point where the neighbors are bringing this to my attention. They're worried about people twisting their ankle. It's been brought to our attention as a city that this is a dangerous kind of ankle twisting hazard for people getting in and out of cars. This area is traditionally an area where people park and they overlook the ocean. It's very popular. It can often have as many as 80 cars there, according to some residents who live nearby. The cars, what happens now is because it's dirt and there's ruts, the cars have difficulty getting traction, and when they're backing out and they spin their wheels and they create dust, and in some cases they lose control and they go down over the hill into the Swami's property. If you can go forward on this, Warren, to the photos I have. I did add a few other. Are these are the new ones? Yeah, go ahead there. It doesn't really matter which ones we go with first. Maybe make it a little larger. This is one of our residents who brought this to my attention, a picture he took right outside of where he lives of one of the trucks that had gone over the edge. Maybe you could get another picture there. You can kind of see. I hadn't had any pictures of this before. I just had their their accounting of the fact that the cars go over the edge. Another neighbor said that this last December, they called the tow truck for a car that went over the edge in another location. Are there more pictures? That's just a picture from this resident of a typical use of the parking area. And maybe the next one, there's the car from the back end of it going over the edge. I thought that was a little bit better to show those photos than to just talk about it. If you could now go back to the agenda item where there are a few other more descriptive photos as we get down to the following pages. I've tried to put some annotation there that shows the the ruts and gullies, and maybe go to the next page, and then I'll be done talking about what is in the agenda item. Just ruts and gullies. This isn't a big project. It's really a repair. This is something the city does when we see there's a situation that might need some fixing. And so far, staff has looked at it in a preliminary way and given us some numbers and presented about $63,000 is what the cost would be. I'm putting this forward through this mechanism now so we can have some more discussion. And I would hope to get City Council support for this item to be considered in more detail by staff, because that's how we can direct staff to give us a little bit more detail on that cost, so we feel assured that that's going to be the initial cost, and then what are the maintenance costs later on. And then we could consider that number to be added to our budget discussion, which we'll have in a few council meetings. So I think the timing is good for us to just get everything out there and have a discussion about this, and hopefully we can move this forward to repair this parking area. And I'll rest there.
Okay, and I don't have anybody to speak. Do
We have 5 speakers.
5 speakers. And before I do that, I need a motion to extend. Let's say 10:30 maybe?
Yep. Motion to extend no later than 10:30.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and we will have the public speakers now.
First 3 speakers, Steve Woodward, followed by Ellen Burr, and then Nadia Pandis.
So I'm Steve Woodward. I live at 1303 Cornish Drive. I've been greatly impacted by your 80-plus car parking lot. It's been an ongoing thing for about 12 years. But through this process, I've realized that you're not in compliance with the Americans Disability Act. You have you have an 80-car parking lot, but you have no compliance to the ADA. And don't take my word for it, you should ask the city attorney. What parking lot in Encinitas isn't in compliance with the ADA? And I think it's your parking lot. The other issue is the dust. My sister's lived on that property for 38 years. She has stage 4 lung cancer, and I contribute a portion of it to the toxins in the soil from your parking lot. And the city and the county allowed public works projects like Santa Fe, the underground utilities on San Alejo, all to stage there, which they were, and that was prior to the new EPA laws with the heavy mill plastic and the noodles. So all that toxic material was being dumped there. So I suggest that you do tests, clean the soil up, and comply with the ADA laws that are federal laws. You have to be in compliance to that. Then if you move forward, it's really disgusting the management you have with that parking lot, because you allow people to bring any damn thing they want, anything they can drive there, a bus pulling a 40-foot trailer. They can park any way they want. They can stay damn near as long as they want. and they can pretty much do whatever they want, and they do. And I just think that didn't start with you. It's been going on a long time. Population growth, hundreds of thousands of units being built in Oceanside, San Marcos. They don't hang out there. They want to come to the coast, and this is where they're at. And it's thousands of cars on the weekends that park there. They all make the illegal left-hand turn from Santa Fe onto Cornish Drive, hundreds of them. So I think this is a good opportunity for you to clean the street up, address all these problems, ask your city attorney about the ADA. Surely you have to be in compliance with it if you own a parking lot, which it is. It's not the view, it's not the overlook, it's a parking lot. And you should start taking responsibility for your parking lot, just like you'd hold anyone else responsible.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
ask
Yeah. We can get.
Hi, Council. I really think this should have been a regular maintenance issue. It should have been, we shouldn't have been having gullies forming deeply on the side of the road and getting deeper and deeper. And frankly, it would be remiss if we're going to slurry that section of road, then what's the point? As soon as it's done, if you haven't fixed the access with the gullies, it's going to be chipping away on the side like before the paint dries on the new stripes. And we need to have, like you said, some sort of uniform parking. Not, is it horizontal? Is it slanted? Is it straight in? And there needs to be a demarcation of where is the right-of-way and where the Swami's property is. Because during COVID, maybe it's still going on, people were pulling way into the Swami's property, unloading their vans with 4 bicycles and tables and chairs and blankets and having a wonderful time because there wasn't anything else you could do. But we were not being very good neighbors, but it's past time for us to be good neighbors. Plus, we need to find out where the liability line is. I'm not talking about ADA, I'm just talking about plain old liability. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. This is my first time coming to a meeting and speaking, and this has really been a great experience watching how these meetings take place. And I didn't know they would go on this long, so that was also an education for me tonight. You know, when I first was coming to talk about this and I first read about it in the newspaper, I was disappointed because I really liked the rustic feel of our beachy neighborhood. I live on Cornish Drive. We walk by that lookout all the time. And I love that it's not this perfectly groomed place where people go. It kind of gives you this different experience that you feel like it's really beachy. But listening to other folks, I definitely understand where the concerns are and seeing the pictures. I walk down that road a good 5 days a week. I don't see a lot of what I've heard about, where people are twisting their ankles or cars are driving into the Swami's area. But I'm just really hoping that whatever is done, it's good and it's safe, but it's also continues to keep that kind of fun little rustic feel of our neighborhood. You know, we have our areas that are very well manicured and groomed in Encinitas, and it's beautiful. And then we have our areas that are not, and that's beautiful too. And it just really makes our community interesting and our neighborhoods interesting. So hoping that, you know, while we do the right thing for the community and for our people, that we also try and keep with kind of the feel of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final 2 speakers, Rachel Graves, followed by Molly Hentleyan.
Good evening, Council.
I agree with Ellen Burr with the liability. If this area is this dangerous, I recommend you block it off. This does not sound like a $60,000 fix that we were proposed last week. I recommend you task the new committee that you just made to look at this city-owned lot to do something productive with it. I don't have the answer, but is this an official parking lot? I've never seen this listed as an official park or parking lot. And so I'm not sure how this is called a repair if we've never actually created a parking lot with it. I'm a little taken aback. Also, when you form this new committee, please don't put Joy Lines on the committee. She tried to take L7 from us. She actually tried to take a park and turn it into housing. So please, please, please do not put her on a commission that tells us what to do with our parks, please. She also repeatedly told us we had to have community input before bringing council-initiated items like you're doing right now. You've criticized all of these people up here for doing just what you're doing now. It's inappropriate. I see trash cans up there with people throwing trash on the sides. Those aren't Encinitas. My friends and family don't do that. That's tourists. So all the things that you just sat here and criticized, Ms. Lyons, about this skate feature, we could just play back all the things you said to criticize that idea and put it right on this idea. This is a tourist kind of trap. It's a want to have, not a need to have. If we have extra money, you guys made a motion to red curb the daylighting areas near the schools, in particular near on Parkdale Lane. It has still not been done, and you guys approved it last year. So if we have $60,000 or $160 or $600, let's get those safety measures done. The red curb is still not curbed right where Emery died. People are still parking right up against that crosswalk. So we have a lot of needs to have before this, and I think if it's this dangerous, rope it off, do something productive with that space. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Ollie Hitland. I drive by at Overlook all the time, at least 4 times a week. And I always question, is it a sanctioned parking lot? That's a question I know was asked by the prior speaker. And I'm concerned about budget to fund the parking overlook if it is a sanctioned parking lot. We have some other priority paving projects that need immediate attention. This ask here also seems like adding more of a feature to an overlook and alluding to paving and beautification. The parking area seems like a hangout and a day use when I see it. And I don't know where a prior speaker spoke about 80 cars. It's actually on average probably 10 or 12. So it's not a big stretch. So I leave you with the question, is this a nice to have or a need to have? Thank you.
That concludes speakers. However, we did have Jan Kaufman and Vincent Pondes register opposition, but choose not to speak.
Okay. So Councilmember Lyons.
Yeah, let me just respond to some of the speakers because I think they had some valid questions. And then turn it over to my council colleagues. Steve, thank you for the photographs, by the way. And I think it would be a good idea to add the ADA review to what our work would be. I've talked about this your question and your concern briefly with our risk manager, and she's given me some feedback that because of the natural look of this property, that it's other areas like this around the city don't rise to the level of ADA compliance, but I think that deserves a better vetting. And so thank you for bringing that up. I think we could look at that as well as the costs. Ellen, you brought up a good point that we are paving Cornish. It is part of our pavement overlay. And I had mentioned that in our budget session, but I forgot to mention it again tonight. There are some there's added value to doing this work to repair the parking area at the same time that we're upgrading the paving on Cornish. And to do them both at the same time would really add a lot of value. Whereas if we don't approve the parking lot at the same time, we will still have some of the same issues in this place. And I agree with let's keep it natural. I think this is just a repair. It's not meant to create anything formal except for to define where the limits of the parking are with wheel stops so that people don't go over the edge where there's a topography change. And as far as trash or enforcement or other things associated with this property, ever since I've been on city council for the last 5 years, we've really been working with the sheriff and our public works department to be as responsive as possible with our residents and who are concerned with oversight of this parking area. It is just for day use. It's signed not for use after dark. We have really reduced the concerns for activities happening in this area that aren't allowed, that aren't desirable. So the enforcement being notched up over the last few years has been helpful in that area. We can always continue to emphasize more enforcement like we do wherever we have issues, if that's warranted. So simply, this is a repair. It's fairly simple, and I hope to receive my city council members' colleagues' support on this.
Okay, I'll hop in now. First question I have, do we know what portion is city-owned versus privately owned? When I pulled up the GIS and did the satellite overlay, and it looks like especially the segment, the first segment going up the hill is a fairly narrow band there, pavement to the edge of the city right-of-way, and then it jogs over when it crosses, is it Birmingham? Santa Fe. When it crosses over Santa Fe, it actually jogs over and is a little wider on that section. So I don't know if we have any information. So whatever we do tonight, I want to make sure we are not encroaching on private property, whatever improvement we do, which brings me to the second question.
Mayor, may I respond to that?
Sure,
because since staff hasn't had the opportunity to look
Right.
at this in any more way than and present something, but they have assured me that the limits are, this is city property, and where people are parking now is city property.
Okay.
But you're right, that needs to be part of the next
I think
step.
this part of this would have to survey it. I'm also worried. I actually like the idea. However, I want to make sure we go into this eyes open on given the significant ruts, and I appreciate the pictures, do we have to grade anything that would cause grading off our property? So we might have to get some agreement with, I think it's SRF owns that. So we might have to get some agreement with them in case any of the grading occurs, but they would probably support that. So that was my first question. Second, do we know when the resurfacing is going to occur? I think is that part of by September?
According to engineering, it's in the next cycle.
Which is September.
What they talked about. I think they're going out for bid within a month.
Okay, so it's not by September. It's actually, we got a year.
No, it is. It's in this cycle.
It's
No,
this cycle.
Cornish is being done this cycle. So what engineer
in the
Dan?
26, 27.
No,
It's in the
it's in the current one that should be done
25,
within the
26.
within the
Okay.
next few months. And the idea would be to at least feather the pavement so that that we could do just so at least it feathers into the parking area. So it would take care of some of the chips and the ruts by just feathering that, and that would be included in this budget already.
And do we know if, and I don't know if you've had these discussions, do we know if any environmental from storm runoff in particular is required for whatever we do?
I've asked our staff that, but they haven't been able to spend a lot of time yet, so they would come back with that information.
Okay.
I imagine.
And I would ask, do we know anything about the ADA laws too, and whether or not and how they might or might not apply? Just
On that,
best guess.
What we in essence have is a unimproved on-street shoulder that people have unofficially utilized for parking. It is not a parking lot. It has not been designated by a parking lot. So it's really on-street parking. Further south On the actual improved area, there are designated ADA spots. This is merely cars parking on the roadway, on the shoulder, unofficially and not designated, so ADA would not apply at this point. However, we need to look at what does improvements do? Obviously, feathering the road and the edges to cure any tripping hazards or safety, that is not. And then we would have to look at, adding some wheel stops. What does that mean? And from a safety standpoint. So there's many elements to that. One could argue that it is a natural condition that exists with wheel stops. On the other hand, it could be argued wheel stops enhanced it further. So it's up to further review.
Okay. So
Also on ADA, it doesn't require that ADA parking be designated on-street at all areas. There are some already existing on the south end of the improved pathway.
Okay, so I'm reminded of a couple of similar cases in the city, one private, one city. The Olivenheim Town Council had similar significant erosion in their parking lot, which was a dirt parking lot, heavily used. And when we added, I was probably on the board at the time, we added gravel, it really helped. Oh my goodness, it just reduced the amount of maintenance incredibly. Number two is up on Vulcan. When we added the wheel stops, and originally added them as perpendicular parking, and then the city changed it and made it parallel parking, I thought it really helped organize the parking, the on-street parking, or I should say just off-street parking, but adjacent to the street parking. And I thought it was a good addition. So this is an opportunistic thing where I think I'm going to support it because I believe 65,000 or even 100,000. It actually is a good use, and it makes the overall area safer and while keeping it relatively natural. I would ask that we condition moving forward with it in that we make sure we're not grading on neighboring property, that we are not putting wheel stops on neighboring property, and that we determine whether we want to make it parallel or perpendicular parking there. We may want to do parallel parking like Vulcan, and I think that worked out better. And we also, of course, check on ADA, and we also check on environmental runoff, whether there's any environmental runoff requirements. So, and I will yield to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Thank you. I think you made a lot of valid points here. I want to back the truck up here a little bit because this isn't even supposed to be an item that goes forward. This is supposed to be an item that we vote on coming up with, are we going to design this so we can talk about it at budget? That said, there's no way this is a $60,000 project. From everything we've heard tonight, there is absolutely no way we're, even with the budget surplus we have, going to be able to cover this. To do what we're talking about, ADA, I heard environment studies. It doesn't make, it's, the estimate is so far off. I don't even need to talk to staff to know that it's going to be a multi-$100,000 project by the time you start to look at drainage, by the time you start to look at environmental impact, ADA, the fact that it's not even a parking lot, we'd have to do some designation there or something like that. But I also come back to this idea that Self-Realization Fellowship is not here. So they're the ones whose property is being encroached on. I hear cars going to their property, yet they're not, they haven't come to any of us to talk about it or bring it up. They haven't put a fence up. Encroachment doesn't seem to be an issue for them. And I don't necessarily need to go make an issue for them. I very much appreciate your comment about Vulcan and the change. But I'm going to say no one wants to parallel park up there. No one's interested in that. They want to pull up with their van, open the door, and look at the sunset, or pull up straight and sit there and hang out with the person they're having a picnic with and look out. I mean, every picture you see, they're pointed straight downhill because that's the cool thing to do. You know, I've said this before, and you know, we're managing these trade-offs with progress, and I think Along the way, one of the trade-offs we made was we gave up watching the sunset on the bluff to put in the path, and I think that was a great trade-off. Everybody loves it. The path gets tons of use. I don't view this in the same way at this point. I think the farther we go away from that little bit of nostalgia, the more we risk losing. And while I'm not opposed to freshening the area up, the evidence I have in front of me doesn't say that SRF wants to do it. It certainly says it's not going to be anywhere near $60,000. It's multitudes of that at the moment. Maybe it's a down the road project, but I look around the city and I see red curbing was just an example, but I see a lot of things that we need to do with this. And so I appreciate the challenge. I did see it was full of cars tonight, and not a one of them came up here to the meeting to complain about it. So I'm not going to move forward on this. Honestly, never to be done talking about it, but I'm not going to support this.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
So do we create, so there is no ADA requirement. It's not a parking lot. Do we create any issues by doing something here? Once we improve it, does it now create any kind of exposure that could come because we improved it?
It depends on the extent of improvement. Right now, it's in its natural condition, which is dirt. Clearly, cleaning up and feathering the tripping hazards that exist there now is a prudent thing to do. Wheel stops, adding wheel stops could be argued either way, whether it changes the natural condition or not. What we're really dealing with is a on-street shoulder where people are parking either straight forward or at an angle. There are concerns, there were photographs showing that people going over the edge. That likely should be addressed from a safety standpoint. ADA also takes a look at, if there were to be an argument of ADA, they also take a look at where else do you have ADA parking, and we in fact do have in the design of Coastal Rail Trail on-street parking ADA accommodations just further south of that.
Yeah. So it's my understanding, well, one, that the truck that was there, I don't know how you get there without trying to get there, but the vehicle, I believe, the car, I believe, was a drunk driving accident. So again, that's, we're not making all of our roads for that. I do see that if we could, doze it or whatever and give it some kind of improvement, but I really don't think, is there a way for us to approve nothing more than $60,000? Like I wouldn't want to touch this for anything more than that. And if it does become that, it's a no for me, because if it starts to become one of these things where we kind of like tip in and then it becomes this pull the thread and then now we don't have a sweater on.
Yeah, so if I may, again, this being a council-initiated item, we obviously did meet with Councilmember Lyons out on site, and we put together, between Public Works and Engineering, putting together an estimate. It was $65,000. What that included was some grading. It included putting down a base. It included wheel stops. And then, of course, there was some contingency. No drainage was contemplated. So, of course, looking at any type of drainage design or putting in drainage, that's where you're going to see the price go up. So we would have to look at all of that. So depending on what council wants to do tonight, we have introduction to budget. We will not have this information by next Wednesday. Yep. We just want, especially if we have to look at ADA and we have to look at drainage, we won't have that. Now,
we have to look at ADA. We don't have to, though.
Well, no, she's saying, but we do want to contemplate if we put it in, do we trigger anything? So we want to make sure. So the other part is when we introduce budget next week, you will see that you will have $784,000 in unassigned fund balance. No, it's for that's budgeted for next year. Yeah, well, we don't look at that yet because that's end of the year. We got to go through audit. I appreciate that. That is how you end up with $7.7 million extra. But what is contemplated in the budget proposal is the $784. We generally like you to keep the $500, so there is the $284. So we don't necessarily have to have this in the budget on the 20th. We can definitely come back because you have that unassigned fund balance. you could or you could not allocate. And we could come back with a better cost to make sure that it captures all of this, because again, the 65,000 grading, base, wheel stops.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of against the wheel stops. I think it changes some of the environment. I don't think the wheel stops is why those people went over that bluff. I don't think again, the truck was trying to, there's bollards there because people used to sky off that and jump that section, right? Like that was what was happening. So, and then again, the DUI or the drunken driver, we're not playing for that. But if it was just, and then if you're looking at, page 4 of where you can basically see where the rut gully is, that's basically where the water has created its own way out. So now that we go and grade it, and we put whatever we put down, and now we create a new water path that changes everything. Now are we liable for that? So again, I don't think the wheel stops are necessary, because I think that's probably one of the major expenses in that. No, it's a lesser expense. So the grading is the biggest expense.
Yeah, the grading and the base would be more of it, yeah.
Okay. So again, I'm against the wheel stops. I could be, as long as we could grade it to where the super El Nino that's coming this year, you know what I mean, is not going to wash this out, and we just literally wash that money wash down the hill, or we create a bigger problem because somehow nature's already kind of taken care of this and figured out the way for the water to run off. So, I'm still indifferent right now. I could support it for no wheel stops, grade and base possibly. And then nothing over the 60, whatever it was quoted, absolutely zero over that. Outside of that, I don't see myself supporting it.
Councilmember San Antonio.
I think Mayor Eller brought up a great, kind of a great solution. I think it's a great solution. I don't know if it's feasible, but I think when you talked about the Levenheim Town Council or Town Hall, I mean, that parking lot was crazy.
Yes.
Those ruts were serious ruts, and you can tell where that dirt has washed down because it's washed down to Cole Ranch. And we walk that area all the time. We ride our bikes, but that rock that actually did a really good job. And I feel like it's over time. I think it's pretty much stayed almost the same, fairly flat. I mean, it's drivable. We walk on that. When we go to events there, I got married there. I mean, we've definitely spent time at that town hall. So I don't know if that's a feasible solution to this. I have to agree with Deputy Mayor that, man, that just sounds. I mean, considering what we've heard before, how much things cost to fix and maintain, and the Super El Nino. I mean, there's definitely a lot of variables that come into this when I think about it that just make the 63,000 sound like almost an impossibility. I know that you guys have walked it and put together a preliminary estimate, but it just sounds so far off from what we've talked about before with other improvements on things. Again, thank you for letting us know what it's in a shoulder, right? Or yeah. So I guess I'm kind of worried that if we do too many improvements, you're right, that if what triggers it to become a parking lot, and then now I guess that's where I think the cost is just going to start to add up once we start doing more stuff to it. So I don't know. I'm on the fence as well. I think that I guess the unimproved gravel or whatever is going to put down that base, I feel like it's just going to look like over time, especially through a big rain, it's going to look like, because it's just dirt. I feel like as soon as Mayor said that about the town hall, those rocks just all of a sudden made sense. And I know it's dirt. I mean, it's going to be a bunch of rocks in there, but it seems to work.
It'd be very similar to the base used there, yeah.
It seemed to work really, really well through everything that's happened over in Levenheim. So I don't know. I'm on the fence as well. I know we talked about the feathering. We've talked about this multiple times already. So I'm on the fence as well. But I'm just trying to think of a way that we can fix this, if it's possible, for the amount of money, and that the cost of repair over time, where it just becomes to look like this again, that it's another cost. Or I think Deputy Mayor brought it up before too, over by Hamburger Hut or any of those entrances to the parking by the train tracks. I park over there. Corner Pizza is one of our spots. Those are big ruts over there from the feathering of, or not the feathering, but the drop off from the street to the parking. So I don't know. I'm still on the fence as well. But I just wanted to interject at least that was the gravel rocks. I thought was a great idea.
Okay. Councilmember Lyons, sorry.
Thank you, council member. I agree, and I agree with the mayor too, that the base, the gravel, I think it would really make this sorted out, and it would help with maintenance overall. What I'd like to do is make a motion to move this repair forward for staff to look at it in regards to vetting that price. And I don't want to approve anything based on this is the price tonight, because I think the first action would be for our staff to give us a more well-vetted price so we can be confident. They don't lead us wrong. They know what things cost. And when we have that well-vetted number before us, then we can decide whether we want to fund it in our budgeting discussion. But this would maybe the first initial step. And if we itemized by is that where you were going?
Yeah,
Okay.
if we're itemized, yeah.
Itemized so that we know what each of the items costs, the wheel stops being separate. Maybe that would help us in our decision-making. If that's something that others might support, I'm officially putting that motion forward.
And I'll second that motion.
Be a friendly amendment if we checked on the itemized, like the rock over at the town council, just to see how much that would cost as well?
Well, I think that's when they say base, I'm
Yeah.
assuming that's what they mean.
I think so too.
Oh, it
but
is?
Would you
Yeah.
like clarification on that? Because that might be valuable. To
I was just thinking it was going to be some very small gravel that would eventually wash away too. So that's why I was thinking the big rock that they use at.
So I think that's a great friendly amendment.
Staff had said it was a surface they've used elsewhere. They were very specific about where
Which
it
is
was.
why I don't think the rock
It wasn't
was-
just rock.
Well,
Um,
so
if-
maybe an option.
If
for
I
you
could
to-
have Deputy City Manager Mike James, and actually, Mike, if you can, we actually have the itemized list pulled up. If you can pull that up, that was actually sent to council on 4/1
Can
with the
I
budget
pause
packet.
and make a motion to extend till 10:45?
Yes, and I'll second that motion. And call the question on the extension. And I think we had a motion and a second on. We're using Robert's rules as a guideline. We're not strictly following it on that order.
That motion to extend passes unanimously.
Good catch.
Yeah, Deputy City Manager James, could you explain what the type of base is that would be put down, and we can show the itemized list?
Yes, so the itemized list is what's shown on the screen before you. So with the total of 63,000, it's a very conservative estimate. And as you're looking through some of the cost estimates that are included within there, there are two contingency portions, and this is a combination of working with a general contractor, and the general contractor is actually going to do the majority of the work of the site prep or the rough grading and really scraping up everything, and then coming back and then dropping in the material for the compaction, and then also the inclusion of the cement treated base. And so that's the material that mixes with the Class 2 base and essentially hardens it. Very similar to the treatments that were applied at the 1300 block of 101 and of the pods. And then also the same area, 1300 block of North Vulcan. So, those two materials and the existing appearance is what the finished version of this proposed maintenance work would look like. And so if we were to remove, and just hearing what the council's talking about now, if we were to remove the wheel stops and really systematically look at some of the maintenance locations, which will typically be more on the easterly side, hugging the roadway more, because that's where you're going to see more of the deeper transitions from pavement to the DG surface. in combination with the construction work that's going on, feathering that work out, and then focusing on that easterly side, there's probably some type of a good mix of focusing of the DG or dropping the DG there and compacting it to not feather that portion out to the west, which will come closer towards essentially the right-of-way line as you get towards the bushes of the trees. I think there could be an opportunity there to focus that maintenance work in combination with the pavement work at an amount that will be less than this proposal of $63,000. And I think that if the council wishes, that number can be refined before we come back for budget to really look at, if we were just looking at the repair work without the wheel stops, we could come up with a more refined estimate for just that repair, just that maintenance work.
That's the ongoing maintenance or just the initial maintenance?
Just the initial maintenance. The ongoing, as we look down further, this was, again, another estimate of bringing an additional DG. It's just going to be once or twice a year, and of course, this is weather dependent. With the Class 2 base, we won't have curb stops, assuming that we don't move forward with that process. So we wouldn't have to worry about replacing them if they're broken, damaged, stolen. But with city staff being able to provide that work once or twice a year, again, weather dependent, traffic dependent for the most part. And you're looking at no more than $4,500 per visit. And again, staff feels that's a conservative estimate, and the amount of time could be less, and material.
I guess.
Thanks for that, Mike.
Sorry. Did you want to go?
No, I just wanted to say thanks, Mike. That's very thorough. May I ask if there's anything you've heard here tonight that would change this estimate?
I think the discussion of the rock, if you wanted more of the larger aggregate, in examples that I've seen in maintenance work done before coming here to the city, there are opportunities. If it's a deeper change in elevation, you could drop larger aggregate, but then you're still coming back over it with DG, and then still using the cement treated base with CTB, because that'll give you that hardened surface. Now again, over time and weather, we will have erosion impacts, and that'll have to be continued to be maintained moving forward. But if, from what I'm hearing from the majority council, if the direction is to move forward with a more limited scope of maintenance, then again, staff could return by the budget workshop for another discussion item.
Yeah, well, Deputy City Manager James, the only thing is we don't have anything for drainage. We talked about that when we went out there to visit. So we could definitely do a maintenance cost, but if you want us to thoroughly evaluate ADA and then drainage, that we could not bring that back by the 20th. But we could bring back the maintenance part.
if
yes.
We're not doing
maintenance.
ADA. This is not an ADA thing. That's what I was just asking Jace about. We're not doing ADA. This is strictly.
No, we aren't, but we want to evaluate exactly to make sure whatever we do.
Yeah, I think
This is more than a twice-a-year maintenance project. Let's just hold the phone on this. This is, we did Panikin 2 weeks ago, right? The service on Panikin 2 weeks ago, we did, right?
I think
In front of Panikin, we did this
down
on
at
the coast side where you referenced
Lucadia,
the surface of Panikin. 2 weeks ago, we did it. We re-upped it after I made a statement here that it hadn't been done. Public Works rushed to cover themselves up and fix it. They fixed it. My car already bottoms out going to that parking lot. It's been 2 weeks. We're not going to be doing this twice a year.
So frequency of vehicular traffic, and when you're looking at that location, I think it may be a little bit different than this location in that it's not a drive-through area.
How many cars, Councilmember Lenz, how many cars you said parked there at nighttime? 20?
No cars park at night.
In the evening, sorry, in the evening. How many cars parked there in the evening? 20?
It could be any number.
Okay, we'll say 20.
Our neighbor,
20 cars parked there at night.
Our neighbor showed some pictures.
Throughout the day, 4 or 5 cars are parked there, going in and out constantly. People pull up, check surf, pull out in one minute. It's just as busy at Panikin. Panikin, the most I ever see in that spot is 5 or 6 at a time. I go there every day. So this idea that this is going to be twice a year and it's going to work, no, sorry.
You don't? I guess I think that's why I keep going back to this. I'm sorry, I keep going back to this rock thing, but you know, that rock, I get, they're probably about 2 inches, and then they're all randomly shaped. But as they get compacted, they find their own place, and then it becomes what it is. And then the water kind of flows underneath it. And I don't think that I feel like it's like this crazy, like what would form this rut in one of these photos, that it becomes essentially a filter where the water will be able to flow through. And I just think with the DG, immediately I always think it's just going to start to wash away. I think that's why you'd have to come back through. And I think when I think of the rock, that's why I'm only keep pushing it, just because I've seen it in action in Liebenhain. So it seems to be working. I don't know how many years ago that was, but wow. Yeah. So that's the only reason I ask, is because clearly this is like these ruts have been created through, and I think it would also address the dust that you're talking about, because all that dirt is underneath that rock. I don't know how deep that rock is, how many inches, but the more I think about it and the more I look at this, it seems to be a fix. But again, I still kind of baffled at this cost.
So Deputy Mayor O'Hara has the floor.
So no, it's all good. It's all good.
But it's okay.
It's fine.
We both
Debate
kind
is
of
always
said,
good.
let him go. He's on a roll.
So
and then I'll take it next.
So the surface that's been proposed, also I've heard the question of dust, is incredibly dusty, shockingly dusty. If you park your car across Panican after you go get it cleaned, you're driving home thinking, why did I just clean my car? If that's a concern, we're looking down a road that's not the answer. So let me back up a question in this, a step in this, and really, what is the problem that we're trying to fix? Right? Is the problem that people want to ruggedly pull over and park? Do they need wheel stops? No. They want to park. They obviously don't care, or they wouldn't keep parking every day. So what is our real concern? To me, the only real concern here is that we need to protect this road that we're about to do some repavement work on. And so if there's something we can do to protect that, and maybe that's where the rocks come in, we can. But I mean, as all this is, even these pictures point out, the water is the main culprit here, washing all this away. We're doing nothing to address that with any of these solutions, except creating a maintenance cost that doesn't exist currently. So do we leave it as is and let the water run, or do we put stuff there that's going to cost us? You're saying $9,000 a year. I'm saying $18,000 to $20,000 a year, realistically. And create a bill that we didn't have before and we maybe aren't making a difference on. So I'll support if there's something to fix to reaffirm the road and reassure it from collapsing, the repair work we're going to do. But I mean, we're creating something here that isn't a need. One neighbor is saying it. SRF, who's being encroached on, isn't saying it. They're not here. The people who park out there haven't come in saying we need this fixed. And I'm trying to figure out why I feel like we're creating an issue so that there's an issue at this point. And we're going to create more issues if we're not careful in this. I don't want to go down the road of ADA, environmental studies, create a drainage issue, and leave ourselves open to liability. So I'd like to reassure the road. I think we should talk about that, but I think everything else is probably not the best way to go.
Okay.
I would answer your questions, but I know the mayor's next.
Yeah. So let me hop in here, because we have a motion and a second on the table, and the motion is just to give it to staff to let them look at it, not allocate any money, bring it back. I would make a friendly amendment to that we look at the likelihood that the cement, what do you call the stabilized DG will perform well in the velocity and amount of runoff along this road. I'm a little concerned about that, and I would like the analysis just to include in looking at the bigger aggregate, such as used, whatever professional public works would recommend, but the example that comes to my mind is what's done in the Liebenhain parking lot. Number two is that, and that's what I would do as a friendly amendment, is we add that as a cost estimate, and then we bring it back here during a future meeting or at the budget hearing, and we can decide whether or not we want to include it. If it's less than $65,000, I think we might have support. But if it's over 100,000 or over 200,000, and it would also give staff over 200,000, we wouldn't have support. It would also give staff to at least come back and have some quiet time looking at runoff, considering, I think you've considered the ADA. I agree. I don't agree it applies here. So, but just gives you a quiet time to talk amongst yourselves more. That said, I look at the closer analogy than the parking where you have all the cars going through that one spot where they're turning and digging out that hole. The closer analogy, I believe, is along Vulcan, because that's where you have cars parking. They used to park parallel, and now they, they used to park perpendicular, now they park parallel. It gets slightly rutted, but we're not out there twice a year even repairing that. And I don't even know if that got stabilized base at all. So, but we're not allocating the money tonight. We're actually having you go look at that. And you can come back and tell us if you think the stabilized DG is the correct way to go, or whether a little heftier base might be a better for this. And I look at the slope there, and it's pretty good runoff, so you're gonna have pretty good velocity on the water, and that does erode pretty quickly. So, and then we can make the decision. But one thing I want to do is say I appreciate Councilmember Lyons bringing this to us this way, because having this same detailed discussion we just had at a budget meeting was wrong. Doing it here as an agendized item was right. And we talked about it. And I think we've come up, I'm going to support the motion. I offer the friendly amendment, if that's okay with the motion maker.
Yes, it is. Thank you for that friendly amendment. It's okay. And I guess I just want to add one more comment, and that is, if this timing doesn't work with our budget cycle, that's okay. I'd rather do this right than push it quickly. So,
okay. So I've got, were you back up? Oh, no, okay. So Councilmember Lyons, you have the floor now. I know, okay.
nope, I was just going to say what I said.
Back to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I was just going to check with the, with Councilmember Schaefer's question of limiting it to $60,000. I have no intention of writing staff a blank check on this. And I want it to be clear that this has a budget, even if whether we go with it or not. Because this is, we're creating maintenance that doesn't exist. We're adding a bill. It's like signing up for another streaming service I don't need. And so, so before we go and spend the taxpayers' money, I want to guarantee that we're going to try to keep it as low as possible. And if you can't keep it low, don't come back with anything, or come back and say we couldn't keep it low, and sorry.
Yeah, there's no money getting approved
I know,
tonight.
but I still want to cap it. I want to cap it. I want staff to know that their job is to bring it in, if they think they want to do this, at $65,000, and if they can't, they can't. I want some accountability on this if we're going to do this. I don't think that's a lot to ask. It's taxpayers' money.
We'll see the dollar amount when it comes back. So.
Well, the dollar amount's going to be whatever they come back with. I'm saying let's task them to do it at $65,000. They've already said they can do it at $63,000. Put their money where their mouth is, literally.
So I don't have any. We're running out of time. It's getting late. Can I call the question? I'm going to call the question.
So what I have right now is to direct staff to review a refined, itemized list of repairs and estimates based on the feedback provided tonight, and some of the analysis to include additional aggregate materials, and then to return to council at a future meeting for consideration, including cost.
I would say include the option for
Including
additional
the
aggregate.
option.
Or substitute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Better recommendation. Yeah.
Okay.
And with that, let's call the question.
Motion carries 4-1 with Deputy Mayor O'Hara voting no.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to item 13. City Council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
I have nothing to report.
I attended CSA 17. Nothing really to report there. We are, I believe this coming meeting, we are going to be swearing in or fully appointing Molly Hintlian to San Diego Community Power's Community advisor committee. So thanks for paying attention.
Yeah.
Nothing to report this time.
I attended an NCTD board meeting. We talked budget and a few other things, and then I attended the North County Economic Summit for Economic Development. And while the rest of the country is kind of up in the air, we found that in North County and in San Diego, the job market is basically 1-to-1, which isn't the healthiest. Normally, the job market should be 3 jobs per 1 person, roughly. We're at 1-to-1, but we're actually ahead of a majority of the country right now. Job numbers and pay is on the higher side. But to that point, the question becomes, then why are we building? So I'll move on from there.
Okay. And I attended 2 Sandig Board of Directors meeting. Interesting report. They did their vacancy report, and they run at 12%, 45 openings out of 400 employees. We were running at, I want to say 4%.
Yeah.
So pretty low. Yep, which is good. But they've had the lowest attrition in 5 years, and this is an organization that is on the mend, slowly but surely. So. In a second meeting last week, I actually had to call staff a little bit on the carpet because they were operating outside their policies and procedures. And for an organization on the mend, and luckily I got board support on having them come back and report how they're operating outside the procedures. But we really need to be very cognizant because the history was bad audits because they were operating outside procedures. So I was really happy that the board, which has a lot of new members on it, agreed with me and came with me. So, and then I attended the Encinitas Wastewater Policy Finance Committee, which I'm now chair of, and that was yesterday.
I've just got one.
City manager report.
I've just got one. This Sunday, which is May 17th from 10 to 2, we have the Cyclovia event on the 101. This is a way for people to see Encinitas via bike or foot or any other type of self-powered transportation. So grab your friends and family and bring out your bike or your shoes and make it a point to visit some of our amazing restaurants and our businesses along the way. So again, that is this Sunday, May 17th from 10 to 2.
City attorney?
No report.
And city clerk?
Based on council action tonight, I'll be working with Parks and Rec, and we'll get that application for the newly formed committee out by the end of the week, and we'll post it to the website.
And are you also posting another opening?
Oh, yes, and we also do have an unscheduled vacancy on the Parks and Rec Commission, and that application will be made live tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. We